Dr. Keith Cornille. Dr. Cornille began his tenure as president of Heartland Community College July 1st of 2018. Prior to joining Heartland, he spent 18 years at Madison Area Technical College, elevating to executive vice president and chief student services officer. Before that, Keith served in various student services positions at Indiana University Southeast, College of DuPage, and Richard J. Daley College in Chicago. Keith's degrees earned include an Associate of Arts from the College of DuPage, a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Eastern Illinois University, a Master's in Education Administration from Northeastern Illinois University, and a Doctorate in Educational Leadership from Edwidge College. Keith currently serves on the boards of McLean County Chamber of Commerce, Bloomington Normal Economic Development Council, Greater Livingston County EDC, and McLean County Museum of History. He is a supporting member of Habitat for Humanity, Boys and Girls Club, Great Plains Life Foundation, and Home Sweet Home Ministry. Keith and his wife Felicia have 2 adult children, Justin and Dakota, both living in the Madison area.
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. I am probably going to use a microphone and move around a little bit, right? Because this is a Hawk Talk, and we don't have to stand behind a podium, correct? All right, and I'm going to try to use the magic of advancing the slides. So, as I, it's pretty exciting to be here today. And are you guys okay? Now we've got it. All right. So you think I would know that, right? That and Zoom just have me all confused anymore. So, but as we think about Hawk Talks, I get really excited because it started just with a few students back in 2019 and thinking about what could they do to share stories and thoughts and ideas with others with regard to their lives and others' lives and the inspiration that it could bring to individuals. And nothing is better, working all these years in colleges, there is nothing better than when students come together and they move a college forward. So I commend you all that are continuing to keep this moving forward. And so it started from that small little classroom activity to where we are today, a brand new tradition. And I know it's a new tradition because we have t-shirts. And if you have t-shirts, that must mean it most certainly is a tradition. And they're pretty cool t-shirts too. So, if you want one, you have to get into the fold though, right? You just don't get one. But it is a new tradition here at the college, and over the next couple days, we will have, over 25 different individuals that are going to come and share their stories. Stories sometimes that are going to make us laugh, sometimes going to maybe create a little emotion with us, but stories that are inspire us, to teach us, and to help us learn. So welcome to Hawk Talk 2022. I'm often asked what has been my journey and how is it that I got to become a president of a college. And I've had several students to say, tell me how to do it because that's what I want to do. Well, the truth of the matter is that for any of us, our journey is our own unique thing. And it's special just to us. And my journey is unique to me. And my path was a little bit unique. I am probably the least likely person ever to be a college president. I started off as a mechanic, and I just became a president. Now, it just doesn't happen overnight. You just don't get to be a mechanic, and then the next day you're applying to be a president. But there was a journey in between. And the journey for all of us has its ups and downs. And I often think about life and the journey of life similar to that of rafting. And I do a lot of rafting, or I enjoy doing rafting. I don't get to do it as much as I would like. But rafting is very interesting because, you plan for it. You look at the map. You say, okay, this is how we're going to go. Here are the twists. Here are the turns. Oh, the rapid's coming up over here, and so on. And then you get in the boat with a group of people. Some you know, some you don't. And you realize pretty quickly that this is a group of people that I have to communicate with and I have to connect because we have to get from point A to point B. And along that journey, which you think you have mastered, all of a sudden you hit rapids. And the rapids will take you wherever they want. You can plan for it, and you try to set yourself up for the rapids, and they're going to bounce you around, knock you around, move you left, right. Hopefully they don't turn you upside down. But if they do, you get back in and you go again. And something happens after the rapids on every run that I've ever been on. You hit this calmness in the river. Sometimes they call it the glass, where it's just very calm. And you sit there and you reflect upon what you've been through. And you adjust and you get ready for the next rapids. And that's how my journey has been. I kind of got bounced around, knocked around, got a little wet occasionally, got tipped out, but I got back in as I went on my journey to where I'm at. But my journey really started with my family. That's where it all began. And I'm from a very large family. I'm one of 11 children, and I have two of the greatest parents in the entire world that anybody could have ever had. And here I am right there in the middle, in that middle top row, usually the space reserved for the tallest of the family members, right? And I know you're sitting there looking at me and you're going, my God, he must have been in the shortest family ever. And my brothers always remind me when we look at pictures like this that, you know, miracles can be created by using a step ladder to get ahead a little bit. And so, yes, miracles sometimes, we have to have those little helps from tools such as step ladders or whatever the case may be. And, you know, as a young person, a young child, I had dreams. We all have dreams. We all have hopes. We all aspire to be something great, right? Whether it's going to be a doctor, a lawyer, it might be an astronaut. It might be a great scientist. It might be the best mother in the whole world or the best father in the whole world. Or you might have hopes like I did. I was going to be a fireman. I loved fire trucks. Couldn't get enough of fire trucks when I was that age. And, you know, I'm sitting here, I'm looking at that one picture, and it's like, oh my God, where's your shirt, Keith? I guess I was just trying to show off the guns and my six-pack at a young age, I don't know. But I also at one time thought, I'm going to become a priest. That didn't last very long. And I even aspired to be an NBA basketball player. And I really worked hard at it. I shoveled the driveway in the wintertime and went out there in the middle of December and would practice basketball over and over and over. And I was really pretty good. 6th grade, I was an all-star and doing some traveling teams and everything else. And it was about 7th grade that, you know, that dream kind of came to an end because as you can see in the picture, and as you can see as I'm standing here, I don't have the longest legs in the world. And it was my mother who, like I said, I have the greatest parents in the world, and they're my role models. Always have been, always will be. But it was my mother who came to me and said in 7th grade when I said I was going to go out for the team, and she said, well, now, dear, you know, I just want to prepare you. You may not make the team. And I said, well, how can you say that I've been working so hard? And she said, well, you know, when your shorts are to your calf and your socks are at your thighs, it probably means you don't have very long legs. And have you ever seen a basketball player without long legs? And so, you know, kind of the reality set in that I wasn't going to be an NBA basketball player. And that's what role models do sometimes. You know, they're mentors. They're the type of people that are honest with us when they need to be, but do it with love and grace, but always looking out for us and always trying to say, look, maybe you should try this or that. And they're there to help us, to grow us. And I had great role models in my parents, my grandparents, and throughout you're going to hear me talk about the many people that have touched my life because it is extremely important to have those mentors and their role models when you're going through your journey. My parents also taught us that there were a couple things that you could do if you wanted to be successful. The number one thing was hard work. Work hard. Work hard every day. My dad used to say, somebody's paying you. You work hard every day. And the truth of the matter is, I've learned in life that when you do work hard, it pays off. People that give 70, 80%, nah, you know, they're not going to get to the same place to the person who's always giving all the time and working hard. They also taught us that you have to focus on education and learning. In every single thing you do, there's an opportunity to learn, and there's an opportunity to educate yourself. And you have to seize that moment, even when you don't think so. Like whitewater rafting, when you get down and you reflect, you're learning what you just went through. And if you did those things, taking hard work, educating yourself and learning, you would create your own success. And they taught us that, and they ingrained that in all 11 of their children. Now, I went to school like all of us do, and the school years for me weren't the best. I wasn't a very good student, I'll be very honest with you. I had my older brothers and sisters who were very, very smart people, brilliant people, have done very, very well for themselves. And so in school I used to hear, why don't you do better in math like David, or why don't you do better in science like Lenore, or, why aren't you a stronger leader and communicator like Laura, and why aren't you as smart as Jackie? And people were doing it not, I don't think, to diminish me, but to just try to motivate me maybe. But at the same time, it kind of does diminish you. But you have to still work hard, and you still have to work through it. And I wasn't a very good student, but I did make it through high school, and that's why I put the diploma up there. I wanted you all to know that I got through high school. All my friends who are on the ACT were getting like 20s and everything, and I'll confess, I got a single-digit number on my ACT. So was college really a possibility for me? I didn't know. But my older brothers and sisters, they went to college. And so I said that, I would give college a try as well. And I did that, and I went to college. And after my first semester, or during my first semester, I came home for Thanksgiving, and I said to my parents, I said, I'm not going back. I'm not going to go back in January. I'm quitting college. So I was a college dropout. And they said, fine, you can be a college dropout all you want. And you can be a happy college dropout if you want. But you will work, and you will have a full-time job in 1 week if you want to live in this house. And I said, I can do that. And I figured I'll get myself back together, and I'll figure it out. And then my mom turns and says, and there's one other condition. You will go to the community college and take 1 class a semester. And I said, Mom, I just quit college, right? I'm dropping out of college, and you're telling me I still have to go to college. And she said, yes, that's the rule. Take it or leave it. So I took it. And what I didn't realize at the time until later is that role model was saying to me, I see something in you that you don't see in yourself. And I can't let you stop. I got to keep moving you forward. Because that's what role models do, and that's what we do for each other as we think about it. So I did go get a job in a week. And I became a full-time bus mechanic. So I was a bus mechanic. I had no experience whatsoever at it. I never had touched any type of vehicle or worked on them or anything. And they gave me a job where I was going to be starting buses at night in January when it's cold, the midnight shift, because you couldn't let the buses stop, otherwise they might not stop in the morning, and then you're going to have problems trying to pick up the young people at the bus stops. So I was out there and I was doing that, freezing. And some nights I started doing oil changes because I said I need to have something to do. I need to work hard, right? And so I did oil changes. Then I started doing tune-ups. Then I started doing brake jobs. Then they moved me to the day shift, and then I was pulling transmissions, and I was rebuilding carburetors. And in a 6-month period, those teachers that I had, those mechanics, those teachers, educators, they taught me how to become a mechanic. And I was pulling engines and rebuilding them that whole time. So, I was having a pretty good time and learning a lot. But there's a thing about buses, and I just want to share with you. If you ever want to be a bus mechanic, I want you all to go into it knowing this, is that buses never break down on nice days. They only break down on snowy days, cold days, and wet days. And when you're on the side of a road, laying underneath the bus, trying to fix it, it gets a little discouraging. And so I decided I'm going to give this college thing a try again. So I went to the College of DuPage. I already had been taking some classes. I said, I'm going to go full-time. So I went to the College of DuPage full-time, and it was there that there were faculty and staff that, again, saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And they helped me to move myself forward. They made me realize that I could be a good student. They made me realize that I had a future if I wanted to in whatever it is that I wanted to do. Those are the same types of teachers and staff that we have right here at Heartland. They are there to help you succeed. They want you to succeed, and they're committed to you to succeeding. Many of them were mentors for me, like J.J. Johnson or Lucille Friedley. And they helped me to move myself forward, and I earned my associate's degree, the degree that I'm most proud to have, because it was the degree that kick-started me. From there, I went to Eastern Illinois, and I earned my bachelor's degree. And during this time, I was active on campus in both places. I graduated, didn't know what I was going to do. Again, my parents said, you're going to have a job. So I took a job with insurance. It was okay, but it wasn't really my passion. Then I started a job with the City Colleges of Chicago and met new mentors that helped me and moved me forward and taught me what I could be. And they gave me inspiration to try new things. And I was growing at that college. And then something very, very impactful happened in my life. I would say very special. I met my wife. And she came along, and she's been a role model for me. She's my inspiration every day. She was a single mother. And so she and her son came into my life, adopted them, and then we grew the rest of our family. We had our daughter in the upper left and our son and his wife in the right. And so for many, many years, we've been married, and she is the best person. I have to confess to all of you, don't ever tell her this if she comes in, but I married like way out of my league, okay? I married way up and way out of my league. And if you ever meet her, you would probably say the same thing. You go, oh yeah, you did. You really married out of your league. So after the city colleges, I went back to the College of DuPage, this time to work. And I had another set of leaders that were there that were helping me, and mentors and role models. People like Dr. Hal McInich, and people like Kay Nielsen and Mary Phillips and others. And they taught me things again, new things. And they pushed me to try new things. The president of the college said, we're going to put you in a program, an internship program, in order to learn how to be an administrator at a college. But you still have to put in all your 40 hours. You're going to do this on top. So I had to make up that time. I said, okay, I'm going to do it. Hard work, trying to learn. And then they came to me at one point and they said, you need to go get your master's degree. I hated school. And I said, I hate school. I don't want to go back to school. They said, no, you're going to have to go do this. So I did, and I received my master's degree from Northeastern Illinois while I was working and while I was doing the internship, working hard again. And from there, I had the opportunity, because they came to me, Dr. McInich came to me and he said, you're getting too comfortable here. You were a student here, and now you've worked here. And I said, yeah, I want to spend the rest of my life here. He said, nope, you need to leave. His point was this, is that you can always come back home, but if you don't leave, you'll never expand and grow. And so I had to leave, and I had to expand. And so I had an opportunity to either go to Indiana University or Notre Dame to work. So I chose Indiana University, went there, had another set of great mentors and great role models like F.C. Richardson and Pam Asbury, who again pushed me and challenged me to do new things and different things and taught me new things. And so I had a great time there, but we left for an opportunity in Madison, Wisconsin, where I went and had then another set of leaders and teachers and people that inspired me and kept moving me forward. And they challenged me again to do new things, things that I never thought that I would do in my job. But I did them because they thought it would be the best thing for me. And they were right. And I spent 18 years there and earned my doctorate. And then I came here to Heartland 4 years ago. So my point is simply this, is that your journey is uncertain, always. But there is one exception to that uncertainty. And that is probably the most important thing, and that's you. There's no uncertainty in you. You know who you are, and you can go do great things. You just have to have the help of other people sometimes. You have to work hard, and you have to continue to learn. And that's what you do in life. Again, success is created by you, by nobody else. And you can't blame anybody else if you don't have success. It's about you. And you do it through hard work. And you do it through education and continually learning. And you do it by having those mentors and those role models, those networks of people. And that's what creates the success for you. So my journey, again, you know, I didn't always want to be where I was going to be at. I didn't know where I would end up or where I thought I was going to go. Remember, I was going to be a fireman. I was going to be a priest. I was going to be an NBA basketball player. That one was short-lived. Oh, pun. I'm sorry about that pun. That wasn't intended. But in the end, you know what? You will always end up where it is that you were meant to be. And don't fight that. Just like the rapids, you can't fight it. Sometimes you have to let it take you to where you are meant to be. And I'm right now meant to be right here at Heartland, being with all of you and just living life and enjoying it. So I thank you very much for the time that you have provided for me and putting up with my rambling and probably poor jokes the same. So I thank you all very much. Do you have any questions? I hate the questions part, so if you don't, that's fine too. Pardon me? No, they can ask me anything you want. You want to know something about the college, ask me. It's all good. Yes, ma'am. You did? What year? 88. Wow. I was 79, so. Wow, 88. My brothers and sisters, we were in that group that then got moved to East. Okay. So were you Carol Stream? Carol? Bloomingdale. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Ooh, Panthers, baby. Woo! Sorry, we're having a moment here. We're sorry about that. Wow, that's great. Right on. Higher than mine, but, you know, she's trying to rub it in, I guess, that's all. Yeah. Yeah, it was community college, yeah. I went back to community college, and I completed an associate's degree there, and then I went to Eastern from there. So, yeah. So, you know, sometimes you do things in high school, and they follow you a little bit, but they don't have to follow you the rest of your life, and that's what happened, you know, low HCC scores. So what? I found another path. I went to the community college, had great teachers, just like we have here, that inspired me to be what I could be. So, yeah. Great. Yeah. Well, thank you. And go Panthers. All right, then. Thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Cindy Tschosik. Cindy Tschosik is your friend next door. In addition to speaking about writing books and achieving mental wellness, she shares her talents as a ghostwriter, editor, and book coach for authors. She is a best-selling co-author of Called to Lead: Success Strategies for Women. She loves to shepherd mental health professionals, performing artists, speakers, coaches, and business owners to become authors and change, save, and celebrate lives one story at a time.
What a glorious day. Can you hear it? Wait, can you see it? Can you taste it? Can you smell it? Can you feel it? Right now, as we live and breathe, we are living our past, our present, and our future. Today, we get to hear from 29 expert speakers who are going to share their expertise, their wisdom, their lessons learned, and their stories. And it may impact our present, and it may impact our future. Show me a raise of hands. How many of you believe you have a story in you that you would want to share through a blog, an article, a book? Fabulous. How many of you believe that you don't have any stories that you would want to share? Oh, that's excellent. Very good. I'm glad to see that. Because my response would be, well, you'll change your mind by the end of this presentation. You all have a story. You have a story. You have a story. You have a story. You all have stories. We all have stories that can make a difference in this world. How do I know this? Well, my name is Cindy Tschosik. I'm married 28 years. I know you may be studying math now, and it may be hard, but the older you get and the longer you're married, it gets harder. I always have to do backtrack math, right? We have 3 kids. Hope is a freshman like some of you at University of Kentucky, and Luke and Zach are twins, and they are seniors in high school, so they'll be in college next year. And Roxy, our cockapoo, well, she's the one that makes everybody in the family happy and helps me with my insomnia and anxiety, and if I'm feeling depressed, she's the first one I go to. I am a speaker. I speak about how to write your book, and I speak about connecting the dots to your daily mental wellness. I also ghostwrite books, nonfiction books, for people who want to share their story with the world. And I also am an editor and an author of Chapter 13 of Called to Lead. It was a collaborative effort. I'll be writing my full book this year. And in order to sharpen my writing skills, continue sharpening my writing skills, and to sharpen my tongue for speaking, I belong to many writing and speaking organizations. When I work with authors, there are 3 common threads that I always hear from them. There's actually a 4th, but it's top secret, and I'll tell you that, but I just didn't want it in writing. The first one is they all care about other people. And they all believe that their experience, their lessons, and their story can help others. And I agree with that. Does anyone else agree with that? Yeah. So, and the reason why it is so important and so motivating for me to work with authors is because anything that we've been through, whether it's drama or trauma or celebratory events, there's someone out there that's gone through the same thing as us. And if we can share what happened to us and how we learned and how we got through the, rafting rapids, like Dr. Keith said, we can make an impact. My joy in sharing my story is always that if I can help someone understand depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation with a different perspective, then me going through all of that makes it more meaningful. I have more purpose, and that makes me feel really good. So one of the things that the authors do is they want to share. They want to share their story to make an impact and help other people through their troubles. They also want to become a published book. They're always excited about a published book. Oh, my name's going to be on the cover. I'm going to have really a good time writing this book. And they want to do it to expand opportunities in their career. They may want to increase their credibility. They may want to get new opportunities. They may want to get more income. So those are the two threads. The third thread is that they want to share the mission that I have, and that is to change lives, save lives, celebrate lives, one story at a time. How do we do this? Well, there are 4 ways to write your perfect book. The 4 phases are to create a concept, to develop your content, to publish it, and then market it. Marketing is the key element that you will do every single time you are done with a phase, before, during, and after each phase. Because the marketing falls on the author. We're the ones that can sell our book the most because we know it inside and out, and people want to buy from the author. Let's talk about the concept phase. The concept phase has 3 steps. It's the discovery, the strategy, and the chapter goals. So those of you who raised your hand, do you know what concept you have to write your book? What topic it is? Just raise your hand if you do. Sometimes it's difficult. Okay, good. And sometimes when we're thinking about writing a book or a journal or an article or just a journal entry, it can be difficult. So for me, it was pretty easy because I have, some of you may also share this, I have a kind of traumatic past, a rough childhood, all kinds of things, right? A lot of us go through things. It's the struggles. It's the traveling down the rapids, right? We get knocked around, get a little wet, and then we get up and get going again. My children, when we were writing their college essays, has anybody ever had to write an essay? Anybody like writing essays? Anybody? You writers? Writers unite. Yes. I have a couple in here. Yes, that's my thing. Math is not my thing. So my kids said, well, we can't write an essay. You guys have given us too good of a life. And I'm like, oh my God, really? and we were talking about it, and they're like, well, nothing bad has ever happened. And Luke, who's a singer, he's like, I can't even write a country song because nothing bad has ever happened in my life. And I'm thinking, wow, you're so lucky because I could write volumes. You know? So that just proved to me that I broke all the cycles, right? So, and the interesting thing is they're young, and they're not as mature as all of us in this room. And what they don't realize is they did have a topic. They had a good concept. Hope has dyslexia, and she had to overcome that with a lot of tutoring. She had a tutor every week from 3rd grade till junior year. Senior year in high school was the first time she ever got straight A's. And she worked her tail off. She's in college now, thriving on the dean's list. She's doing good. To overcome something, right? It doesn't have to be traumatic. It doesn't have to be, earth-shattering. It could just be a struggle. Luke, he got bullied. He was always the tallest, always the biggest kid in class and in the grade, in the school. And I guess there's this thing about, like, the little guys always have to beat up and pick on the big guys and take them down. I don't know. I just know he was kind of a gentle giant because he never wanted to be in football because he was afraid of hurting somebody. And Zach had a speech impediment. He lost his hearing when he was 2 because his tubes fell out. And he had to learn a different way than everybody else. And we didn't know he couldn't hear. And so he was in speech therapy for a long time. And he too got bullied on the playground. He wasn't as tall as Luke, but I guess sometimes you're just nice or you're too quiet. He's really shy. And he got beat up on the playground a couple of times. So they did find a way to look at their life differently, to create the topic for the essay and show what they've overcome. Thankfully, it's not as traumatic as the things I went through, and they all have been accepted into college. So I guess their issues were good enough. So right now, discovery. How do we do our own discovery? It's the first step in my process when I work with authors. We kind of do a top-down of what we're trying to accomplish with the book. And what I like to do is refer back to my English teacher and talk about this phase with the 5 W's and 1 H, right? The who, what, when, where, why, how kind of thing. And these are the questions that we need to answer when we're thinking about writing a book. What am I writing about? Who am I going to write for? Writing for a certain audience is super important because then you know how to address any lessons you're going to teach them. When do I start and publish? Big question. So most of my authors that I work for, we gauge about 6 to 9 months to write the book. And then it takes another 2 to 3 months for publishing. So you're looking at about a year, 9 months to 12 months, in order to write a book. Where will I use this book? Well, some of my authors use it in their careers. Some of them use it in their professional lives and personal lives. And then they use it when they train, when they teach. Some of my psychologists that I've worked with, they use it for their own clients and also to get more speaking engagements. A lot of them are speakers, so they look to get more speaking engagements. Why am I writing this book? We've all heard you need to know your why. It's hammered into us from every business guru out there. And so it is important when writing a book too, because what are you trying to accomplish? Why do you want to write this book? What do you personally want to get out of it? And how will I provide the reader with extreme value enough to be able to change their life, maybe save their life, definitely celebrate their life with one of my stories every time in each chapter? The second step is strategy. We have to have a strategy when we start a book. And the reason being because you have to start with the end in mind. So how am I going to use the book? It goes back to those original questions. We want to know the title, the subtitle. We'll need to know the table of contents, which is really a start of the table of topics at the beginning of writing your book. And we want to know the goals for the book. So I consider myself a holistic and organic writer. And what that means is that I don't sweat the book title. I don't sweat the topics of the chapters. I'm sorry, not the topics, the titles of the chapters. Because if you write the content is going to tell you exactly what your title, your subtitle, and your chapter title should be. So if you struggle with the title, you don't have to do it first. A book does not have to go in order. You could write chapter 3 because you're in flow and that's what's working for you before you write chapter 1. So don't sweat the titles. When we start, the strategy should be, what are the topics I want to cover in the book? And use that as your working table of contents. It'll go much easier for you. And always be flexible, because what we want is we want to be able to move chapter 3 to chapter 7. We want to move chapter 7 to 2 if that's what it calls for. So just remember to be flexible. It's not in stone yet until it becomes printed. And even then, you could do a second edition and correct it. The goals for the book are another thing that's super important. So you want to have, like I said, you want to start with the end in mind, and you definitely want to be talking about where am I going to market this, who's going to get this, what am I getting out of it, and what is it going to be about. So here are the chapter goals. These are the things that we can add into the chapters. So sometimes we want a story. Sometimes it's just a how-to. It may not include a story. graphics, inspirational quotes. Have you ever read a book where there's a quote at the beginning of every chapter? That's always fun, right? Especially if you're writing about something pretty harsh or difficult to get through. Any processes, contextual modules, like different graphics, or those like 3-circle contextual module, for anybody who doesn't know, is like those modules that have like 3 circles and a ring. They have different shapes and sizes of different data points. Your lessons learned, and if you want to give the reader calls to action. So these are the contents of the chapter by subject of what you're going to include in the chapter. And then your marketing at this stage is really to announce it on social media. I'm starting my book. It's going to be about such and such. And you want to get the buzz going. You want to tell your family, your friends. You want to tell people on social media so they start getting excited for you, because you are going to need some really important support throughout this process. Mark is one of the authors I work on, and he's in my group coaching program. And in his discovery, it was very, very interesting. He is a former homeless man. 13 years ago, he was misdiagnosed with depression when he found out 10 years later he had bipolar. He ended up losing his family, his house, his wife divorced him, and he ended up on the streets. And he was homeless for 6 months. And when he told me this story, I was so touched by the trust that he gave me to share this with me. And I was so inspired and motivated by the work that he's been doing to get better, and the classes he's been taking and what he's been trying to do. So when he was talking about what is he going to write about, he is so passionate about helping other people who are homeless understand the red tape and the processes and the rigmarole it takes to get support from the government. He's passionate about sharing with people what is it like to be inside someone with bipolar. Like, what is going on in his mind with his bipolar disease. And those are the reasons why he wanted to write about things, is to change lives, save lives, and celebrate lives. And when we talked about what value he was going to provide the reader, he said, I want to give them the resources of how to look stuff up and get in touch with their local organizations. The fourth thread, remember when I told you I had a fourth top secret thread? 99.9% of the time I work with an author, what happens is as they share their story and they're drafting their content, or I'm drafting their content for them, they go through this process of healing for themselves. When we start speaking, when we start working on a book, sometimes we think that we're already healed and past all of our stuff. And sometimes we're not. And Mark, we had 99 chapter topics for him. That is not a good book to have 99 chapters. That is a volume of encyclopedias. But I knew that for him, what he needed to do was really process everything. And he wrote every detail of his life from when he was 3 years old. He pulled a pot down off the stove and burned half of his body with boiling water. And he wrote every single detail. And I knew he needed to do this because it's part of the process of book writing, is that we heal. And about 2/3 of the way through the book, at about chapter 66, he called me up and he's like, Cindy, I can't do this anymore. I'm like, what are you talking about? We have a book to write. And he's like, no, he's like, I'm changed. In October, I was a whole different person. I've learned how to forgive my wife. I've learned how to let go of this anger. I've learned how to look forward to the future. And I feel like I just don't want to be a victim anymore to this. And those were the steps that he had to take to heal and come around. Our content development includes elements from the chapter goals that we just talked about, our review and approval process, and marketing. Again, marketing, our magic word. The elements from the chapter goals. So this is something that I was thinking about for my book. So when I write my book this fall, these are the things that I would take and include in my chapter. Inspirational quote for sure, a story in each chapter to demonstrate the lesson, offering extreme value to the reader, a lesson, and the takeaway that they can take away and use. In the review and approval process, this is where we do our editing, our review, our read-through, and approval of the content. Does that red pen make anybody nervous? Every time, right? Like flashback to high school at Lombard North. My teacher with her red pen, checking things off before we had computers. And then marketing at this phase is still to continue the buzz. But what you could be doing is keep posting on social media, develop the landing page for your website for people to go to do pre-orders for your book, and then start crafting your marketing content. By this time, you're like reaching the halfway point of your book. So in my book, the extreme value that I wanted to bring to the reader was to share with them my story of being, having a diagnosis of depression, having anxiety issues, and then also my suicidal ideations, where in 2014 I wanted to end my life. So as I journeyed through all of these experiences, I figured out that what I really needed was I really needed a process to be able to check my mental health on a day-to-day basis, or just during the week, during the month, to see where I was in my mental health and wellness every day. And what I came up with was that I felt like, depression comes out of nowhere. Even anxiety does. Sometimes anxiety, we think we're nauseous because we're getting the flu. Sometimes we're nervous, we think it's nervous or stress, and it really is anxiety. So what I learned is that it sneaks in like a storm, like a silent storm. On the first phase, it's a sunny day, not a cloud in the sky. It's perfect. Everything is good. I'm feeling good. I'm functioning well. Nothing going on. Then, all of a sudden, I don't always pick this up, but a couple of clouds start coming in. And a couple clouds start filling the sky, and I'm not quite as happy as I was when I was sitting on the beach, drinking a margarita. But I'm not quite picking up on that something shifted. The third phase, I can definitely tell I'm off base. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. I'm starting to get annoyed and frustrated. There's just something not quite right. I'm grouchy. The fourth phase is really rocking the boat. So I'm rocking the boat. The thunder's coming in. The lightning is crashing. And I am a mess. I'm like a hot mess. I'm not focused. I may be crying a lot. I may be angry. I may just be off my game. And the fourth phase is really important to recognize, as well as the third phase. Because if you don't catch it on the third or fourth phase, then you're headed to the tornado vortex, where you start spiraling. So when I know that I'm at the third or fourth phase, I know that I need to step back, I need to stop, and I need to course correct. And if I course correct, I can get back to that sunny phase. But if I don't, I end up going down to the fifth phase, which is the tornado, which we never want to get to, and I never want to get back to, because that tornado is spiraling so much, and I am spiraling along with it, that I get down to the darkest part of the tornado, the vortex, and that's where I start thinking about ending my life. Don't know why, it's just the way it is. So this is how we bring extreme value to our readers, is explaining a process that they could follow to incorporate into their life. Nicole is another author that I did some ghostwriting for, and her editing and review process was really unique. So she included all of the details that she had issues with people, every excruciating detail, and she had a lot of anger. But at the end, while reviewing her content and going through it all, she realized that she could let go of some of this anger and some of these details. Because number one, she was over it. She wrote it, it's done, and she didn't want to insult anybody or bring negative feedback on about her book. So I saw her grow from losing her business of 29 years to being angry and going through all the phases of grief to now she was ready to let go of some of that and step into her next path in her life. Another healing journey. The third phase is the publishing. And there are 3 types of publishers: self, hybrid, and traditional. And I have the perfect book checklist, which at the end of this presentation, you'll be able to get the QR code and download it for free. And it'll explain the 3 publishers for you, as well as give you a list of what to ask publishers when you're looking for your publisher. So whether you do self-publishing, hybrid publishing, or traditional publishing, these are the same types of services you're going to be looking for throughout. They're going to start off with your drafted manuscript that's in good shape, with the copy editing and the proofing process. No matter how many times you've gone through the book, no matter how many times your ghostwriter or development editor have gone through the book, you will be blind to massive errors in your chapters. And it's kind of funny because there'll be like a whole sentence missing, or half of a paragraph is 3 lines down and started wrong because of the editing process. So you definitely, no matter how good you are of a writer, you always want to have fresh eyes on it and do your copy editing and proofing. The design for the book cover and the interiors part of the publishing stage, and then they will find your copyright, they will get your ISBN number, your UPC, and your price. And then they'll help you launch it to Amazon, and in-person launch parties and online parties are super fun. And then again, marketing. So in this stage of the game, your marketing should be saturating your social networks. You need to host launch parties, offer incentives to purchase your books in bulk, as well as do Google ads, which are the best return on your investment for advertising. And then also look into public relations activities that can boost your leverage for who sees your book. So Kristen was an author who I did book doctoring for, and what that is, it's a really deep dive into developing the book and also editing the book. And her book was about her son, who was unfortunately diagnosed with a terminal illness. He was born with it, a terminal disease. And so her book cover, I planned to be really special because we knew he only had 3 years to live. And so we did a family photo shoot, and her book cover became one of those pictures, and it just adds to the legacy. The other thing she did was for marketing, she called the local bookstores in major seats across the country, and she threw in-person launch parties to talk about acknowledgments. And his birthday, she put out the books to offer them to the guests. And then now it became Nixon's legacy when he passed away 3 years ago. The legacy piece we always forget about because we don't realize how special our books become for other people when they heal from our grief. So you have a story. You need to tell your story so you can share your story, impact other people, and impact your career and create the legacy. So these are the ways people work with me as a book coach to write your book or write your book with you, and also to connect the dots to your mental wellness. These are the ways to get so connected with me. And here is the QR code to download the free Perfect Book Checklist. It's a 17-page guide, so go ahead and take a picture of that. And then remember, when we write a book, we change lives, save lives, celebrate lives, one story at a time. And then you will be someone's favorite author.
Our next speaker is Kaitlin Crutcher. Kaitlin is a licensed clinical professional counselor in private practice in Bloomington. In addition to his private practice, Kaitlin, who works with high-risk, high-need kids involved in the juvenile court system and adults who are court involved. For the past 10 years, he has been an adjunct in the psychology department at Heartland Community College. Kevin's interest is in the neurobiology of the trauma, specifically how trauma may influence the developing brains and how kids and adults create identities about themselves, others, and the world based on their experience.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk today. As mentioned, I'm a therapist, and this is personal to me, and I deal in this realm daily, and I'm fascinated by it also as an adjunct instructor. So I have a foot in two fields. Adverse childhood experiences is really relatively a new phenomenon. The culmination occurred in 1997. And so we've just learned in the past 25 years that what we know is that what happens in childhood never stays in childhood. The way the brain develops, the way the child's brain develops, our brains, the morphology, the structure, the function, never stays there. I could have you right now think of one happy memory from your childhood. Think of one happy memory from your childhood. Something that you go back to that's pleasing, that you love. It can be a hug, it can be an event. And we know that doing that, it changes not only your brain function, but your body's function. So whatever happens in our head happens in our body. And what happens in our body happens in our head. We no longer, the evidence is replete with the evidence that our bodies and brains are connected. If somebody says to you, your depression's all in your head, they're speaking ignorance. If they say to you, your anxiety is all in your head, it's all in their head. And sadly, I've actually had physicians who said to patients, it's all in your head. No, it's not. We understand pathways, we understand neural pathways, we understand biomarkers. It's not in your head. It is a confluence of your brain and your body, and that is very clear. This started in 1985 by happenstance. That's Dr. Vincent Folletti. He's the godfather, if you will, of ACEs. Complete happenstance. He had no idea what he was stumbling into. He worked in San Diego as an internist. He worked in a bariatric weight loss program. He saw patients who would lose 100, 200, sometimes 250 pounds. And he was like, we're in gold. This is great. I'm going to be a national provider. I'm going to the big stage. But something happened along the way. About half the patients would drop out. Even after losing 80, 100 pounds, they'd quit. They wouldn't come. One young woman came back a month later and had gained over 30 pounds. So Dr. Folletti started thinking, what's going on? What's happening? And instead of washing the outside of the body, he started asking questions. Tell me about your childhood. And these emerging themes came to play. And that's where Dr. Robert Anda and Dr. Folletti got together. And he, Dr. Anda, is a physician epidemiologist. And he said, I wonder if something deeper is going on. I wonder if we've stumbled into something that we have no idea what's going on. They had no idea. We do now, and it's great that we know this. In fact, he sent out, Dr. Anda, Dr. Folletti sent out a survey to 17,000 participants in the Kaiser Permanente health plan, 17,000 adults who responded. They asked them questions like, when you grew up, did you ever suffer verbal abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse? Did you ever feel like you were emotionally neglected? Did you ever have physical neglect? Have you had enough food? How about mental illness? Did you ever have domestic violence? A parent who had a problem with drugs or alcohol, who was incarcerated, or perhaps parental separation like divorce. What he found was that the respondents, overwhelmingly, 60% said, yeah, we've had at least one of those. About 25% said, yeah, we've had 3. And about 13% said, I've had 4 or more of those. And it was remarkable. They were stunned by the response. And so what they have found out is that the ACE prevalence, the adverse childhood experiences, is ubiquitous for most of us. There's about 60% of us who have at least one. We identify with some of these things. Some of you right now can look at those and go, yep, that's me. I have that. I have that. And we know that predicated on that, your development, my development, our development changes how we see things, how we not only fundamentally process information, process sensation, perception, but in my field, it's what people tell themselves about those things that are amazing and oftentimes caustic. We know now that if you go back to a bad experience in your life, you will have a bad experience. Physiologically, bad experiences like these ACEs are mediated differently. The brain and the body hold on to those fundamentally differently. I won't go into the physiology of it, but we know that. The vexing problem is that people then create a schema, a mental concept of what those two things meant. So if a parent divorces when a child's 5 or 6, the kid's in severe anxiety, straits over that. So that's a bad experience. They feel the anxiety of that, and maybe they tell themselves, I wasn't a good kid. You think, well, that's silly. No, it's not. I had a 9-year-old girl one time whose parents divorced when she was 5 and a half. One day she's driving to McDonald's with her mom, and she said, I know why you got divorced. Well, why'd we get divorced? Because I'm a pig. She said, what? You're a what? She said, yeah, Dad came into my room right before he left. He said, Kaitlin, you're a pig. You need to clean this up. The next thing you know, it's gone. 3.5 years she held on to that, right? 3.5 years. Bad experience? Absolutely. Physiologically impactful? Absolutely. Misinterpretation of what really occurred? Absolutely. So ACEs are powerful in that they're singular events, but it's the confluence of all those things that impact us. And we oftentimes don't even think about those things. They push people, especially if you have 3 or 4 or more, they push people in directions that sometimes they don't even know what they're doing. They're like, why am I going back to drugs? Why am I going back to this thing? Why am I going back to this thing that I know isn't good for me? It's almost as if the limbic system, that emotional center, that memory center of our brain gets hijacked. And it's like we're on a roller coaster ride and we feel helpless. When people come to me, I don't look morally at what they do. Everything they do is predicated on what I call tension reduction behaviors. It is about bumping dopamine because dopamine makes us feel good, serotonin because serotonin makes us feel good. It's about reducing norepinephrine and especially cortisol because cortisol is deadly. Cortisol is great if you're being chased by a dog that's going to bite you. It's terrible if you're sitting watching a movie. So I never longer ask those questions. To me, it's fundamentally the same. Whether you're spending $3,000 on Gucci purses that you don't need, which you might need that and invest that, or you're bumping drugs or alcohol or heroin, right? I don't look at it that way. I know that if we look, we can go back and find some of these things. Because these ACEs are overrepresented in 2 groups. People in drug and alcohol treatment and people who are incarcerated. My friend, Professor Bingham, and I work in the field together, and you know that if we go back and we look at people's lives. So we see that these are powerful. These impact relationships, they impact health, they impact coping mechanisms, mental health issues. 4 more, you are less likely to graduate high school. You are more likely to have a drug and alcohol issue. You are more likely to be divorced. You're more likely to find yourself in low-end menial jobs. And those things happened back when we're young. And now the message is out. We're clear. We understand it. And this is good news because we can help understanding and fix it. So what happens? Well, quickly, in some kids, and I'll talk about the variants here, but in some kids, what happens when they're young, even when they're babies, if there's a lot of conflict, if there's a lot of drama, if there's a lot of ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, it can create a mechanism in the brain. It's called the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal pathway. That becomes hot, and they don't know why. They're anxious, they're scared. Now, some of you, just by virtue of how we're wired, we're anxious and nervous, and that's okay. That's what I call free-floating anxiety. But some we can link right back to childhood. Some we can go, oh yeah, I was terrified when Dad came home. Absolutely. And that mechanism gets put in place. That's a good mechanism. It keeps us safe. Again, if a dog's chasing us, if somebody breaks into the home at 3 in the morning, you want that mechanism. You don't go, it's all good. No, you want to be up. You want to fight or flight, and sometimes we freeze, right, the 3 responses. But that mechanism in a lot of kids gets hijacked. And guess what happens in terms of education? When that mechanism gets overwrought, well, there's an inverse relationship to a degree. It's called the Yerkes-Dodson. So as arousal kicks up, our learning ability, our performance goes up to a point. Too much arousal, boom, and your frontal lobe shuts down. Simple example would be if you're getting a withdrawal from your ATM. You know your code, 4-pin, put it in. But if somebody puts a gun to your head, oh, wait a minute, what is that? Is it 4312 or 4321, right? We've all experienced that in times of exceedingly enormous stress. So one of the things we wonder is your ACE score your destiny? No, not necessarily, because we know how to help. We know what the underpinnings of that from a neural basis is, and we know how to create programs that can help you identify where those things come from. Researchers, I love this, they categorize us like personality types and things like that. Now they're looking at the genome, the genetic research, and they're saying their kids fall into kind of 3 types of individuals. There are kids that, show you real quick, are orchids. There are kids who are lilies, and there are kids who are dandelions. Orchids, just by virtue of how you're born, are a little more sensitive. They have a hard time adjusting to change. It can be hard for them to move forward into new situations. Lilies are, sometimes they have to be tough, but other times they're kind of sensitive. So you may grow up like in a really hard environment, but there are times when you're thoughtful, pensive, you write, create things. And dandelions are just kids, they're almost virtually indestructible. And the neural wiring is amazing. If you're walking this summer along a concrete in an urban area and you look down and you see a dandelion, that's it. Let me work real quick. We know now that, as I said, what's in our heads and our body, we know now that who we are is not nature or nurture. It's everything. It's nature and nurture and life. We understand it's a confluence of those things, that there is no longer one debate. Is it nature? Is it nurture? It's both, and it's life. People now, we just got out of, hopefully we're out of the COVID, right? There are people who, by virtue of their genome and by virtue of how they were raised, get COVID. Is it dose related? Probably. But the mechanisms at play wreak havoc on one person and not on the other. We have no control over that. You have no control over natural disasters and things like that. So we understand now we are complicated, and it's a confluence of those things. As I mentioned, the orchids, the lilies, dandelions, that's likely to change in the next 25, 30 years. We'll see absolute understanding and much more certainty about how your mechanisms interplay with who you are and your environment. But right now, it's fun. And this came out of the Genome Project in 2006. Before that occurred, we thought that there were about 50,000 genes in human beings. Now we know for certain there's probably 20 to 21,000. Who you are, who I am, how you, for example, mediate stress. There's a huge genetic underpinning to it. So we understand that. My daughter, my favorite hawk, is here today. She and I have a gene variant that if we eat cilantro, oh my goodness, it tastes like soap. Some of you may go, we love Mexican food, but you put cilantro on it. If I'm at a dinner, I will eat it. But if we're out to eat it, no, keep that stuff away. I'm not eating Dawn soap, right? And we give it to her younger sister and my wife. They can have it, but we don't like it. So that's just a simple example of who we are. So if you know your ACE score, anybody here ever take an ACE score assessment? Okay, that's fine. If you don't worry about it. There's I can get you hooked up, or there's free online assessments if you're curious. You can do that. Once you do that, though, be prepared if you have, let's say, 3, 4 more. You can have one that can be daunting, but if you have 3, 4 more, you want to be recognizing how that might be impactful to you. So if that's the case, then you're going to seek professional help. Here, Heartland has a great counseling department. I've worked with 2 of the 3 therapists. They're awesome. So if you find today you take it and you're like, wow, I had 5. I had no idea. And you want to talk to somebody, by all means, talk to somebody, because it's really important. Practice good health habits. So eating, exercising, hanging out with people who are supportive, cultivating supportive relationships, those are vital to who we are. Right? Those help aid and abet. One of the things I find with patients who are suffering from major depressive disorder is that they have something called anhedonia. It just means a lack of pleasure in things. And so one of the course of treatments we always work on is every day getting up, shaving, or taking a shower or a bath, doing things that are what we call pro-social, because those things help push back on those ACEs when they occur. So know your personality. As I mentioned, there are the lilies, right? There's the orchids, there's the dandelions. Your personality is a confluence of all those things. Those 20 to 21,000 genes that comprise who you are, they're fascinating. And you are unique, you are the way you are, and you don't need to be like someone else. So know your personality. There's a big 5 personality test that I often use because it's evidence-based. There's been a lot of vetting, understanding the research behind it, which is good. There are other fun ones out there you can look at, but just know, just show of hands, how many of you would consider yourself introverted? Okay. How many of you are extroverted? Like you, okay. And how many of you are like in the middle? Good, okay. So this is why you want to know who you are, because you who are introverted, there's no question about that. That is really mediated genetically, biochemically. You do not get the bump getting up here that other people do. And so you don't want to turn yourself into an extrovert. You're going to do it. It is going to be effort. Now, can you do it if you need to? Certainly. But by all means, you don't want to have to play that game, that you're not like your older brother, older sister, or your friend. Know your intelligence strength. Here we focus on lots of things to do with academics. That's good. I'll tell you a story about a guy that you all know, and or most of you. But know that there are other intelligence strengths too, right? There are social emotional. There are not just mechanical. There are mathematical. There are philosophical. So know what your gifting is, who you are, and what you like to do. Don't fall victim to the Facebook phenomena, right? Facebook, you look at that and you think, man, everybody's marriage is better, their kids are smarter, they take greater trips, right? Like their lives are just blessed beyond measure, and it's just no use for me to do what I do, right? Yeah, that's the Facebook phenomenon. I sometimes get to see behind that. And let me tell you, we're all flawed. We all have our shortcomings and our challenges, and every day we get up and we're like, well, okay, this is who I am and this is what I'm doing. So don't fall victim to that. Cultivate resiliency. Learn things that help you. There is no longer a one-size-fits-all. There have been 4 seminal movements in human development, starting with Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, all the way up to The Secret, and there was Tony Robbins and Zig Ziglar. So there were like 4 seminal. And those are predicated on the belief that you're interested in those. But guess what? Some of you are wired differently, and you're not. That's okay. Be who you are, understand who you are, and grow and find what you love and what you like. And that's important. Let me tell you about Michael. This thing up here, those are speculums that a physician uses when a child has a difficult birth. When Michael was born, he was in bad straits. His mom's physician had to use 2 of those to get him out. And I'm going to follow this story. Along the way, Michael developed his facial nerve was paralyzed. So he developed kind of a droop in one of his side of his face. So his diction, his articulation wasn't really good growing up. And people noticed, and it wasn't coming back. The doctor thought maybe it'll come back, it'll regenerate. It never did. So he's always struggled with that. He had a father who was angry, terribly angry. He had a mother who was too. In fact, he said growing up, he remembers his mother hugging him only twice. His dad never did. Never. It was a tough, austere. In fact, when he was 5, he went into foster care, a form of foster care, and he stayed in that for most of his adulthood. And as a result of that, he ran away. I think 12 times, he said, from some point. He ran at least 12 times during his childhood. At one point, he ran all the way to Florida. He's walking to school in Philadelphia and decides, there's nothing there for me. I'm going to go to Florida. So he goes to Florida. He gets down to Ocala, Florida at 16 years old and has to get home. So he has this idea, I can't get home. He sells his coat for $3 so he can eat. He breaks into a military installation, knowing that as a minor they'd feed him, and they ship him back to Philadelphia. At Philadelphia, because of what he did, they put him in a psychiatric lockup because of this. He failed virtually every class. In fact, he was kicked out of 2 school systems in Pennsylvania and I think Maryland. Failed virtually every class save for one. He loved theater. That was his saving grace. He thought, I can't write, I can't do math, I can't do anything like that. He eventually went to a community college. God bless community colleges, right? And he went to Miami-Dade and studied acting. And then he went on and got a bachelor's degree and moved to the big city at 22. He'd go to New York, right? That's where all the acting gigs are. Except that from the time he was 22 until he was 28, he amassed a grand total. The biggest paycheck he ever got acting was $200. $200. And at one point, he was homeless, living in Grand Central Station for 3 weeks. He had no money, and he was ready to give it in. Like, I'm done with this acting thing. He took a number of part-time jobs. He cut fish, he was a bouncer, and one of his favorite, he was an usher. And he went to movie theaters. And when nobody was there, he was fascinated by how movies were written. And so he would take notes on them. He couldn't write. He said, I barely got through English in my undergrad. I couldn't write. But he goes, I could figure that out. My brain worked well enough. He went to, when he was 28, he went to a sporting event. And from that sporting event, it sparked an interest in a story. He went home. He had a little efficiency in New York. He went home, and in 3.5 days, he did something that changed his life. He wrote a movie script. He blacked his windows out. He put his clock up. He put Do Not Disturb on his door. He said, I slept when I was exhausted. I ate when I was starved, and I kept at it. And he pounded, and he pounded, and he pounded. And he wrote a love story. He had absolutely no interest at first. He was down to $12, and finally, a movie company said, we like this. This is a cool love story. We'll pick it up. We'll give you $100,000. $100,000. And Michael said, no. What? No, I'm not taking it unless I get acting. And the producers laughed. Dude, good luck. When he tried to get he's an Italian. When he tried to get a job as an extra in an Italian movie, he didn't even qualify as one of the 200 extras. He wasn't Italian enough. So he said no, and he took the script, and a week before he met 2 guys who invested in him, he had to sell his dog. $50. These 2 guys came along, and they said, yeah, we like the movie. We'll take a gamble on it, and paid him $350,000, right? $12 to $350. Sold his dog a week before for $50. Cost him $3,000 to get his dog back. That's the way it works in a big city, right? Got to make a profit. And so he did. And he won the Oscar for Best Picture. 1977. Remarkable. This kid, who couldn't talk well, couldn't hardly act, had enough temerity and belief in himself that he understood where he came from. And he's like, oh, this is life. I'm going to throw it all in. Nominated for Best Actor, Best Screenplay, it won for that. Michael, you know him, as Michael Sylvester Gardenzio's. And he went on to have a stellar career. A stellar career, right? He knew what he could not do, but he knew what he could do. He knew how he was wired, understood what his gifts and talents were, which were minimal compared to other people, and he had a dandelion heart. In fact, I'd call him a sunflower. He just wouldn't quit. You could not crush him, right? That's rare. Likely, that's a substrate of how he was born, how he's wired, but he wouldn't give up. So I tell you this, right? ACEs, those things, they don't define who you are. They are who you are, but they don't define who you are. We cannot categorize who you are. Nobody can measure your intensity, your tenacity, your belief, your heart. We can't get down to that. But we can know that things are possible. You can change. You can turn it around. You get with people who turn it around. You listen to those stories. You understand what they did. You get informed by what they do, who you are, your talents, your gifting, nobody else's, and you move forward predicated on that. I tell the kids, the adults who come with me, who see me in therapy, you had a score of 5. Your life was terrible. But is that 5 defining you? Absolutely not. What's it say about who you are? It says that there is something deep within you that got through all that you moved to the other side, that you pushed through. So if you can create space in your head to understand that, that's powerful. It's life-changing because it doesn't tie us back to those things. You remember them. You understand that's a part of your history. It doesn't define what your future is. So, ACEs, we know a lot about them. I love talking about them. We know now that your generation is moving forward, and we have more treatments, more opportunities to help, more understanding of what these things do, who they are, but more importantly, they don't categorize and shackle our future. From this, we can learn and grow from it. Thank you. Is that it? You're welcome. Oh, thank you so much. Perfect. Thanks so much.
Our next speaker today is Schick. Schick is an employee at Heartland Community College and the Success Connections. She attended Illinois State University for both her bachelor's and master's, and her main priority is to help Heartland students take advantage of all the endless opportunities that Heartland has to offer. Welcome to the stage, Schick.
All right, am I on here? Sounds like, yes, good, okay. Hi, yes, I am Schick. I am one of the success coaches here at Heartland. I am here to talk to you today about assertive communication. Assertive communication is the ability to express yourself and behave in a way that enables you to achieve your goals without infringing on the interests of other people. So making sure that your needs and interests are met without inhibiting the needs and interests of others. Assertive individuals are typically considered all the good things. They are open, they are confident. People who use assertive communication are regularly considered very positive people and upbeat. They are not easily intimidated. And people who communicate assertively also are very good listeners. It's not all about talking. I would say in communication, one of the most important pieces of communication is listening. and listening to actually understand, not just listening so that you can respond. Listen closely enough that you can really understand where someone else is coming from before you actually respond. And that's what assertive communication is all about. It's about everyone being heard. When communication happens assertively, everyone in the party is heard and observed and gets to express their needs and concerns openly. Developing your communication skills and also your listening skills and resiliency is one of the most important things that you can develop, I believe, especially while you're here at Heartland. Developing these assertive communication skills can make sure that you actually meet all of your goals and achieve what you want to achieve in the future. The bottom line, though, is that you have to own it. You have to own your own development. You have to know what your weaknesses, your opportunities for improvement. You have to know your opportunities for improvement, and then you have to take steps to make that improvement. That's not just a very clever interviewing question. When you're asked about your weaknesses, you're not just talking about what your weaknesses are and then saying, and you deal with it. Oh, is it not on? Oh, there we go. Okay, is that better? Oh, that's much louder, yes. Whoa. When you're talking about weaknesses, we're not just talking about, here's my weakness, now you deal with it. You're talking about, this is what I've identified in myself that I can improve upon, and here are the improvements that I am making. So identifying those weaknesses, identifying those opportunities for improvement, and then taking the next step and actually making those improvements. That's a very, very important thing that you can do, and assertive communication is your most important tool in your toolbox to achieve that completing those opportunities for improvement. You are in charge of your own development in that you need to ask for and create your opportunities for improvement. No one's going to come to you with the fun projects. The fun projects already have plenty of volunteers, so no one's going to ask you to help participate in the fun projects. You have to tell your supervisor or your instructor or your committee members what you are interested in and what you think is fun and that you are good at so that you can participate in those projects. The fun stuff already has tons of volunteers. They are not looking for more people. You have to express your interest in those fun projects, whatever you think is fun. You have to go out there and actually volunteer to participate in opportunities and activities outside of your classroom and outside of your job description that you are interested in. So there's always a question of what comes first, the experience or the job? All these jobs want me to have so much experience before they even pay me for it. Well, I'm here to tell you what comes first is the experience. The experience comes first. However, you're probably not going to be paid for it. It's going to be volunteer experience. It's going to be outside of your pay grade. It's going to be something extra that you do to develop yourself and own that opportunity for development. So you have to go out there and actually volunteer and take on those extra tasks so that you are more marketable in the future for your future career. When I talk about volunteering and helping that kind of thing, what I'm talking about is expressing that interest in the outside activities. So if you want to help manage events, if you're really interested in event management, you have to volunteer to actually help manage an event. So you hear about an event going on, say, hey, I'll help with that. Even though it's not part of my pay grade technically, I'd love to help manage that event because I want to learn more about it. Or you want to be a marketing professional. You want to learn more about marketing and you want to go into marketing in the future. You need to volunteer to make a flyer. You need to volunteer to be part of an exploratory committee that's talking about the different ways to market a new activity on campus or a new event. You have to volunteer your time to learn more about those marketing strategies and how to become a marketing professional in the future. Go out of your way to do that extra added activity so that you can be more marketable in the future yourself. Some guidelines for a successful assertive meeting. When you're going into these kind of meetings and wanting to really be assertive in your communication style, whether it's in a professional environment, in a job where you work, or if it's in a personal something in your personal life, meeting with personal friends or in your relationships with others, or while you're here on campus. I have some guidelines that you can follow to make sure that you are assertively communicating your needs without infringing on others' needs. So one step is make sure that going into a meeting or going into a conversation with someone, everybody has a little heads up on what's going on. Even though you feel like you know what's going on, don't make the other person come in totally blind. So if you want to talk with your instructor about taking on an extra task, or talk with your supervisor about volunteering on a new committee, email them ahead of time and let them know, hey, this is what I want to talk about. Give everybody a little briefing ahead of time so that everybody knows what's up and what you want to talk about. And then next, you want to define the problem and define your current solution. So make sure you are very clear of, this is the problem that I'm observing, or this is the deficiency in my skills and my knowledge that I'm addressing, and here's my solution to address that. You want to make sure you very clearly define the problem and define the solution that you're going for. Use examples to do this. Be sure that you come up with a few instances to really illustrate what you're talking about. That's how you make sure that you're very clearly communicating what you need, is to use as many examples and real life scenarios as you can. You want to express your feelings very calmly using I statements. I statements that avoid you. What you don't want to say is, I need you to do this. There, I started with I, right? That's what she said to do. Nope, now you missed it. What you need to do is use an I statement that doesn't use the word you. So you want to say, I feel like I can work best under these circumstances. ... I feel like I am most effective when I am able to ... Don't add in the you. And use that in your personal relationships too. Focus on I. Focus on what I want to achieve, what I need, without demanding any change or any influence from the other person. Use I statements, but only I. And make sure that you keep these conversations calm. If you start to feel emotional, if you start to get a little overwhelmed, that's a good time to take a break. Tears and strong emotions really do not belong in these kinds of assertive communication scenarios. So if those emotions start to arise, if things start to get a little difficult, that's a good time to say, let's take 5, let's go to the car and yell a little bit, or sing a little bit, or whatever you need to do to recenter yourself, but let's take 5 and come back in just a few minutes, because we're no longer communicating effectively. And then you want to keep it simple. Make sure that you are requesting just one request at a time, that you are addressing just one problem at a time, that you are coming up with just one solution at a time. Keeping it simple is always a good way to go. And you want to make sure that you are asking for things that are reasonable as well. This is especially important in a working environment or with your instructors. You need to make sure that your requests are reasonable. How you can ensure that your requests are reasonable is if the request could broadly be applied to everyone. If pretty much everybody could request the same thing and it could mostly be accommodated, that's a reasonable request. If other people are going to benefit from what you're requesting, that's also a reasonable request. If it's something that's only you're going to benefit and it can really only be applied to you, now we're crossing the line of it's probably not as reasonable of a request. But when it can be applied to everyone and multiple people will benefit from your request and your solution, then it's probably reasonable and it's great to talk about it. You go for it. So once you've taken these steps and feel like you're assertively communicating with your professor or with your loved one or with your supervisor, gain confidence in knowing that, okay, I've done everything I can do. I've gone in, I've presented my case, I've done it calmly and confidently, I've listened with the intent of understanding where they're coming from, and I'm going to now leave it in your realm. I'm going to confidently present my case, and then that will be it. That will be the end of it. But you need to be ready to hear no. There's also a very good chance, 50-50, maybe more than that you're going to hear no. You're not always going to get what you want. You can go in and present things beautifully and perfectly and do everything that you are supposed to do and be so well prepared and still hear, nope, it's not going to work. We're not going to be able to do that. not going to be able to accommodate your requests, and that's okay. That's not a time to shut down. Certainly not the time to shut down. You need to regroup and persist. That's the time to come up with a new solution. Do some creative problem solving. There's an awesome resume builder for you. Creatively problem solve to come up with a new solution, to maybe address a new problem and come up with a solution to that, and then readdress the old problem at another date. Don't shut down at those no's. Just regroup and persist. You need to own it and own your own development and own your own desire and own your own opportunities, but know that it's not always about you. It's not always personal. We're all here in college at Heartland because we want to have a career in the future. We want to care about what we do. We're here working really hard, studying really hard because we want to be in a career field that we care about, that we love, that we worked so hard to get to, and that's a great thing. That's a wonderful thing. That's what we all should be doing, is working on something that we can really care about and be invested in. However, that sometimes leads to all of us being very personally invested in our work. And it causes every single negative interaction with a customer, every negative interaction with a supervisor, every bad day at work to feel like a personal attack on us. And that's really just not the case. It's not personal. It's not always personal. Sometimes it is just business. That's something that you have to just remember. And I don't like to hear excuses about this. I don't like people to shut down and say they're personally attacking me, they hate what I do, I gotta get out of here, this is it. You know, I'm shutting down after this terrible interaction because it feels personal, because I worked really hard to be where I am. So it's difficult to understand and remember it's not personal. It's just business. This is just a business environment. You need to work hard to shield yourself with a shield of professionalism. Put on an armor of professionalism that when I'm at work or when I'm at school, this is my professional self. And even though I care very deeply about this career that I am in, I care about what I'm doing, I am shielded in this professionalism that any negative interaction that comes at me is just gonna bounce right off. It's gonna bounce off this way, I'm gonna fend off that issue, and I'm gonna fend off this negative person, and all those problematic things are gonna just bounce right off when you are shielded in your professionalism. Don't make excuses about it, for sure. I don't wanna hear, I don't want details of your incompetence. Details of your incompetence do not interest me. I just want you to get ready, be prepared, know what's going on, and sometimes fake it till you make it. Sometimes you're thrown into a situation that you don't know what's going on, and I am totally lost, but that's okay. Fake it till you make it, pretend like you know what's going on, and eventually you will know what's going on, and you won't have to fake it anymore. So, once you have that shield of professionalism, don't take on other people's problems, too. That's gonna be my final point. Don't make the negativity of others or the issues of others be your problems. Remember, this is just business. I am a professional in this field. Even though I'm heavily invested and engaged in this field, it's just business. The problems of others are just that. They are their problems. They are not mine. So don't take it personally. Don't let the problems of others affect you and your work. You just focus on yourself and focus on owning it assertively. Thank you for coming to my Hawk Talk.
Test mic one. Going good. Oh, awesome. Waiting to get his PowerPoint.
Okay. Hey, Matt. Matt.
Thank you.
So far, so good. People are showing up a little bit. Are you guys bored back there?
No?
You're awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
And there's been a couple people I had to tell them to turn the mic on because they would just start talking. Didn't realize it wasn't on.
Okay. Did you mute the screen?
Yeah, Jason did.
Okay. So then he'll turn it back on when it's closer.
Yeah, image mute.
I'm sorry. I'm used to doing literally everything for myself. So people doing things for me is like out of this world. I apologize.
It's all right.
Okay. Well, if you're hungry, go get a sandwich and cookies.
Okay.
Or the students eat them all and then leave. Very cool. Okay. Thank you so much.
Come up here and you grab the mic and then just hit that to on. Okay. And then the clicker is just see. Just left and right.
Really easy.
Yep.
Super. Thank you very much.
do I do this or this one or? Look, it's 10:59. Going. Do I wait for the doors to close? Okay. I am happy to introduce Matt Kreeb, who is the 510th Sentinel of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Arlington National Cemetery, where he served in every position, most distinctively as Assistant Sergeant of the Guard. Now a civilian, he operates a real estate business and various volunteer ministries. Matt is a graduate of the U.S. Army Primary Leadership Development Course, Eastern Illinois University, Lincoln Christian Seminary, and is a very rare brain cancer survivor. Matt raises his daughter in Fisher, Illinois.
Green light, go. In a toilet. Toilet. Yeah, you have no clue what I'm talking about, right? One of the common questions that I get as a tomb sentinel is, how do you go to the bathroom? You know, particularly the younger kids ask that question, amongst other things like alcohol and such, which I contemplate. Maybe you can come back to some of those contextual questions. But basically, we're not astronauts. We're more rare than astronauts. There's actually more American astronauts than tomb sentinels, technically. But no, we don't have a special assistant equipment. I don't wear a colostomy or anything. These pants are tight enough. You just hold it. It's real simple. You just hold it. Actually, in the busy season, this is the busy season. Right now, the cherry blossoms have emerged. And in D.C., I don't know if you've ever seen pictures. Everybody wants to see the cherry blossoms. I don't know how many years my parents came every spring to see the cherry blossoms, and they missed it every time. You never know when the cherry blossoms are going to emerge. But the busy season starts with the cherry blossoms, and it goes until the last leaf falls, where the days are so busy that I would literally only have about 5 minutes out of every hour to pee, poo, and refill. And I will attempt to give you 5 minutes. I'll do 25 minutes, and then you have your 5 minutes to pee, poo, and refill. But I didn't have to pee that often because even we were required on the hot days to drink 2 gallons of water, the first gallon by noon and the next gallon by 5 p.m. And I didn't have to pee very much still because of sweating such an enormous amount. You can't touch this stuff, but apparently, I didn't know this when I was a guard, that the higher the wool content in a suit, the higher quality and the better press that it holds, the better it looks even when it's soaked in sweat. And these are called dress blues. Yes, the U.S. Army, the tomb has always been guarded by Army soldiers, not Marines, as much as people may think. I love Marines, but we have always been U.S. Army soldiers. But this stuff retains heat very well. It's made out of 100% wool, which again holds an excellent press, but it also retains heat well in the nice hot summer days, right? So we put thermometers into our coat pocket, and they've been able to register temperatures up to 130 degrees on a hot summer day in the blazing sun. It literally fogs the kiwi on the shoes, turns them gray. So we have to shine shoes a lot of shiny shoes. I could talk all day about the weird things that the tomb guards do. But I encourage you, I got a more urgent message, something more important I think is more important to share. If you're curious, if you want to learn more about Arlington National Cemetery, all the history, I'm going to give you just a taste of context today. But if you want to learn, by all means, go to our website. We have an excellent website. We're even right now, we just posted our first video of a myth series that I'm a contributor for. that to answer some of those questions about bathroom and can't drink or smoke for the rest of your life and can't watch TV, all these different odd things. Who here has been to Arlington National Cemetery? Excellent. The rest of you, half of people, put it on your bucket list. Every citizen should visit their nation's capital, right? It doesn't seem unreasonable. Washington is a great place to go. I don't recommend trying to hit the cherry blossoms. It's better to go in the fall when all the students have gone back home for school. The fall is usually the best. But you go to D.C., put it on your bucket list, go to D.C., and visit Arlington. Arlington's at the top of the list, even though it's not in the district, but it's the best view of the district. You can see literally from the tops of the hills of Arlington over the Potomac River and see all of the district in one of the best views. Also the best place to view the fireworks and not have to fight the millions of people going down to watch the fireworks. Some extra special perks. Arlington National Cemetery, why go visit a cemetery? What sense does that make? Those of you who have been, you might have an idea. But the rest of you, that just seems weird. Yes, Arlington is beautiful. It's maintained like a botanical garden in perpetual care to the fullest extent. It is really quite remarkable in a lot of ways. Yeah, you get the great views. But why? Left that little clicker thing. Can't hold to so many things. Why visit the cemetery? I'll go back. Those rolling hills of headstones. 624 acres of on and on and on, all those stones in perfect alignment. They're standing in formation. That's military formation. There's a whole team of groundskeepers that just reset stones, freezing and thawing, heaves the stones, twists them. And there's a whole crew that just resets stones, and they set mason line strings to make sure that every stone is in perfect, absolute perfect formation. But why visit a cemetery? Well, I liken it to if you go to D.C., one of the first things I want to do, I just happened to get stationed there. I didn't aspire to be a tomb sentinel. I didn't even know what it was. So if you haven't been, don't feel bad. On my 19th birthday, I had no idea what Arlington National Cemetery was, nor the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. No idea. If they taught it in history, I didn't learn it. I just went wherever the Army told me to go. But what's special about Arlington? Well, getting to American history. Arlington chronicles American history in the most poignant way I have ever seen. And I've been to all the Smithsonian museums. I remember my first weekend off when I was stationed at Fort Myer, I wanted to go to the Smithsonian. I had this cool new thing called a cell phone. First one in my family to have a cell phone. Mom asked, what are you going to do with your day off? I'm like, I'm going to the Smithsonian. She's like, which one? The Smithsonian, Mom. You've never heard of the Smithsonian? Good grief. I grew up here in Illinois. I'd never been out of Illinois until then. Well, there's a dozen of them. One of them, the biggest one, I think the one with the most corridors, is the American History Smithsonian, the Smithsonian Museum of American History. I've walked those corridors so many times, and I don't think I've seen it all yet. Huge, 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 huge. Not as big as Arlington. And I don't think the Smithsonian Museum does as good a job at telling the history of our nation as Arlington does. In fact, I call Arlington, my little term I've coined, I call Arlington the living tapestry of American history. In that it chronicles Arlington, all these lives memorialized on stone, chronicles all of American history. Arlington literally has its roots in George Washington and continues to be woven. The fabric, this tapestry continues to be woven every day. Today, this very day, right now, they've already done at least 6, 7 funerals in Arlington. Today, they'll do an average of 25 a day. Funerals. So there's 25 new heroes that are interred in Arlington every day. The tapestry continues to be woven. And I say heroes very intently, very purposely, every single one of those stones. And, you know, this is one shot, one angle. You can walk and walk and walk all day long and never see them all. You certainly couldn't read them all. I haven't. I've spent years there and haven't read every stone. Couldn't possibly. But every single one is a hero, just to illustrate the type of stories of those who are buried in Arlington. One of the things that I wasn't required to do, all tomb guards are volunteer, exclusively volunteers. Very rare position where they need people, but it's entirely up to an individual to volunteer. I didn't know what I was volunteering for. They said, well, we need people to do this job. I'm a farm boy. You just get her done. It was the only piece of advice my dad gave me before I left for the Army. He said, son, this is going to be the best thing for you, but don't volunteer for anything. Whatever you do, keep your head down and be quiet. Don't volunteer for anything. And as usual, as a teenager, I did precisely opposite of whatever my dad told me to do. Still sort of do for the most part, but at any rate, Arlington, the tapestry of American history. In my off time, very few hours that most guys are sleeping, the Tomb Sentinel doesn't sleep very much. In my off time, I'd go to the library and study some of the people that are buried in Arlington. I'd visit these stones, and then I go look up the name in the library. This is pre-Google. I really appreciate what I call Associate Professor Google. I don't go to the library anymore. Now you get a whole library bigger right there in your hand, your phone. But I studied hundreds of these individuals that are buried in Arlington. And one of them, well, there's many of them that still gnaw at me to this day. Decades later, some of these stones are still teaching. The people that I met, their lives memorialized on stone, I never met. They were dead and buried there decades before I was born, most of them. Some of them, yes, they're being added today. I know a few who are buried in Arlington today, but the ones I studied, such as Robert Ream, for example. No, there we go. There's Robert. Robert Ream was a young man just like you. Well, unless you're female or whatever. Robert Ream, just like you, had dreams, aspirations. He just got married. Very excited, newlywed. We can speculate much about the type of person Robert was. I can't tell you because I didn't meet him, but I studied Robert, and I believe several things to be absolutely true. I've never talked to his family. I've just studied Robert. His actions speak louder than words. Actions, your actions, speak louder than words. And Robert's actions were hard to describe, hard to understand. So Robert was a zealous citizen. Citizen, just like you. Is there any non-United States citizens in this room? You have one. Two, okay, that's great. Citizen wherever you're from. The rest of us have this distinct privilege of being a citizen, just like Robert. He sat in your chair when he was your age. Well, not literally in this chair, because this chair didn't exist when he was that age. But still, he was a real person just like you. He had aspirations just like you. But Robert knew, I believe this to be true. He didn't tell me this, but I believe this to be true, that Robert knew that there's this thing that occurs. There's a service above self. That together, when we serve together, we build something greater than ourselves. I believe Robert knew that. And there came a point, so Robert was in the Marine Corps. I'm not sure if we can see that on the headstone or not. Obviously, he's dead. But Robert left he had to leave his life for deployment, wife, his young bride, and he was in the midst of a very intense battle. His whole company was in the midst of a very, very intense battle. And he was the leader of this company, and so he was having a quick sideline meeting in the midst of gunfire and explosions going off all around. He's got his squad leaders that he's briefing. We're going to flank this, and we're going to go here and go there in order to overcome this very difficult combative situation. And right in the midst of their little powwow, where there was 4 or 5 of his squad leaders, his leaders, an enemy grenade rolled right into their little circle. And in an instant, doesn't take long, an enemy grenade rolls right into their little powwow. Boom! How long did that take? Second, maybe 2? Could you make the decision? Robert made a decisive decision. In that 1 second, he chose that his highest calling there was to protect his comrades. He jumped on that grenade to take all the shrapnel into his own torso. Of course, it killed him, but it spared all the rest of them so that they could go on and win the day. He sacrificed himself. I believe, I assert, not because Robert told me, Robert's dead, but I believe, based on many stories, that that was a premeditated act. Could you make a decision to sacrifice yourself in a second? I don't think you could really consciously consider that ramification and make a conscious decision. I believe that it was premeditated. You've heard that word, like in a murder story on TV or a movie or whatever. They plotted it out. I believe Robert and those like him spent time considering different scenarios, different circumstances that may arise. At which case, this happens, this is what I shall do. I will not retreat. I will not surrender. If I'm taken prisoner, I will do X, Y, and Z. If a grenade falls in the midst, will I jump away? He had to assess in that 1 second what was the best thing. To jump away, grenade, run, or take the blast himself. He had to think about that. I don't think he decided in that 1 second. I think he decided years in advance when he was your age, sitting in these chairs. I think he decided well in advance. I think he decided that the greatest expression that any one of us can make, any of us, the greatest expression of love is to lay down one's life for one's friends. At least that's what Jesus said, and I kind of take his word as gospel truth. That's John 15:13, Matt's New Revised Standard Version. I'm a seminary grad. I can do that. I read the Greek. Not very well, but the highest expression of love is to lay down one's life for one's friends. And that's precisely what Robert did. Is that the highest use of his life? Was that the correct decision? I can't say, but I do know that it teaches, it informs. His actions inform us generations later as to the content of his character, as to his priorities. Service above self and loving sacrifice. Go back. The Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Now, we don't know the acts of the unknowns because, well, it's all there in the name. It's unknown. Give you just a 30-second context as to what the tomb is. Underneath that big white sarcophagus is the World War I unknown. It was just planted there this past November 11th, 1921, we had the centennial commemoration this past November 11th, 2021, 100 years. In that time, in World War I, there were many, many, many issues of identification. Soldiers died on battlefield. They were buried in battlefield cemeteries. Thus, there were many thousands of families back here in the United States that had no funeral, no grave, no wake. The processes that we go through when somebody dies, Like my best friend, his dad died and just had his funeral yesterday. We go through this process, you view the body, all these things. Well, all these folks didn't have that. All these families, well then all of the soldiers come home after the war and they lost friends, their comrades. And so we chose to follow, actually, England and France had done this before us. We choose to return one set of unidentified remains to represent all, so that each one of those people can come and visit the tomb and have a common grave, have a common funeral, where that could be Johnny, Bobby, my comrade so-and-so, my brother, my dad. That could be, they could visit there. In my time of service, there were still a lot of World War II veterans that were coming to visit the tomb, and some of the most moving moments were World War II vets, and I'm standing with them. And it took everything in me to hold composure as they're crying and recognizing that the World War II unknown could be their comrade, that they lost in such and such a place in their conflict. So that's what the 3 white slabs out in front. World War I was the war to end all wars. It didn't work out that way. So World War II is on the far left, those white slabs on they're level with the surface. Korea on the opposite right hand, your right hand, and in the middle, Vietnam. So 4 unknowns. It's still called the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, not plural, though I do have to say that the Vietnam unknown was disinterred and identified with DNA in 1998, returned to his family. I'll bring up Michael Blassie. Oh, I don't have a picture of Michael Blassie. Michael Blassie, the former Vietnam unknown, is from right here in Illinois. He was identified and returned to his family. Well, technically, he grew up in the St. Louis area. But this really humanizes and puts in perspective that maybe he would have, could have, should have gone to Heartland Community College. Though I figured out in 1990, I don't think it existed. Still, Michael Blassie drank from the same aquifers that you drink from today. He gave up Michael gave up his seat for you because duty called, and he left behind a young wife. He didn't have any children yet. He was shot. His plane was shot down over Vietnam. He's now the crypt of the Vietnam unknown is empty. It will remain empty. Just to answer one of your possible questions, because we are identifying 100% of remains. We will never have another unknown. But let me point out the most important piece. The tomb is a public memorial. The unknowns, yes, they are a single set of remains, but they represent all of those. They are the collective symbol of military sacrifice, if you will. And the guard, yeah, we're out there to protect it. You know, somebody might graffiti it up or something. Nothing too dramatic, but that's not good. Moreover, the more important piece of the guard walks back and forth like an eternal flame to ensure that America never forgets of the heritage of our heroes, such as Robert Ream and Michael Blassie and Arlington. Just Arlington is not the biggest national cemetery, and there's over 400,000 heroes buried in Arlington. Not the biggest, and at 25 funerals a day, it's not the busiest. Heroes all. Every single one of them, every single one, just as much hero as the unknowns. It's just the unknowns are delegates, special representatives of the highest sacrifice that anybody could give. And the guards walk back and forth in the strange ways that I wish I had time to talk about, peculiar things, but all, suffice it to say, everything the guard does, the sentinel does, is to give the highest honor to those who gave the highest sacrifice. 21 steps, we pause for precisely 21 seconds, and then walk back, 21, highest number of salute. I do 21 push-ups at a time. To this day, can't do 22, just stop at 21. Only on a PT test would I do more than 21. Everything, even the content of the character of the sentinel is critical to giving the highest honor. And that's why I was studying these characters, these heroes memorialized on stone all throughout the cemetery. Those people like Robert Ream have changed my life, continue to gnaw at me, teaching me today to remember where we have come from, the heritage, our heritage. This is our heritage. But something is different about, some things have changed about the tomb in that there are no more World War I veterans. Nobody left alive that experienced World War I. And will soon be the same with World War II. Even though I got to experience some World War II vets, most of them are going to be gone in a matter of just a few years. It won't be long. The guards will remain in perpetuity. We will walk stoically, that is, with highest composure, focus, laser focus, in memory of those who maintain their composure at the gravest hour of their lives. They maintain their composure in combat, like Robert Ream maintained his composure, laser focus, decisiveness at that moment when the grenade landed. Every one of them in Arlington, they chose decisively to surrender themselves at whatever, up to the full measure of their lives, whatever it takes. But there's not much, that's a century past. Nobody's going to be left alive. There'll still be a tomb guard out there. It's still your heritage, and I still think it's going to be important in the next century. The tomb has served splendidly for our country in the past century. But it didn't dawn on me. My entire adult life I've been advocating, teaching about the tomb. And this past November 10th, I was in Virginia for the centennial festivities. We had a lot of different things going on. And one of the things that's never been done before, and I was really uneasy about this, is that you see the guard walks, this is actually the back side of the tomb. All the people, this is kind of the closest front row seat you can get. They allowed the public for 2 days to come and lay a flower at the tomb. Literally, see that big black runway? That's a rubber mat. You know, we're walking with a lightning rod on our shoulder, and that helps with conductivity, preventing lightning strikes to the lightning rod we're carrying on our shoulder. They moved the mat to the other side of the tomb to get the guard out of the way. I never recognized this in my whole life, all my adult life. The focus has always been on the guard. For the first time I've been taught it's not about the guard, and I'm here to say it's not about the guard. Yes, this is the rarest award in military history. I'm the 510th. There's not many of them out there. You could buy one on eBay for about $10. But I don't recommend it. Let me buy it, and then I return it to its proper owner. The last 2 minutes, so this whole public flower ceremony thing was, I wanted to avoid it like the plague. It's like there's going to be too many people. I'm a farm boy. I love Arlington because my neighbors are quiet, and when there's going to be 2 million people in the cemetery, I don't want to be there. So I avoid it. But my buddy, I had a car. I drove out there, and I had a car, and he really wanted to go. It's like, okay, we'll go. So I'm not sure if this was really said or understood. I'm a civilian just like you. I'm a veteran. I've got some veteran benefits. And I still fit in this uniform. And I'll put this uniform on. I'll shape my head up right, and I'll look the part. But realistically, for the last 20 years, I've been a civilian. You mind if I take my pants off? I think a couple people will mind. Okay, get to the point, man. Get to the point. I'm a civilian just like you. I can at least do this, right? These pants are tight. But if you can fit in the same pants that were tailored to you 2 decades later, good for you. I'm going to get a new pair of pants, I think. At any rate, I'm a civilian just like you, and I go to Arlington to visit the tomb just like anybody else. And I went reluctantly. I did not want to go. Did not want to go, didn't want to go, didn't want to go. Too many people. I went for my buddy. Just, give him the opportunity to lay a flower right at the tomb. They moved the mat. The guard was out of the way. Never seen it before in my life. This is what I saw. You see, the guard is back. The mat, you sort of see a stain right here where the mat was. They moved it to the other side. The guard got out of the way, and the public was allowed to walk right up there and lay flowers right at the tomb. First time in history they were allowed to do that. And they showed up by the hundreds of thousands, stood in line all day. I'd never seen so many flowers in my life. I recognize the size perspectives. I took this picture after I got up off my knees and stopped weeping enough, because the first time in my life the public came to see the tomb and not the guard. The guard was out of the way. It was so special. This was the most significant, special moment in all my tomb history, all the hundreds and hundreds of days, because people came. Not just Americans, yes, Americans, mostly Americans, but all sorts of people came to visit, to render honors. We all stood on common ground. There was no rank, there was nothing hindering. Nobody's bringing political signs. This time in our country, I see more divisiveness than ever before in my lifetime. And maybe a couple older people, maybe it was worse in the Vietnam vintage, I don't know. But it feels like we're being split at the seams. We're at the brink of a civil war. And what I saw here is a place of unity, where there was no divisiveness, where there was a sense of not some kumbaya utopian society, but a sense is this is where we come together. This is where we recognize our common heritage. This is your heritage. Yours, just as much as mine, just as much as anybody else's. This is yours. And I ask only one thing, one question that I have for you. I wish I had more time, you could ask questions of me. Just ask, would you consider placing others ahead of yourself? Following the American dream is this fragile concept where we can come together on common ground, join together, recognize what unites us rather than what divides us. I believe that's the next century of the tomb, is remembering our heritage and uniting as a people. Will you join me on common ground?
two.
Just those two.
Okay, so when because there's nothing for them that's going up there. Yes, yes. Okay, so we can put our background up, is that okay? That's fabulous.
Microphone? That was not long.
Here's your thing. I appreciate it very much.
Okay.
Do you want me to take it?
We'll just put him on the scooter for the audience and let him do tricks.
So, for theirs was Frank Hawk Talk.
Okay, yeah.
And then what'd you say?
They don't have one right now, so can we just put the Hawk Talk logo back up there?
Yep. We'll do
And
that.
then we'll pull those up in an hour.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Do I need to do it or?
I know. They're getting it there, I think. Our next speaker is a group of fantastic men that are former Indiana inmates. Gary Green is a professional web developer and aspiring real estate investor. He is the Senior Academic Support Specialist in The Last Mile, a web development program dedicated to teaching technology and computer programming to incarcerated individuals. Gary also works as a software engineer and strategic consultant for TripBee, a technology company focused on making travel easier and more rewarding. Miles Folsom is a co-founder of a nonprofit called Invested Youth. During his 12 years of incarceration, he made it a point to study the correctional system in hopes of finding ways to make it better. He uses that experience to drive the mission of his organization and the direction of his talks. After turning 18 and being sentenced to life without parole, life took a drastic turn for Patrick Cox. He knew that he had to take advantage of every opportunity before him to make the necessary changes. That's if he ever wanted to be free again. After serving 26 years, he was given the opportunity he had prayed for, his freedom.
Hi, welcome everyone. I'm glad that you're all here. I am Jacquelyn Frank and I'm moderating this panel of wonderfully free individuals. And just as an aside, as we start the panel, I've actually known all three of these gentlemen for at least 10 years, 10 to 13 years. I originally did some volunteer work, and I just turned it off. Did I just turn it? Sorry. Okay. Volunteer work at Wabash Valley Correctional Facility in Indiana, which then became research, which then became collaborative work. And all three of these men were part of that programming and collaboration. And I also kept in touch with all of them, did further collaborations while they were still incarcerated, and I'm obviously still connected to them now. So there's definitely a familiarity, and they know each other in one way or another too. So it's a different kind of panel in that there's already some connections in place. Unfortunately, the fourth person who was supposed to be on the panel, Kevin, could not end up making it today. What I'd like to do is have each of the panelists take just like 1 to 2 minutes to introduce yourselves, give a little bit of background on yourself, your life, whatever you're comfortable with, and then tell everyone where you are in the reentry or freedom process now. So, start with Gary.
I guess this thing is on, huh? I'm Gary. I don't really want to start with the introduction of like the reentry process or that, even though that's probably the bigger part of it. But like the intro said, I'm a software engineer, and I primarily work for a company that teaches coding to prisoners. It's 100% a prisoner student population that we have. We're in 5 different states, and one of the classrooms that I teach in and that I support is this classroom that it's actually released from. So it's kind of like a cool little connection back. As far as that end of it, I did 22 years in 1 day. I came home at exactly the same time, on the same day of the week, of the same month, in the same weather as I had actually been arrested on. So it was kind of funny, like 22 years and 1 day later was a Friday at 8 a.m. and it was sunny in June. I don't know, it's a funny little, and that was a year and a half ago. Well, in June it'll be 2 years. And where I'm at in the whole process is completely free. I did a year and a half of home detention following my sentence, just as a, I don't know, monitored release, I guess. And that was it. I'm completely free of any incarceration at all. So I guess that's really it for me. Miles?
Hello, my name is Miles Folsom. I'm 29 years old. I served just about 12 years within the Indiana Department of Corrections. I was arrested at the age of 15. I was waived to adult court and given a 36-year sentence in that Indiana Department of Corrections. I arrived there at a maximum security prison when I was 16 years old, and then I fought for 12 years to be released. Fortunately, after 12 years, it was recognized. I was released early. So that is who I am. That's all I got right now.
My name is Patrick Cox, and I too was incarcerated at a young age. I got locked up. I just turned 18 years old, and I was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. So I'm sure, it'd be hard to fathom anybody trying to imagine what it would be like to be thrown into a cell and be told that you would never go home. But here I am today, and it took a long time. It was a long fight. It was, I knew that if I was going to ever be released, I had to change my thinking patterns. I had to start looking at things differently. So I worked hard through all the programming and the educational opportunities that was available for us. But it took 16 and a half years for me to get my sentence overturned, and I was resentenced. I was probably one of the only guys, I was telling people, one of the only guys that you'll ever meet that was happy to get a 60-year sentence, because under their sentencing laws at the time, it meant I had to do 30 years. And with time cuts from the programming and the education that I took part of, I got 4 years knocked off for that, which was the max allotted time. But, so I ended up serving a total of 26 consecutive years, and I was released. Now I'm currently still on parole, so I still have supervision. I had to get special permission to leave the state from my parole officer to be able to come over here and share with you people. And so I'm working right now just through a manufacturing company as a machine operator, but I'm actually starting progress on my own not-for-profit organization that's going to be working toward helping at-risk youth, curbing them from the poor decisions that some of us have made, and keeping them out of the system as best as I can. So that's kind of where I'm at with my reentry process.
Okay, thank you all very much. As an anecdote, I was still at Wabash when Patrick got the word that the judge would review his sentencing, and I just remember that day very clearly. And you said, "I'm not gonna lie, I was in my cell crying when I read the letter from the judge," and then I went to testify on his behalf as well. And yeah, just the impact of an opportunity to move forward and get out of the system is just kind of still incredible to think about. So before we really focus on reentry, I did want to ask a few questions about the incarceration experience itself, because it does kind of inform where you are now and for people's understanding about about reentry. And the focus of this panel is transitions and transformations. And excuse me, and all of you enter prison in your teenage years. And you don't all have to answer every question if you don't want to. I meant to say that at the start too. It doesn't have to be like, okay, we're gonna go down the line kind of thing. So you all entered prison in your teenage years, and thinking back, what would you say was the most difficult transition for you coming into an adult prison, being so young? You know, what was the hardest transition?
So I went to prison when I was 19, and I went to a maximum security prison. And I think the hardest part of that was that everyone was bigger than me. Like, they were all big guys. You know, that was a little intimidating. Really, though, probably the hardest part was that I'd never really had a earth-shattering event in life where, you know, suddenly everything changed. You know, your house burns down, or you go through a divorce, or, you know, some real traumatic event. And so for me, my first real, the whole world fell out, the whole bottom fell out, was going to prison. And that I think it was just super shocking. And I was very alone and didn't know anybody, and did not know how to just work from day to day. And so I was really just blindly figuring it out. And so yeah, I think that was really part of the hardest part for me. It wasn't that prison was hard or prison was scary, or it wasn't anything like that. It was just a major event in life that I was not in any way prepared for, because they don't teach that in school.
So I got to prison when I was 16 years old. And similar to Gary, I would say that the utter hopelessness of it, arriving at that situation, in the state that puts you in that situation, is a terrible feeling. It's this immense loneliness, especially, you know, I mean, in my case, you know, I live up north, so it was 4 hours to the prison that I was at, and that type of distance for a family that doesn't come from the greatest means, I mean, it might as well be 4,000, you know, I mean, just that short distance. And really, there's no reason I had to be down there. I mean, it was fairly arbitrary, but that's where I was, and I was alone. And so dealing with that and sort of overcoming that, you know, learning to live and work with it was very hard. And a lot of people, they don't. You know, I mean, we are an exception in many respects. There are a lot of people in there that you may say or look down upon or say like, oh man, you know, that guy, his life is, you know, smoked. He's not doing anything for himself. But it's because he hasn't been able to overcome it as we have, to learn how to live and manage and create with his own pain. And so they just eat themselves alive in there. And it's easy to look at them in that state, in that chaotic state that they live, and think, oh wow, what a savage. But really, it's just somebody who doesn't know how to deal with pain. Somebody in particular who has been given a lot of pain and never learned how to deal with it because it was so overwhelming. And so similar to myself, I feel like I went through that, something similar to Gary, and you know, I mean, I'm sure that's something you're going to hear probably later on in this panel, and from other people, if you really sit down and you talk to them and you ask them, what was it? And then secondly, it was the danger for me. I mean, I was coming home no matter what. And so, 16 years old, I'm in a maximum security prison with the worst offenders that you can ever imagine. And I don't just mean people who, mistakenly, made a wrong action. I mean some sadistic people, predators, serial killers, serial rapists. That's who I ate breakfast with. Just because. That was hard.
For me, I was just 18, but it was definitely a mental struggle. Not being able to see your family, not being able to talk to them. Phone calls are ridiculously expensive. You call home. I'm a mama's boy, so the relationship that I had with my mom struggled, at times, and there was times when she was ready to give up, because it seemed endless and hopeless, but thankfully she stuck around. But probably the most traumatic part of it all was also, as they kind of touched on, was, some of the violence, or the threat of violence around. I grew up fighting a lot, so I wasn't a stranger to fighting, but in there, a lot of people, they're playing for keeps. They're not just trying to fight. They have, knives or whatever, so while I was there 8 days, and a guy was down there, he was like my uncle, but he said, I got to get you over here and teach you how to research this law, because you're a smart kid. He said, but you're going to be the one to get you out of prison. You ain't going to have to, pay a lawyer. He said, you're going to be the one to get you out of prison, but you have to learn how to research this law. So 8 days into my incarceration at Wabash Valley, I was in the law library, and at that time they didn't have the computers and stuff, set up for research. And you had to go through the books. And so as I'm standing in line waiting to go get our books, I hear some commotion, and I look over and I see a violent act taking place, and it really, it was a guy was stabbing another guy and over a disagreement. But anyways, I seen this guy's intestines as he walked past me, and in shock. He was trying to push him back inside himself, and and that's traumatizing when you see something like that, because you might see something like that on TV, and that's one thing, but when you're within 3 or 4 feet away from this guy as he's walking past you, fear of his life, and that's after the COs was in there to break it up, and got the other guy under control, but and it does something to you as far as desensitizing you, because I was traumatized at first, and I remember Dale telling me, just stay back. This ain't got nothing to do with us. Just stay out of the way. And he was so calm about it. I was like, why is he so calm? I was wide-eyed and freaking out, but I realized over a little more time, you see violent acts like that, and you do become desensitized to it, because it's not an everyday occurrence, but it becomes more normal in a situation or environment like that. But that was definitely probably the most, earth-shaking, moment for me as my incarceration was seeing stuff like that, and then it made me question myself as later time went on, because as I became desensitized to something like that, then I thought, man, am I becoming less human, because this seems normal now. But that was something that, I had to really do some soul searching on and, evaluate myself. But all in all, that was that type of an event that was just earth-shaking. It really changed your outlook.
Thank you. And jumping off of what you said, Patrick, too, it's also a survival skill. But I understand the questioning as well, and hearing a number of you guys talk about that, either during the process or after coming home, and having some PTSD over it. It's like, wow, I really lived through a lot of trauma, and how do you process it? And do people on the outside understand that? And are there even professionals working on the outside who can relate to what that experience was like? And just going into survival mode, which you said is also desensitization mode, which is for people like you guys who are certainly, self-aware and self-reflective, it's disturbing because it's not, as you said, dehumanizing. So thank you all. The one other question related to time on the inside is that because Hawk Talks is taking place at Heartland Community College and the majority of the audience are students, I wanted to ask the following. Each of these gentlemen attended college while incarcerated, and in some case graduated during college as well. And I wanted to ask what types of transformations and transitions did your educational experiences during incarceration help you with? So like, what was the impact for you of whether, directly related to content that you learned or just in terms of that higher education experience while incarcerated? What did that do for you?
I think it kind of did the same thing that learning how to survive in prison did for me. And that was, it made me realize that I could do anything. Like, no matter how hard it is, you can do it. And when people say, I couldn't do that or I can't do that, well, that's not true, because you can. We've all got it in us that you can get through anything. And like the story that Patrick told you, you normalize things just to get through them. But as far as school went, going to college was one of the more normal things that I experienced in prison. One of the more like real life normal things. And at the time I had a full-time job. And honestly, I felt like it was just like it would have been out here. I went to work full-time. I went home, went back to my cell and I had dinner. And then I went to school in the evenings. And all weekend I basically did schoolwork. But I think college really showed me that I could do it. Like I could overcome any kind of challenge. Greek was a good example. If you're going to talk about content in school, I took a year of Greek in a biblical studies degree, and I tell you that was hard. It was really hard in prison to learn Greek. So was accounting. Yeah. And like he said, we didn't have computers back then, so we really didn't have them in school. So I learned accounting on paper with papers like spread out across my cell, my little 8x10 bathroom that I lived in. I had debit and credit sheets everywhere. They were just plastered on the walls and across the bunks, and that's how I did school. But those particular experiences really taught me that like no matter what it is you're up against, you can do it. We all can.
Education was very important for me when I got to prison. It was something that I hoped for upon turning 18. When I turned 18, I was moved into the general population, which allowed me to attend all the normal programs within the prison. However, shortly before my 18th birthday, the Pell Grant ran out, and they pulled it from funding prisoners. So a prisoner cannot apply for a Pell Grant. That wasn't how it used to be. So in one swift move, free college was taken out of the Indiana Department of Corrections. So for me, it was over. But as I said, education was a symbol to me, a symbol of freedom. And so I pursued it on my own for probably about 8 years. Just reading everything that I could. And it was a means of coping, in some way. It was also a means of regaining the time that I had lost. In prison, it's like all the time could be wasted time. But if you do something with your time, you sort of get it back. You have something to show for it, whether it be the knowledge read from a book or a letter written to a friend or something drawn, for instance. It was all about investing in my time so that later on it would give back to me, and that time wouldn't all have been a waste. And so in that vein, I pursued my education. Luckily, though, after 8 years, I was transferred to another prison up north called Westfield Prison, which is it's proximate to Notre Dame University and Holy Cross College. Now, luckily for me, there's a thing called the BARD Initiative, which started up. It was a pilot program. It's grown pretty big, and what they're doing is they're trying to experiment with bringing college back to prisons. And so there is a second chance Pell Grant. It's very select, and I was fortunate enough to be accepted into one of those programs called the Moreau College Initiative. And so half of my professors were Notre Dame professors and half were Holy Cross, and they would come out to the prison Monday through Friday and have class in a normal classroom, and that was just wonderful for me. I tell you, I mean, I educated myself at 8 years, sure, but it was different being in a classroom with a professor, being required to write papers on what you read. And it was also different being taught by people who really cared, people who were compassionate, who really wanted to listen to me, to understand my ideas. And those are the type of people who decided to teach out there. I graduated with an associate's degree from Holy Cross. I was released early before I could finish my bachelor's. However, I just enrolled in the spring semester of Holy Cross. This is my final semester of my bachelor's degree. I was just elected, or rather awarded the honor of being the honor of being valedictorian of my graduating class. Although most of my degree was attained within the prison, they still recognized my achievements. So education was pivotal for me. I'm the first prisoner to ever be published in the Notre Dame magazine or the Notre Dame Journal of Undergraduate Research. In my time out of prison, they have been instrumental in my reintegration into society, helping me find speaking events, meeting people. I mean, they have really networked me. It's been a very valuable experience.
I'm gonna be honest. As a kid, once I got to about 5th grade, I hated school. It was a struggle, to stay in. I was always pretty book smart, but I just didn't apply myself because I wasn't interested. I started getting interested in other things. So once I got to prison, that was still my mindset, And what got me started on the educational process was, I remember I was there and I was talking to the same guy I told you had me in the law library, and he said, man, you gotta get you a job out here in this industry building. I know your family ain't got a lot of money, so you'll be able to supply, your own needs and stuff like that. If you're working out there, you'll make good money. So, all right. So when the counselor called me out, he said, what do you want to do? I said, I want to go work in that building back there. And he said, oh, well, before you can go work there, you had to have your GED. I was like, oh, man. So I said, well, sign me up for that then. I'll get that. And I had to be in there for a certain amount of time for the hours and all, of course, but I received my GED right away, and then I get back to the cell house. I'm telling the counselor, hey, I got my GED, I want to go work. So he gets me a job in there, eventually, but they come up with a sign-up sheet for these grants, as he was speaking on, for college. I was still lucky enough that, when I got incarcerated in 1995, that grant was still available for us at that time. So I was able to take full advantage of that, and wasn't really interested, but other guys was pushing me. I was the youngster around, so all these older guys was like, no, you got to get in there, do that, So I was like, ah. So I did it, I just followed through, and I'm glad I did, because the process of my education, was life-changing. Not only, as Gary talked a little bit, it consumes you, and you become so involved in that moment, in that time, that the time seems to fly by. I was working, come in at 3:30 in the afternoon, get a quick bite to eat, turn around and go to school at 4. Come in at 9 o'clock, go to sleep, do it all over again. But as I started to learn, and I was looking at my grades, started taking pride in my grades. I started seeing the differences that it was making in my communication skills, and through the education there, I started opening more opportunities, other doors for other programs, and so it definitely altered my life as far as being incarcerated. But it also done something inside, because And this is the reason I feel it's so unfortunate that they took away those grants for, you know, men and women that's still incarcerated. But it gives you a sense of pride, you know, a sense of achievement, because now, instead of living under the stigma that society will place on an incarcerated individual, you feel like you are somebody instead of something. You know, I can do this. I have the ability to do whatever it is I need to do when I get out of here. Now I believe in myself. And, you know, I know that's, you know, it's priceless. You know, there's nothing I can say about it, because now when I get out, yeah, I have a felony over my head, you know, but I feel that's overshadowed by my education and my opportunities, my drive, my ambition. So that doesn't bog me down. You know, I feel like if given the opportunity, I can do anything in this world. And I plan on pursuing it further, you know, once I get in the right situation. But it was truly life-changing, you know, to be able to take part in the educational opportunities that was there for us.
So stay in school. College is invaluable. Yeah, so the college professor had to make sure that I asked that question. Now, switching gears, and that's my thumb, thinking about the time since coming home, I wanted to start off by asking a question about stigma. A few of you have kind of brought it up a little bit. Have you experienced situations where you felt stigmatized, or how have you balanced your, we've talked a lot about, like, on the inside and the outside, identity, and the growth and shifting and development of your own identity as an individual and as someone other than, you know, prisoner 92345 and whether or not you've had to face some real challenges in terms of stigma since you've come home, and how you've dealt with that.
Honestly, I don't think I have faced that many challenges related to stigma. You know, I think there was more fear of it than there was actual being stigmatized. I've had some experiences when I first came home with finding jobs and failing some background checks. But beyond that, and honestly, the way I dealt with that was, well, there's plenty of jobs, and some of them are going to do background checks, and out of those, some of them are going to decide if they don't want to hire me because I have a felony. And I just kind of notched it up to, okay, well, that's not the job for me, and if you want to do a background check, that's fine. That's up to you, and you know, if you don't want to hire me because of that, that's okay. I don't have any feelings towards it. You know, that's any number of reasons why someone wouldn't get a job, and that was the reason why I didn't in some cases. Otherwise, I don't feel like I've been stigmatized at all. And like walking down the street, I don't think anyone would ever know that I did 22 years in prison. I just, you know, I don't know. If there's like the scarlet letter that you wear as a stigma, I think when I came home, I just took it off. And I don't feel, honestly, I don't feel any different than when I went in. Like 22 years ago when I went to the Walmart, it feels exactly the same as it did last week. So, like, it's, the time's weird, but no, I don't feel like changed by it. I don't feel at all like, I don't know, maybe my experience is different. Miles?
No, I don't feel stigmatized. Matter of fact, I mean, I can think of the one moment that I felt stigmatized, and it was an HR professional from an investment firm reached out to me on LinkedIn because she's seen where I graduated from, and she said, "Oh, we love students from Holy Cross. You know, why don't you come in for an interview?" And I said, "Yeah, that's great. However, do you know who I am? You know my story? I mean, you just randomly reached out to me?" And she said, "Oh, well, it's because where you graduated." And I said, "Well, let me tell you. I mean, I got some felonies. You know, some are pretty terrible. You might not be able to hire me." Immediately, she said, "Oh, no, we're not going to be able to hire you. I'm sorry about that. You have a good day, sir." So obviously, the felonies, stigmatized me. But I mean, I guess in a larger sense, my actions, came back around to hinder me in that respect. And probably any respect if I try to enter the financial market, that's not something that I could go into. So, I mean, the stigmatization that I see, it's not like directly put on me. It's more of a latency, in our society where as a felon, you just can't get a certain job, or if you are to get that job, you have to go through a number of hoops. That's really the only thing, is sort of a latent stigmatization. Other than that, I mean, I sort of walk about respectable, I speak respectable, I treat people, I'm good-mannered, I receive that back, and so I feel like, on a one-to-one, if I'm talking with, a hiring recruiter who is not barred by policy or insurance from not hiring me, I'm not going to have a problem.
For me, most of my stigma moments was while I was still incarcerated. Since I have been home, I had to agree with the other two gentlemen up here. Most people, they don't know. I mean, you walk across me on the street and you're not going to think, that guy looks like he's been in prison, So most people don't know. When I first got home, I had a parole officer. He was my first parole officer. They switched me, but he was kind of more of a hard nose, and he was on me. You got to get a job. You got to, And I was trying, but I wasn't getting no callbacks, So I mean, in that sense, I guess you could kind of say you felt a little bit of that repercussion from that stigma, But it's, sooner or later, I knew a door was going to open. And the funny thing is, my fiance and I was thinking about, well, we can maybe do some deliveries on the weekends, Uber Eats or DoorDash or something, make a little extra money while we'll just hang out. And, well, the funny thing was I had passed a background check, but she didn't. So, but anyways, it's crazy that, sometimes, and that's because my conviction was so long ago, but typically speaking, unless they do an in-depth, background check, they just do a quick check, they only go back 7 years, so once you're beyond that 7-year mark, it won't show up unless, like I said, they do the in-depth, check. But to be honest, I mean, the way I feel is if I had a business that I was running and I was hiring people, if I had some incarcerated individuals that just came home and they seemed like they was trying, they was going to do the right thing, man, by all means, I would want to hire those people because, for one, they're hungry, they're thirsty for this job. And for two, there's, they got a work opportunity tax credit where the federal government gives you tax credits for hiring, incarcerated or felonies, felons. But, so there's so many, and they also, cover you through government bonds and all this stuff. So it's really a risk-free situation. And a lot of people just don't want to take that chance because they don't know what to expect. They don't know who you are, and they don't want to take the time to get to know you. They just say, well, it's easier just to throw his application over the side and take a chance with one of these other ones, And that's unfortunate. But like I said, sooner or later, a door will open and new opportunities will arise. But as far as someone just, stigmatizing me, I can't say that I've really experienced this since I've been home. We're very active in our church, and man, they know my background there. I don't know if you've seen that video or not, but I just sang in church a few weeks ago and kind of gave a little quick, testimony before I sang this song, but they loved it. They came up to me, embracing me afterward, thanking me, saying you blessed me, and it's, it's really awesome to be able to be where I'm at in life, when so many people thought that I would never be home again, and now I'm home, and my family's still around, and life's beautiful, I got a beautiful fiance that's there for me. She's been helping me through so much, with the little things that, a lot of issues I had was, I went to work release before I came home, so I transitioned through that, and man, I remember the first time, I was there for a week and a half, and they took me to Burger King and dropped me off. They said, we'll be back in about a half hour, 45 minutes to pick you guys up. It was me and one other guy. And I thought they was joking with me at first, but I walked in Burger King, And I was looking around, I was like, man, they got flat screens in Burger King now. And I'm standing in line, I look over, I said, oh my God, it's a touchscreen pop machine. I don't know, I didn't even want to get a pop. You know, I was nervous. I was like, man, do you guys got milkshakes? Can I just get a milkshake? But I was looking, trying to order, and right when she said something, I went to look down, look back up, and the screen changed, and I was like, whoa. So it was an experience, you know, and then going through Walmart, you know, self-checkout, I was messed up there too, but, you know, I thought I was being slick. I was standing behind some lady in the self-checkout when I was like, I'm just gonna watch her and see how she does it, because I didn't want to ask somebody and feel crazy. So I watched this lady, and then she paid with a debit card, and we don't have debit cards, so we only had cash. I was like, oh man. So I still didn't know what to do, and luckily some lady that worked there came over and said, are you from the center? I said, yeah. She's like, I can spot you guys a mile away. So she helped me out with it, you know, and since then I've been doing good, you know. But yeah, it was little things like that, you know, that really wasn't so stigmatizing, but it was in a sense.
And that's a really good point, Patrick. I've heard from you and a little bit from Gary and a couple of other people who were in at least 20 years, and it's like the changes in technology and kind of coming out the door and like, whoa, it's a whole other world. I mean, just even things like the self-checkout or the cell phone technology and things that we don't necessarily on the outside think that much about in terms of the adjustment or the wow factor, or like, oh my God, how do I? Of course, there's still some things that I can't do on my phone, and Gary usually helps me with those. So, like, thanks. The stigma responses are really interesting to me. I'm glad, very glad to hear that. On the flip side of that is being kind of in my shoes and still having a lot of people say, you do what? You go into maximum security prison? You sit around with murderers? Uh-huh. And, well, what are they like? They're like people. So so as you guys have all said, on a personal basis, being able to interact with people and get people to see and understand your worth, your accomplishments, your value as an employee or a potential speaker or whatever. But when that's not there, and all that there is this generalized sense of like, you've got a violent conviction. Well, what's wrong with you? And again, no walking down the street, no one would ever know. So it's sort of an interesting sort of, I don't want to say hidden stigma, but then, you know, so what you all knew when you were coming here today that you were coming to see a panel of people who had been incarcerated and had been released. But not that I want you to all start running down the street, running up to people going, hey, I just got home after 26 years in the penitentiary. What do you think of me? But the assumptions that a lot of people make without that contact, and then it's a matter of, well, do I reveal this information because it will help you better understand and frame people who've been incarcerated as people and humans, or do I just go on and live my life and not worry about any of it? I'm not expecting an answer, but it's just an interesting balance, especially for you guys, some of whom I've known for so long, and now to be home and doing great things. And it's just an interesting, I feel a real shift in the last 13 years in our society in terms of more openness toward people who are or have been incarcerated and their families, because sometimes there's a lot of stigma there, a lot of crapping on families who have an incarcerated family member. Sorry, that wasn't very articulate, but we're going to leave a bit of time for questions, but kind of, you know, one last question across you guys would be just something more open in general, in terms of, you know, what's great right now in your life, and what are you looking forward to as you move forward?
Did you say what's great?
What's great?
That woman sitting back and like 6-row back there. Yeah, that's my wife, Amy. So she is beautiful, and she's the reason why I am who I am. My life is a lot easier because of her. So all the things that I talk about were easy or smooth, or they probably really weren't. She just made it that way. Because when I came home, I didn't know where I was. Literally, I didn't know where I was. But I think what's great is she and I bought our first home about 2 weeks ago. Thanks. I feel like for someone just shy of 2 years coming home after such a long time, that's a pretty big one. I've got 1.5 professional jobs, so I'm pretty busy. Yeah, I don't know. I think beyond that, that's all there is. Yeah, good friends come with it, you know.
Yeah, I'm just happy with my life right now. And to be honest, I mean, it's like never in my life have I had so many consecutive wins. And I really feel as if all those investments for the last 12 years are now starting to fruit. You know, it was just like a stubborn seed in some really dry soil. And I watered it and watered and watered and watered and hoped and prayed and watered some more. And here we are. And so, yeah, my life right now, you know, I'm not even looking too far forward because I'm having such a great time today. So thank you.
Gary stole my line. But I was going to talk about, you know, my fiance. She's been awesome in my life, and she's been there for me, helping me through so much, you know. And what a lot of people out here, you guys would think is, you know, everyday common sense, you know, is you take someone out of the equation for 26 years, that's a quarter of a century, you know, and then you throw them back out there. Had I not had someone like her in my life, I too would have been very lost, you know, and but I just look at every day as a true blessing, you know. It's beautiful because they told me I would never be here, you know, and here I am. I done came over here to Illinois. I'm over here talking to you guys, you know, with a panel of great people up here, and then Jackie too, and so mostly, oh sorry, and Jackie too, yeah, but you're quick too, you're quick, but no, I mean everything is so awesome, you know. I mean every day I wake up, I thank God, you know, because He's delivered me from that, you know, and there's nothing more I can say about it, you know, other than just the fact that, you know, truly appreciate every day that I have. And I'm able to come home and I still see my mother and I still see my father, you know, they're still around. And, you know, it's just a blessing to be able to do that, because I thought that might not ever happen, you know. So I'm truly blessed, and I thank God for everything He's done for me in my life.
What? Yeah, it's on, Patrick, and thank you too, and him as well. I guess, I mean, there is some time to kind of open it up. Is there, Cristina, for like a couple of questions? 5. Okay. Are there questions? And then I don't know how to do that. Do they shout out their question? Or?
We got 5 minutes. I think you shout.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You guys are exceptional in rehabilitation. What is the difference between your experience and education? Clearly set you apart, but other than education, what of your experience set you apart from those who continue to be incarcerated, didn't get out quickly as you did? What was the difference in your experience versus those who are moving forward?
Can I take that? Personally, I think it's the decision to make, the life decision to stop making decisions that lead you down the wrong road. You know, everything's about decision making. And so I think that for us, what the difference is, we decided that didn't work anymore. You know, and some people aren't to that point. some people don't know how to take the responsibility and decide, okay, today that this is it, I'm done. You know, if you're going to lose 50 pounds, you know you need to do it. You eventually make the decision that it's all on you, and I don't think some people are necessarily made that commitment yet, and that's the only thing that separates us, is we decided to do it.
Yeah, I would just like to add to that. I mean, it's certainly the choice. I mean, you come to the choice. It's always a crossroads. But I think the big difference between why we took one path and they took another is because by the time we reached that juncture, we valued ourselves enough to take that path, which is a hard path. You know, we loved ourselves enough to do it. And many of the people incarcerated come from lives of trauma, cycles of trauma, generations of trauma. They may not have the same sort of self-esteem or self-worth, especially not after doing something terrible and being put in a situation. I mean, you have to cope with that as a person. You know, I had to cope with what I did, and you know, many people, it's a very hard thing to cope, and it impacts their self-worth, which impacts value, which impacts choices, which ultimately determines the rest of your life. And so I would say education allowed me to value myself more, to make that decision when it came.
Quickly, I would just say it was a desire to truly change who I was, you know, because my thinking patterns is what led me to the choices that I made to end up in prison. And so I had to change everything about that. And to generalize, you know, prison, if you go in there and you just look around in general, there's a lot of really bad people in there. You know, don't get me wrong, but man, you would be surprised at how many really intelligent, really good people in there. You know, we were just talking about a friend of mine he was a cellie of mine for about 9 years. This guy don't even say a cuss word, you know. Very intelligent, you know, he writes computer programs, you know, awesome guy, but he'll never go home, you know, and there's a lot of people in a situation like that. So it's unfortunate, you know, I wish there was another means of determining rehabilitation. But, you know, generally speaking, it is the desire. You know, Jackie used to come in and volunteer there a lot, and we were just talking about how her groups that we was a part of, we kind of handpicked the individuals that come in there. We just didn't allow administration just to put whoever they wanted in there, because we didn't want a bunch of, you know, turds, for lack of a better, you know, label, in there. You know, it's going to mess something up for us, because what we was doing was very positive, and we wanted it to stay that way. So we kind of handpicked the people to put in there. So. Anybody got any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I can't say no all the way, because there's always you know, especially with me being on parole still, it's just anything can happen and they can violate me. And if I got violated on parole, I got 34 years of backup time hanging over my head. So, you know, that's definitely a good motivator to stay out of trouble, because it could be the simplest thing, you know, as me, you know, being drunk and walking down the road and getting a public intoxication, and I could be sitting in prison for 34 years for that, you know. So yeah, I am a little afraid, you know, if something like that comes around, but I just believe you got to truly set yourself up for success, and it'll keep you out of those type of situations, you know. When you do a lot of self-reflecting, and we've all had plenty of time to do that, but it helps you learn who you really are. It helps you learn, well, what are my triggers, you know, because I had a lot of anger issues. I used to like to fight a lot, so what made me want to fight? You know, okay, well, let me stay away from those situations or those people, you know, and so far I've been very successful in that, you know, and I pray that continues on. But yeah, it's still a little bit of looming, you know, worry there, but for the most part, I know I'm not doing anything that's going to, get me in trouble, and, I just want to be able to live my life and go forward. I've given enough of my life up, and, I'm not going to say that I can catch up or make up for that, but I can live each day from this point forward to the fullest. So that's what I try to do.
Yeah, just briefly, I'm not scared. Maybe I could see myself getting locked back up for something. I don't know, maybe reckless driving, speeding or something. But I mean, never, ever in any reality, in any world, would I ever commit a crime, anything near to what I'd ever done before.
Yeah, I think for me, I have complete control of my actions, and I'm not going to commit a crime. So rationally, I'm not going to go back. Now, when I first got out and I had the ankle bracelet on, she can tell you I was scared to step out the front door. I thought the thing might blow up and they'd come get me, But beyond that, no, I don't have any fear of it. I'm just living life, and I love it. It's beautiful out today. I don't care if it is raining. And anyone else? Okay. Oh, I think we got one in the back. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so like therapeutic stuff and counseling, that kind of thing is very, very limited in its availability. And that's almost along the lines of kind of healthcare related things are just very limited in an incarceration setting. Because it's a facility. It's really hard to get things like that are good. And then there's also a fear, people in prison don't want to go seek that stuff out because, speaking of stigma, they feel stigmatized inside for it. Sometimes when the perception is that if you go seek out that kind of help, then maybe you're weak. Or maybe we don't want you in this program because we only want mentally healthy offenders in this program. And so, yeah, it is available to some degree, but it's not delivered well, and it's not taken advantage of well.
I would say, as far as the mental health aspect of it, it's so limited. Just like getting any kind of treatment, any kind of medical treatment in their period is very limited, and that's what I was. Yeah, I was just talking to Jackie about this. I'm wearing this walking boot now. I just got a cast off Monday, but this is because of an injury that took place while I was incarcerated. 14 years ago, I tore 2 ligaments in my ankle and playing basketball, and they told me that there was nothing wrong with me. They took an X-ray and said, "Nope, you're fine." And I'm saying, I can't hardly walk on this. It's hurting me real bad, and so I had to struggle through that, and eventually over time, those ligaments grew back. But they was loose, and it wasn't giving me the stability I needed in my ankle. My leg was swelling up constantly. So now that I'm home, I was able to seek, professional medical treatment. I just had surgery, and that was repaired. I'm in the healing process right now. But yes, the stuff that you hear a lot of things about what they give incarcerated individuals, and that they get free medical, they get cable TV or satellite TV, and they get, man, it's a far fetched from the truth, So it is unfortunate, and it's unfortunate that individuals are still there having to deal with that, but it's a reality that it's not as good as we hear it, So the medical, the mental health, I deal a lot with that in there because I was a volunteer, going down for Suicide Watch Companion. These guys that was going through mental struggles while they was incarcerated, they would try to kill herself or hurt herself, and they would put them on suicide watch, and they had us coming down to sit there with them and watch them, you know, make sure they didn't hurt herself. And it was stuff like that, you know, that really opened my eyes a lot to it, because they don't care. I mean, how do they know that if this guy's in there trying to hurt himself that I'm going to say something? You know, they're just, well, we had someone watching him, and he ended up taking his life anyway. So it's hard to say, you know, how they're going to pass that buck off, but it's unfortunate, you know, because there's so many people in there that's so mentally disturbed, and they're not receiving proper treatment, you know, and it's a very unfortunate thing. I know a guy personally that, Joseph Gardner, that was, he's a genius, and I don't use that term lightly, you know, he's a respected genius, but he's crazy, he's insane, you know, in there for eating his dad's brains, you know, so, you know, it's like, you know, stuff like that, you know, but he's not getting that treatment, you know, they maybe put you on some medication to try to, you know, take you out of your element, but it's far, you know, far from what should be taking place, so.
Ending point now. Sorry, thank you, everyone, and thanks for the great questions, and thank you three very much for sharing with everyone.
You guys are doing it.
This one, or am I?
Oh,
I'm
you're
talking
the
next, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. Just checking
The battery level.
Yeah.
And oh, good, there'll be about 3 people here. Listen, if you want to take a lunch break,
Okay.
So we gotta try and talk fast, huh?
So to switch slides, you just go left, right?
Okay.
There you go.
Hello. It's hard to follow up that panel, but I will do my best. And I'm going to be kind of moving forward from what the panel talked about and focusing on the impact of a re-entry simulation on attitudes and empathy toward incarcerated and formerly incarcerated individuals. And so what happened is that I had conducted a research study now like 2.5 years ago. And the purpose was really to examine the impact of a reentry simulation on college students and their attitudes and empathy toward incarcerated individuals. And so there were several questions we wanted to find out. So does participating in a reentry simulation for college students shift their attitudes at all toward prisoners and released prisoners? And is the impact of the reentry simulation really statistically significant when measured against a comparison group of students who just had the experience of watching a few documentaries related to reentry? Don't worry, this is not going to be an overly academic presentation. It's like 20 minutes and I'm talking about the exciting stuff. This is the dry stuff right here. So that's what we were looking to know. There's a third research question which is not being addressed for this particular presentation. So what we do, so we we, meaning me and a grad student, I don't know why I'm saying we, I guess it's me and my alter ego. What we did is we wanted to recruit students, this took place at Eastern Illinois University, who might be interested in being assigned one of the two groups for the study. And the first group was selected to participate in this prisoner reentry simulation that we were going to do at the university. And it was a standard pre-prepared program. We had an expert come in from Arizona who's actually facilitated the program for a number of years, Sue Ellen Allen. Fabulous facilitator. She's formerly incarcerated herself, and so could really give that personal piece to things too in terms of helping students reflect on their experience. The simulation was 4 different rounds where the students as released prisoners had to take care of and complete certain tasks. And it was about 2.5 hours long. Then the other group of students didn't do the simulation at all, and instead what they did was come to a designated location on a particular day and watch 2 documentaries specifically focused on reentry, one called Coming Home and one called The Released. So that was also about 2.5 hours of their time. And there were 3 questionnaires, research questionnaires administered to both groups before and after their activities to see what shifted. And so what I'm talking about here, so there were about 90 people total, students total, who participated in one of those 2 groups. But specifically what I'm talking about today is a subset of students who participated who had reported that they had experiences with an incarcerated family member, meaning that what I'm talking about today are the outcomes, the information gathered from students who either currently have a family member in prison or previously did. And what did we find from them? Because there were some very enlightening results. Okay, so in terms of attitudes toward prisoners and those who are incarcerated and family importance and relationships, there's definite connections and relationships there. So there have been a lot of studies done that have shown that attitudes toward prisoners and those on parole are generally pretty negative. And it's interesting in the experiences of the people on the panel having had very good individual experiences, but again, the stereotype persists, or asking people in a questionnaire, you know, what do you think about someone who went to prison, or you know, should all murderers spend their entire lives in prison, or, you know, questions like that. In general, the responses are negative. And simultaneously, reintegration into the family unit for people who have been incarcerated, especially for a long period of time, can create a lot of challenges. And without successful rebuilding of those ties or having any family connections, previously incarcerated men and women, research shows, are much more likely to recidivate. So having those strong connections on the outside, or being able to rebuild those connections, help alleviate recidivism. Okay, so can we make things better? Can we increase empathy? Well, what research also shows is that primarily there are 2 different ways that we've gone about trying to increase empathy toward a particular group of people. The first is interaction with the members of that particular group. So whether it's someone like me, you know, bringing students into prison and having one-on-one interaction and collaboration. So it's interaction with a particular stigmatized or ostracized group can help very much increase empathy, or a simulation experience. And in recent years, simulation experiences have become very important and become much more prominent. There's a number of very well-known and well-used poverty simulations for people to better understand what it's like to be an older adult, an elderly person, and simulations related to LGBTQ community. There are only a few that have dealt with or focused on incarceration, and there need to be more. Prisoner reentry simulations have been used and employed successfully, but not a lot of research done to see what the real impact is. Okay, so this slide's going to go much faster than it looks like. So what are we talking about when we're looking at empathy here? So a particular researcher, Coleman, laid out 3 different aspects of empathy, which focus very much on individual emotion and connection to individuals. However, there's another different type of empathy that Elizabeth Siegel and her colleagues put forward not that long ago, called social empathy. And with social empathy, it's really an ability to understand people by perceiving their experience or life situation. So putting yourself in the shoes of someone else. And social empathy is really trying to focus on an entire group of people rather than developing empathy toward you as an individual. And so that's what we're trying to get at with with this particular study. So social empathy, is there more empathy building toward people who are incarcerated or formerly incarcerated? Okay, so there are 3 different instruments that we used. Attitude toward prisoner scale, which is a really old, seasoned research instrument that is still being used now. It's kind of a standard in the field when trying to look at or gauge people's attitudes towards those who are incarcerated. And then the Social Empathy Index, which was developed by Siegel, who developed this concept of social empathy. And then the Prisoner Interaction Questionnaire, which is something that I developed, which really was a lot of demographic information, but also looking at students' past interactions with people who were incarcerated, with their interest or desire to work with family members who are or have been incarcerated. Okay, so I'm showing you the interpersonal and social empathy scale because 2 of these areas are going to become relevant here as I talk about the results. So in looking at social empathy, what Siegel and her colleagues did is they broke down social empathy into these 7 different components. An affective response, affective mentalizing, self-other awareness, perspective taking, emotion regulation, contextual understanding of system barriers, and macro perspective taking. And so they said as they did all of this research to try and organize and get their heads around social empathy, said, okay, we narrowed it down to these 7 domains that all go into this larger picture of social empathy. And so the questionnaire that gets administered to anyone in the study will then end up breaking down into scores in these 7 different areas. Okay, and the Prisoner Interaction Questionnaire, which I had developed, was just 16 questions, Likert scale, willingness to work with formerly incarcerated individuals and or their families, as well as their own experiences in terms of their criminal past or history, them being victims of crime, etc. Okay, so now to talk about the simulation experience itself. So in October of 2019, which sounds like eons ago, we hosted this half-day simulation experience, and the students who were participating in the study all got to participate in the reentry simulation. I don't know if you can see that whole thing over there, but there's a way that the room is supposed to be set up. And this is important to kind of talk about for a minute. So in the center of the room is sort of home base, where everyone sits at the start and you go through and come back after every round for some debriefing and discussion with the facilitator. And then all around the room, bordering, are these different stations. And these stations represent things that someone on parole likely has to deal with, whether it's a social service agency or a bank or someplace where they have to go take a urinalysis test, and transportation, all of these things. And then, and they relate to then the packet, the profile that they're assigned. Every one of these stations is manned by two people who then act as the representatives for that agency or organization. Whenever possible, the people who volunteer to work the tables, we like to have at least some people who are incarcerated, because they have gone through the experience, they have some perspective, and they might know what you might really face in terms of going to that agency upon your release. Very good. So the simulation itself, when the students come in, you come into the room and you have a packet of information. And in your packet is a profile, one of like 10 to 12 people that are used for the simulation. Could be a man, could be a woman. It tells, you know, what your name is, what you were incarcerated for, how long you were incarcerated, what your parole restrictions are, how much money you have, you know, kind of what your living situation is. And so you've got the whole background into yourself. And then those stations all exist, and for each round, the person has to accomplish certain things during that round, and the round is only 15 minutes long. And you can do things either legally or illegally, as you sort of learn, by the book or not by the book in those rounds. The debriefing happens, which is very critical to the learning process. These were just a few pictures from the actual simulation. So I went into depth talking about the simulation to give you a picture of how well organized it is, how well set up it is, the debriefing between each round, what students are experiencing, and some of it's kind of intense for some of them in terms of the feedback that they give and the frustrations that they express dealing with. Okay, so reminder here that now I'm going to talk about the results. Yay, finally. The results being reported here are only in relation to that subgroup of people who have a family member who is or was incarcerated. And that the Group A people were all the people who went through the simulation, and the Group B people were people who did not do the simulation. Instead, they watched two documentaries on reentry. Those participants, there was no discussion beforehand, no debriefing afterward, no analysis, nothing. You went in the room, you got your popcorn, I did a little introduction, and people sat and did their pre-tests, watched the documentaries, and did their post-test afterward. Okay, so what the results are. Don't worry about all the scribbling on the screen here. Now we're at the fascinating part. So what we saw was that none of the measures, so the questionnaires, the surveys, there was no significant score difference in the pre-tests and the post-tests when you're comparing those who participated in the simulation versus the documentary. Oh, we did not expect that. Okay, so again, in comparing the two groups, wait a minute, there was no real, and I was all in going, it's all gonna be about the simulation. This is where we're gonna see like the people participating in the simulation, they're gonna be like so much more empathetic. No. So there's no significant difference between those two groups, nor were there overall any differences in any of these kind of particular measures, the individual measures for the social empathy scale. But what we did see, and boy, if I could wave both hands right now, I would, but I can't, is that when you're talking about specifically, here we go, we're zeroing in down on the people who had a family member who was or is incarcerated. So whether or not they got into Group A or Group B, their scores didn't make any difference, okay? Not between what they were exposed to for an activity. But we did see in both groups strong differences between the pre and post-test scores. So for everyone who had a family member who was incarcerated, if you were in the simulation group, if you were in the documentary group, both groups showed a huge difference in their empathy scores. They went up much higher, and in the prisoner, on the prisoner scale, and in empathy, especially in this perspective-taking domain and affective responses. Okay, so they were supposed to be focus groups. COVID happened, and that took care of that. So we weren't able to really discuss with them like, oh, let's dig into this a little bit more. So what did we find? What does this mean? So first of all, what that means is I was shocked, having experienced the simulation myself and then getting to help facilitate it here and being all on board for like, simulation is gonna make this huge difference. And again, we're talking about people who had a family member who is or was incarcerated, who was among the college students. No, there was no statistically significant difference in people who participated in the simulation, if they had a family member who was incarcerated, versus the documentaries. Well, I was wrong. But the shocker was that both groups had a huge difference. Both showed huge differences in their attitudes toward people who are incarcerated in terms of moving in a positive direction and in empathy. So what this suggests is that it doesn't have to be something as involved as a simulation to convey information that's important about incarceration, especially to family members. Something is impactful, whether it was a simulation or the documentary, the documentary options. And that more importantly, what it points to is that the fact that the biggest differences we're seeing in these scores have to do with when family members are exposed to either the simulation or the documentary, really could serve as a valuable tool in terms of better preparing families for their loved one to be coming home from prison. It was very surprising to see the real lack of empathy and real negative attitudes that a lot of the students who had family members who were incarcerated had before either of these experiences. So it suggests that there really is a significant amount of anger, resentment, lack of understanding among people who have a family member who's incarcerated. You know, there could be a number of reasons for that, which we don't have time to go into today anyway. And obviously I want to follow up on this more, but that fascinating piece of like, wow, this exercise had the most impact, either one, on people who had a family member who was incarcerated in terms of breaking down those barriers, having more positive attitudes toward people in general who face incarceration, and more empathy, and how that may translate to their own family members. And you think about the communication barriers too. While people are incarcerated, what the family doesn't know about life on the inside and what the person on the inside doesn't know about life on the outside, and the false barriers that get put in place just for sheer survival's sake are very important things to keep in mind when looking at how reentry simulations or documentation or support groups or any kind of exposure may really be beneficial to family members who have an incarcerated family member to set themselves up better for that reintegration of their loved one. Holy moly, and I'm done. So I realized that was like a researchy kind of presentation, but the findings are really, really fascinating and make me really want to pursue more and more work in terms of family members, family who have someone incarcerated, and how ill-prepared they often are for their loved one to go home, and what that transition may be like, and what their loved one may have gone through, and kind of vice versa. So I'm curious to do more work in that in-between place, in that transition, not just for the person coming home, but family members as well. So I don't know if there's any questions. Yes, Dawn. Yes. We did not. We want to do that. I mean, me and my statistical genius person working with me. Yes, and the problem is those ends were so small that it's like, okay, well, we're dealing with small numbers here, so I don't know how it will translate. And where we saw, it seemed like the most impact was really children of someone who's incarcerated, and also seeing that their attitudes toward, like in the attitude toward prisoner scale, the pre-tests tended to be lower numbers to begin with, which was also surprising, because you said, the loved ones have walked the walk, they've gone through this, but what we're seeing is like, wow, their attitudes were worse. I mean, on the pre-test about, well, yeah, but you think about, well, I was 8 years old and Dad was gone from age 18, 8 to 20. Well, yeah, he wasn't there. That's what I know. Or, so yeah, and so that makes me wonder about like a spouse or a sibling versus someone who was a child who experienced this, and looking at those responses as well. I need to do this again. It's like I need a higher end to kind of really be able to do some of this analysis. But yeah, thank you. That's a great point. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, Patrick. Yep. And so, yes, and so what the funny thing is here, Patrick, is that when we, when we recruited students to participate It was anyone, you know, and there was no purposeful focus on looking at those who had someone who was incarcerated. But it turns out that this particular subset of students who did have someone incarcerated it seemed to have the biggest impact on, which was a total surprise to me. I expected exactly as you said, okay, average college student with no connections to the justice system or a family member with a connection, this is gonna have a huge impact. And not that it didn't have any, but it's like, oh my God, the biggest impact was among people who have a family member in the system? That was just kind of mind-boggling to me, because I was, of course, assuming that, well, of course, there's gonna be more empathy there, or of course there's gonna be, no. I mean, you know, at least not in terms of how they're thinking about empathy, and so, you know, we don't know what was going on with the family dynamics, or again, all I remember is Dad left when I was 3, and he came back when I was 15, and like, he was gone all those years, and I didn't get to see him, or I went to see him, but it was scary when I had to go, and so yeah, I think the bottom line is that I need another grant to to be able to go and do this at a few other universities. The wonderful woman, Sue Ellen Allen, who did the facilitating, has since died, and I've dedicated presentations to her, and she was incarcerated for a number of years, and what a hell of an advocate she ended up being for women incarcerated, and founding this whole Reinventing Reentry initiative out of Arizona, and so, you know, she doesn't have to do the facilitating, but, you know, it's like, well, I could do the facilitating, but I don't have the power that she would, I think, as someone formerly incarcerated. So does one of you want to get in on this grant with me and be the facilitator? And, you know, you're all pretty articulate. We'll talk later. But yeah, I feel like someone, you know, facilitating those rounds who's had that experience could be a better debriefer than I would in terms of dealing with, you know, how students were reacting and responding to what they had to deal with. Yeah, so these are all great ideas. So give me a grant, and I'll move. And now, hopefully, COVID is at bay enough that, you know, I can really start working on more of this again. But yeah, thank you for feedback and input. And I'm sorry, I know I ran a little over, and I'm done. Okay. This is mine. That's yours. Oh, look at that. Oh, thank you. Look at me. Oh, thank you. It was fun.
Is this your water? Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I'm gonna put my umbrella on that stool. And that makes I have a 50% chance of remembering it.
Oh, which,
Here, top one.
top one?
No, Steve, just come to the library.
Here's that back. Does that look right? All right. Now, you're gonna use a microphone. You just hit it on, like so. Sorry.
It's all right.
There you go.
Okay, it's gonna be a two-handed jump.
And then your clicker, you just hit left and right.
Okay.
Left and right.
Okay. There you go. All right.
Our next oh my gosh. Our next speaker is Dr. Bill Anderson. He joined Illinois State University's Human Development and Family Sciences faculty in 2006 after several years in church and music therapy. He holds a PhD in educational psychology and a MS in human environmental sciences from the University of Alabama, as well as a master's and bachelor's degree in music. He is currently a certified family life educator, CFLE, with the National Council on Family Relations, NCFR. He has served as the Student Affiliate Advisor Representative of NCFR's Affiliate Councils Board and for several years on the Executive Board of the Illinois Council of Family Relations, ILCFR. He has also established himself as a consistently effective teacher and mentor with the recognition from the NCFR, ILCFR, and Cornille Publishing, as well as achieving Teacher of Honor status from the Kappa Delta Phi International Honor Society and Educators. Research interests include applications of educational theory and best practice in teaching abstract concepts. Other work focuses on understanding and addressing disconscious racism in the classroom. Publications in these areas include the Educational Forum and the Journal of Scholarship of Teaching and Learning, and in over 60 state and national presentations.
Thank you. What a wonderful introduction. I sound patently boring. I'll do my best to live up or down to that. I have a clicker to change slides, I have a microphone, and I have a cane, so I'm going to put one of them up. If I should go down, don't worry, I'm going to keep talking. I'll find my way back up. Caleb? All right, you're on duty. Before I hit the floor, or before I go over the edge, preferably, Caleb. All right. Sometimes You're Wrong is the title. I want to ask you if you've ever been wrong, but I know the answer. And if you're thinking about it, the answer is yes. I don't mean irrevocably wrong or apocalyptically wrong, but just wrong. That was my title, because some of my best research and some of my best teaching has come from things I was wrong about or things I didn't think about until later. Today is one of those times. Sometimes you're wrong. You know where my notes are? In my car. Sometimes you're wrong. Stuff happens. But I always leave them laying on the podium and never use them anyway, so we'll see if that's true. And I did misspell mistakes on purpose. I thought it was cute. Okay. All right. So, have you ever been wrong? Of course you have. And sometimes you find out that something good can come from that. You learn something. Hopefully we learn from something. I had a professor when I was working on my PhD many years ago who defined learning purely as a change of mind experience. I thought this, now I think this. Moving on. The people that used to push my buttons, students that used to push my button, and people in general, are the people that seem to think the answers of things are out here. And the ones that really pushed my buttons, that really got me thinking, were in my 309 class, couple relationships, sometimes termed Where Love Goes to Die, but it's a good class. And we would talk about things like soulmates. Oh, I want to find my soulmate. I got to find my soulmate. There's one person. Really, Clara? There's 7 billion people in the world. You need to get out on the quad with a notepad or something and start, no, narrowing it down a little bit. And then we would talk about love. Love consists of 3 things: intimacy, passion, and commitment. We'll go into that if you come to class. But we would start talking about love on the first day, and someone would say, well, I just think it's different for everybody. Then why do we have a class? Research says it's different for everybody. It's significantly different for everybody. It doesn't, by the way. But that used to push my buttons. Come on, narrow it down a little bit. But we say, I think it's different for everybody because I don't really know how to explain it. It feels like it's different for everybody. And then we'll come back to someone who's telling you about their relationship, and they'll be the person who says, but we're all the same. Sometimes it's the same person, but we're all the same, meaning I know what it feels like for me, and I assume it feels like that for you. So either one of those is kind of faulty. But it's this first one. I think we're all different. It used to just push my buttons. Please don't say it. Please don't say it. Please don't. But we're all different. Why do research at all? 7 billion completely different people just not even seeing each other going down the sidewalk. No, we're human. There's a lot of things in common. I wonder what this button does now. I don't have my notes. Already done that. Moving on. So the thing that changed it for me, I also teach adolescence and emerging adulthood. And I was reading through a new text, and I saw the name William Perry. I didn't know it. I went to the footnote, and I thought, bingo, I've been looking for this guy for 25 years. He explained everything in a footnote. Why do students vary between, it's different for everybody, we're all the same? It's because some students come into class with dualist thinking, black and white, day or night. If there's a problem, there's one answer that answers that problem, and that answer will always answer that problem. Done. Okay? That's not the truth. You know that, right? And then there's the people who push my buttons. Multiplist thinking. They have moved out of this dualist thinking, but being human, we don't move out of that and go, better thinking. We go, it's different for everybody. We'll never understand this stuff. Isn't this wonderful? Multiplist thinking. He sees it. He knows it. He knows how I feel. And then he explained that as a thinker, we've gotten to a place where this day and night black and white thinking no longer works for us. We've hit a few walls. We've hit some problems, and it doesn't give us an answer. And then being human, we jump over here. So nobody will ever know anything. But we have to go through that before we start seeing that there's a gray area in things. So that everybody is different was a perfectly legitimate way of problem solving and thinking. And the next stage is this stage of relativism that says, maybe this is the answer, maybe this is the answer. I need more facts. I need context. What are the ages? What are the problems we're dealing with? Give me a bigger picture of the problem and I'll give you the answer, which is where they want to go. So I started thinking, multiplism. I started thinking maybe I shouldn't just teach the material, but maybe I should teach to try to get dualist thinkers up to this multiplist level, as much as it annoys me, and multiplist thinkers up to this gray area, this joyous gray area of real problem solving. Can I do that? And I began to work on that. So sometimes we learn something along the way like that, and when you learn it, it just seems obvious. How could I have been so stupid? How could I have missed that? Well, now it's obvious because you know it now. You didn't know it then. Which brings up the first of today's quotes from Maya Angelou. Forgive yourself for not knowing what you didn't know before you learned it. When you learn something new, it instantly feels obvious. Everybody knows this. No, they don't. You didn't, but it feels that way. Why? Because you understand now. You get it. It's a new way. I wish I had like a James Earl Jones voice and like a really low cello, because I would be part 2, Anna and its conscious racism. What I learned in another class. I wish I could do that, but I guess I just did. It just wasn't as impressive as I would have hoped. In 2016, ISU our Human Development and Family Science Department was awarded the ability to give our students a provisional certified family life educator credit, meaning they've done everything. Now all they need is some field work, and they can become a certified family life educator. But we needed to create a couple of classes, and one of those classes I had to create was FCS 252, Multicultural Family Studies. And I was really proud of it. And I wanted to start using jigsaw groups. Have you done jigsaw groups? I feel like I'm teaching, I'm sorry. But jigsaw, I always feel like I'm teaching. This is the way I am when I'm at home. Hey, Phoebe, have you? But jigsaw groups, you have a problem. And this group gets a piece of the problem, this group gets a piece, this group gets a piece. And at the beginning of class, they get together, and this group of 4 or 5 people become an expert on this piece of the problem. And then you jigsaw them. You create new groups, and they have one person from each of those groups. Now we've got the skills to take this problem apart. And that works really well, and I was really proud of that because it was multicultural family studies, and jigsaw groups were actually born during the Civil Rights Act in California school systems, where an educator named Erickson was trying to get kids to think of each other not as the enemy, these newly integrated schools, but as part of solving the problem. And they're not used very much in higher education, but they work. So we were talking about 6 different ethnicities in class and parenting styles in these 6 different ethnicities that are prominent in the United States. And a student, Anna, not her real name, raised her hand and said, I want to ask this question. And it was a question about Hispanic parenting. And it was a good question. And it was a question I wanted her to ask. Yeah, we should know this. We should know this stuff. I said, ask your question. It's good. She said, I can't. Why? Because Nora's in this group. Nora, a young Latina, was in this group. I know LaTora. She's been my student for a couple of years. She's fine. I can't. Why? Because I'll look stupid. What if I say it wrong? What if I hurt her feelings? Well, I didn't force her to ask the question because I didn't know how uncomfortable she was. But it dawned on me then that she was basically talking about the concept of disconscious racism that I hadn't thought about much since my graduate studies years ago. Several categories of disconscious racism, but essentially it's in a classroom when for the best reasons, not wanting to hurt somebody's feelings and not wanting to look foolish, we don't ask questions about racial issues, racial difficulties, and they go right on. We let them get by. We let that opportunity get by. And we aren't taught how to do that in public schools, generally how to have those tough conversations. But in this class, we needed to do this. So I had to go back, review my stuff on disconscious racism, and see if I could build that into 252. And we began to do jigsaws with, if you have to ask a tough question, ask the group how to ask it. I have this question and I don't want to offend anybody. How do I ask this? Let that be the first part of your discussion. And it became a safer place. It failed miserably 2 or 3 times until we got it right, until it got a little bit safer. But I want to ask this question. I don't want to offend anybody, but I don't know the difference between this and this. Can somebody tell me? And generally we find out that people want you to know them, want you to know about them, want you to know the good stuff they bring with them to class. But I can't ask this. That was disconscious racism. I'm a little behind. Oops, I built that in later. That's Joyce King, and she says disconscious racism is an uncritical habit of mind. Justifies inequity and exploitation by accepting the existing order of things as given. Disconscious racism is a form of racism that tacitly accepts. Anyway, you can read that. It's an impaired consciousness or a distorted way of thinking. It's not hatred. It's not antagonistic. It's a classroom event that we let a chance to understand a little bit better get by. Sometimes for the best of reasons, we let it get by. We keep that little piece of ignorance, that little piece of uninformed. Not a tragedy, but not what it could be. So I started thinking here, as I was thinking about the Perry thing, the dualist multiplism thing. There's 3 categories in disconscious racism. Do they correlate? That never entered my mind, and it wouldn't if I hadn't have found a footnote because I was irritated, which left me to create a class where I forgot to put in disconscious racism, and that became for 3 years, that became my area of research. The pathway to disconscious racism is cognitive. It's up at that 3rd level of Perry where we're comfortable with gray areas. I don't know this. Can I know it? Can I understand it? How do I ask the question? Those sorts of things. And research in disconscious racism is more exciting than it may sound. It was pretty cool. So, we don't speak up, we don't ask, we may not learn, right? Common sense, no big insight there. When we ask, we learn, we do better. But we're practicing. We're always practicing who we're going to be. You're practicing today who you're going to be in a year, or 3 years, or 5 years. Hopefully I'm practicing to be retired because I'm sort of getting toward that, So if I lull or something like that, that's what I'm practicing for at the moment. But you're always practicing who you're going to be. You find these spots. Was I wrong? I learn. I do better. I do something else. Every day is practicing for the person you're going to be next year. Second Maya Angelou's quote. I do then what I knew how to do. Now I know better. I do better. I wish with all my heart I'd written that, and her other one too. But I did the best I could then. Now I do better. And that's here I am, I'm slipping into teaching mode and starting to turn to the 8th stage of Erickson's psychosocial, but I'm bringing myself back here because this is the life review of 8th stage. I look back, did I do the best I could? Yeah, I did the best I could. I'm doing better now. Why? I know more. Number 3, wrong on purpose, but not really. I have tenure, so I can do that sort of stuff, you know. Let me see if I have my one little book of quotes. That's what I brought with them. I'm going to need that. This is another example of when things go wrong. And I would appreciate if you would just tell yourself, well, the poor thing's doing the best he can. So I started thinking about these things that irritated me. Now I know that's multiple thinking. Can I pull people up to that and push them out the other side? I keep in mind that disconscious racism is not asking those questions, letting those critical questions get by. How do we practice asking those critical questions? How do we look for them? How do we take advantage of those moments? And I started to think, can I build this stuff into the class? I'm not trying to fool students, but it doesn't matter. Can I build them in there? Can I build this good stuff in there and not worry with them about how to do this or disconscious racism? Can I just build it in so the activities, the readings, those sorts of things sort of take us to that point? So I started trying to do that about 4 years ago. Again, I was looking for that change of mind experience. Can we take them where they are, move up a little bit? So I found some interrupted case studies that came from a publisher, and I would never use stuff that comes from the publisher, like those test questions and the stuff. Don't. But there was a case study that they had, and I liked the idea. Here was 2 paragraphs that sets up the student to imagine what happened next and to solve the problem. I liked that. That struck a chord with me. Let me imagine it. Let me solve a mystery. Interrupted case studies, they called them. And I said, could I do this over a longer period of time? And could I do it with video interviews? Can I do it not with something written to go with a textbook, which is basically fiction, not the book, the exercise? Could I do it with something real life? Have you ever seen 56 Up, a documentary? I don't know if your library has it. I don't know if it's online. Essentially, they got a group of 7-year-olds in London together in 1963 when they were having their version of our Civil Rights Act that we were having here in the United States. And they got a diverse group of 7-year-olds. They didn't define diversity as ethnic diversity or cultural diversity. They defined it as SES. So we had a group of 7-year-olds who were lower income, middle income, and just uber wealthy. And they asked them all the same questions. And they've asked them the same questions every 7 years since then. So at age 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, and 56, they've asked this same group of people the same questions. 63 is out, but it's only in England, so I'm waiting to see if Neil is still with us and all these people are still chugging. But they're real people, and they develop over time. So I thought, I'll do a pre-test, post-test on these theories that I want to use. And then at 7, people will be assigned one of these kids, and the assignment is describe your kid. Predict who they're going to be at 14. I don't know if you're psych majors or whatever you have, but we use Piaget's cognitive development, Erickson's psychosocial stages. Use what you know to tell me who this 14-year-old is when you see them next week. And then the assignment then is, how were your predictions based on theory? Describe them now, predict at 21. So we were always looking forward, looking back, bringing in new pieces of information. And it worked out very well. This is Susie at 7 and Susie at 56. Nobody likes Susie at 7. I'll take it back. One of my students did like Susie. She actually said, if you don't like Susie, I may throw hands. Okay, calm down. But Susie at 7 is snarky. She's obviously wealthy. She's taking ballet. She's in a London boarding school for kids. They let you know that this is an elite Susie. Nobody likes her. You like her less at 14 when she's sitting on the lawn of her father's 4,000-acre estate where she's been horseback riding and may go swimming this afternoon, and she's really snubbed. You know, I just don't see any point in this. I can't do it without the accent, if that was an accent. At 21, you like her even less. She's hiding behind these sunglasses. I guess this was the 70s, disco. Ugh, what a terrible thing. But the glasses, and she's chain smoking. Well, I don't see the point in this at all. It's just a waste of my time. She's separated from her parents. She's dropped out of school and just living with friends and bumming around, and you hate her even less. So they start to predict. I don't know what she's going to be at. I don't know if she's going to be, I don't know, driving a truck maybe. That would be a step up for Susie. But we see her at 28 with her husband Rupert and her 2 kids, and it's a whole different person. And we find out that she tells us at 7, I was in a boarding school 6 hours from my parents, and I was just 7 years old. I didn't want to be there. I was terrified. But you don't see that. Now you got more information. You do better. At 14, when she was just mean, she told us her parents were going through a rather bitter divorce at that time. We didn't know that. There was stuff that happened in those 7 years we didn't know. At 21, her father was very ill. She was very worried about him, but they didn't have a good relationship. You find this life stuff out that we didn't know. Okay, now we're still using these developmental theories, especially Erickson, but we got some more information. I can predict better. So we go on the way up to 56. This is Susie at 56, a very successful woman. So I'll share with you just a little bit of this and do it as quickly as I can. This was some of the comments from the student work in the end. One student wrote, I'm better able to understand I must examine an individual's culture in order to fully understand them as a person or a theory. I'm a little surprised as I look back at my earlier work. I was so confident, but using so little information. They were wrong. Not wrong now. Another student said quickly, the more I watch these episodes, the more I realize that anything can happen in a 7-year span. Bingo. Gray area. Commitment level thinking. I have to think bigger. I can't think of just what's on the table with me. And they started to care, and this surprised me. This was not in my research anticipation. They began to care. One person said, I might be thinking this way because of the way I feel about my parents, assuming his experience is reflective of mine. I think that the distant Neil, at age 28 at that time, has with his family might be for the reasons we have yet to see his interviews. He seemed less poetic. I got the impression that he might be using a drug therapy to manage. I also didn't see the sparkle of those 7-year-old eyes. I felt like meeting a whole new person. I hope he's okay. I like that one a lot. I'll do this very quickly, I promise. This one, and we worry about Bruce. Bruce is this lovely 7-year-old. When you first see him, he looks at the camera and says, my heart's desire is to once again see my daddy. And everybody, that's the reaction. That's the reaction in class. Oh, Bruce, you know, and he's this beautiful little boy. His father's in the military. But they begin to worry about Bruce at 28 and 35, and we're Erickson, the whole intimacy thing with Erickson, it's not happening for Bruce. And this student writes, I was worried about Bruce at age 42, despite his continued success as a teacher. But last week, seeing his wedding, I actually cried a little in class. And then in boldface, underlined, but I was not the only one. I didn't anticipate crying. I mean, caring. But they are real people. And the last couple, I promise. At the end, they were asked to reflect on their own work. Overall, my work evolved from basic understanding and knowledge to the creation of new ideas, finishing with unanswered questions. Gray area. Perfect. I began the course being able to criticize others' ideas and research, provide specific evidence regarding why I made certain predictions, and be curious about the interesting in the experience of others in a different culture. I ended the course feeling confident in my ability to seek and find an answer to my own questions. So, let's see if I have the right button. The last one, this one from William James. A great many people think they are thinking when they are merely rearranging their prejudices. You need more information. The gray area, being comfortable with the gray area. I see that my time is up. I don't have time for questions, I don't think, but if you're interested, I'm going to eat some free food. I'm sorry, that was a signal or something? 2 minutes, okay. Well, this is the being wrong. These are the things that I discovered about my classes that I could fix, and they all started to have threads going to each other that took me to this idea that was recently published in the Journal of Scholarship and Teaching and Learning. And if you've ever done that, you know that you don't get a check with that or anything. You just get, here's a copy. But it's been fun. It's interesting. So I like putting that into the class. I believe that there's a way to teach using the material to pull dualist thinking up to multiplist thinking up to commitment, and then practice that stuff. with real life stuff. Okay, any questions, or you tell me when I'm done. Are there questions or accusations or just stories you want to tell? I'm an educational psychologist. That's what my degree in. William James is the very first educational psychologist. Very pragmatic, very real life, and he has a way to state a quote. You have to get into his writing because he really thinks he's right. He's pretty sure he's absolutely right about this, and he's the first to think this. But it's true. It can feel like thinking, and you come back to the same place because it's familiar. It's rehearsed. All right. Thank you.
In Central Illinois. She is a full-on introvert who prefers staying at home over going out. Jennifer prefers her 2 canine besties over people, although luckily her 3 lovely children are exceptions. Jennifer prefers reading over watching TV, and she prefers riding her bike over using her Jeep. Jennifer, however, though, loves to travel. And although her most recent plans to walk the Camino in Spain had to be put on hold due to COVID-19.
I'm sorry, but I have no PowerPoint for all of you. But I do have my notes, because I have realized, I think you all have had that instructor, that professor who likes to go off on tangents, and as students you're sitting there saying, bring it back, please, bring it back to where we're supposed to be. I have become that professor, and I realized that I've become that professor a couple of years ago when I'm with Children's Lit especially, because I'm talking about the book. But then I realized, well, this is related. I can talk about this now. So I go off on that tangent. And I pulled myself back during one lecture and started laughing and told my students, I'm so sorry. And they said, no, it's okay. Go ahead. It's fun. I said, okay, so I'll keep doing it. But that has nothing to do with my talk. So I will bring it back to my talk, which is about traveling and being an extreme introvert, which I am. I don't know if I have been my entire life, but it dawned on me at one point that I really am an extreme introvert. And as Caleb told you, I will stay in my house rather than go out. And I'll get to that in a little bit. But I have to rewind all the way back to when I was 5 years old, because this is really where it started, I think. So when I was 5, probably much like when all of you were 5, I started kindergarten. My mother drove me to kindergarten. I don't remember the drive, but I remember walking into the building and then going into a classroom and my mother taking me up to the teacher. She introduced me, let go of my hand, and turned around to leave. And at that moment, all the alarms in my body went off. And it was like, Where are you going? You're leaving me here? No, I am not staying here. She took one step towards the door, and I wrapped my arms around her leg, and I would not let go. And to make matters worse, and to tell everybody in the entire building how I felt about being left there, I started to wail. I mean, really wail. I was loud. And the teacher knelt down beside me, and she was trying to talk to me. I had no idea what she was saying. I couldn't hear her over my own voice. My mother was trying to dislodge my arms from around her leg, but there was no way she was going to accomplish that, not with how I was feeling at that moment. So after a few minutes of this, it was probably like 30 seconds because I was so loud, the teacher stood up, looked at my mother and said, "Take her home. Tomorrow, put her on the bus." So the next day, my mom walked to the end of the driveway with me, with my 4 brothers and sisters, and I watched them get on the bus. I was like, well, if they're going, okay, I'll go. So I got on the bus, and the rest of my kindergarten year was fine. I was fine. Seeing that my brothers and sisters were okay with it, I think showed me that this is a good thing to do. I can do it if they can do it. But that was like one piece of the puzzle for me that I didn't recognize at the time. And it wasn't until later that, okay, kindergarten was a signal. So in 2nd grade, like I think most little girls end up doing, and probably boys too, there were sleepovers. I had never been to a sleepover before then. And I had just started a new school. So not long into my 2nd grade year, my new best friend, Kendra Anderson, who I thought was the coolest, invited me to go spend the night with her on Friday at the end of the week. And I was like, sure. I have no idea what a sleepover is, but I'm up for it. So I asked my mom, and my mom said, sure, go ahead. So I rode Kendra's bus home instead of my bus, and we had fun. We played in the backyard. We played in the living room. We watched TV. We went and played in her bedroom. We ate dinner. We watched more TV, and then it was bedtime. And when bedtime came around, it was like, wait a minute, I need to go home. And her mom sat with me and said, no, you're going to spend the night. This is a sleepover. I said, but no, I need to go home. My parents are at home. My brothers and sisters are at home. And Kendra tried her best. Jennifer, it'll be fine. Just go to sleep. Wake up in the morning, we'll have breakfast, we'll play, we'll do it all over again, and then you can go home. And her mom was pretty much the same thing. Just go to sleep. You'll be fine. I wasn't having it. So no, call my parents. I'm going home. So after a little bit, they called my parents. My parents came and picked me up, took me home. So I was pretty sure after I left that Kendra got on the little girl hotline and called everybody else and said, do not invite Jennifer to a sleepover. I wasn't invited ever again by any of the little girls in that school. And it wasn't until when I was in 7th grade, another new school, so all new friends who didn't know my sordid past, said, Jennifer, we're going to have a group sleepover. Would you like to join us? I said, sure. And I remembered what happened with Kendra, but I thought, I'm in 7th grade now. Surely I am over this. Surely I can go somewhere and spend the night and be okay. So I went, and we went to this was again a very small town. We went to the town park. We messed around like 7th grade girls do. And then we went back to Carolyn Bly's house, and we just messed around there. We ended up sitting out on the roof and just looking at the stars for quite a while. Went back inside. I got into my sleeping bag and went to sleep. Woke up the next morning and it's like, I did it. I finally did it. I was able to sleep over. So I thought I was on the path to becoming less of an introvert. So my sophomore year in high school, I was on the varsity basketball team. And this was in Indiana. And if you know anything about Indiana basketball, it's a big deal. And when you're a sophomore on the varsity basketball team, that's an even bigger deal. So you wouldn't know it looking at me now, but I was pretty good. And we ended up winning regional that year. We won sectional, and we won semi-state, which meant we were going to state. We were going to the Final Four, which meant going to Indianapolis and spending the night. And I thought, I can do this. I've done a group sleepover when I was in 7th grade. I can do this because this is really important. This is the state championship game for Indiana high school. And I went, and I was fine. We didn't win the next day. We actually lost our first game. And at the time, I realized that our star player was off her game. I didn't know why, but a couple of years ago, like 2 years ago, I went back home to my hometown, and I ran into my old coach. And we sat down, you know, you do what you do, you reminisce. We reminisce about the good old days of going to state. And she said, yeah, you know, we probably would have won that game, but so-and-so was so homesick, all she did was cry the night before and stayed up all night wanting to go home. It's like, wasn't me. When I heard that, I thought, I do understand what happened to our star player because I used to be there. So I understood her anxiety. And I felt better knowing why she was so off her game. But I felt good because I had made it through that night with the state basketball championship. And I love talking about the state basketball championship. It was a highlight of my life. The next year, as a junior, this is when I did my first travel out of the United States. And it was with a group. We went to Mexico. So I was really into learning Spanish at the time. I thought I was going to pursue language when I went to college. So I thought, Mexico will be great. And we were going as a group. So again, I thought, with a group, I'll be all right. These are all my friends. And my brother was going as well, my little brother. So we went to Mexico, and I immediately fell in love with the language, with the culture, with just everything that was so different from what I knew in central Indiana. I mean, cornfields. It's not much different than central Illinois. It's cornfields, and it's soybean fields. But Mexico, going to Mexico City, and then we went to Tasco, which is the silver capital of Mexico. And then we finished up in Acapulco, which was fabulous. And I got so burnt. I could not, it was painful to wear clothes, but I loved it. It was an amazing trip, and it really bit me, that travel bug bit me then. I knew I wanted to continue traveling. So when we returned home for my senior year, I thought, cool, I am ready to go. I am ready to do more traveling. And I applied to be a study abroad student. And this was through the Rotary Club of the town where I lived. Then I filled out the application. My parents were behind me. All of my friends were supportive, and I was accepted. So I started preparing for that trip to Brazil. They were going to send me to Brazil. Not my first choice. I wanted to go to Spain, or I wanted to go to Mexico, or another Spanish-speaking country. But Brazil was okay. It's Portuguese. I mean, it's pretty close to Spanish, and my Spanish was pretty good then. Not so good now, but good then. And I started listening to albums of Portuguese. We didn't have Duolingo then, or we didn't have Babbel. We didn't have cassette tapes or CDs that you pop into your CD player when you're in the car and you listen and you repeat it back. It was record albums. And I would lay on my bed every evening listening to those albums and repeating back the language because I was going to Brazil. So I also was very adamant that I was going to get a navy blue blazer because when I got off that plane in Brazil, I wanted my host family to see that I was a very academic schoolgirl type person. And I did get that navy blue blazer, and I loved it. So I flew to Brazil, landed, got into the airport, and said, I'm going home. So it was, my host family was standing there, and they said, no, you're going to go with us. And I said, no, I'm going home. And they convinced me to go with them, so I went. And their home was in Lins, Brazil. And it was probably about 2 hours away from the airport. So I went, but I was miserable. I was so upset that I was away from home. And I was, every day, it was like, I really do need to go home. You need to send me back home. And they kept trying to tell me, no, you're going to stay here. They called my parents. My parents weren't available at the time, but then my dad called back. And to this day, I have no idea how much that international long-distance phone call cost him. He never told me. But he tried his very best to convince me to stay. And I said, no, I'm coming home. He said, no, you're staying. I said, no, Dad, I'm coming home. And I think it was probably 2 days later, I made my way back to the airport. I packed everything up and I left. I went back to the airport and I got myself back to Indianapolis and I called my dad and he was at work, not very happy. And he came and picked me up. And as soon as he walked through the door, I could see this look of disappointment on his face. And I was so ashamed of myself. It's like, my dad gave me this wonderful opportunity, and this is what I did. So for many years, I mean, Brazil was definitely a crash and burn experience. And for many years, I carried that with me, and it was that shame. And so many of the presentations today talk about how when we're little, we internalize things that happen to us, and they do determine then how we behave later in life. I was 18. I should have been able to handle Brazil, but the clues had already been laid out that no, Brazil wasn't in the cards for me. Kindergarten was a clue. My first sleepover was a clue. And so when Brazil happened, I decided no more travel. I'm done. I can't travel. I can't go anywhere because I can't handle being away from home. So I didn't travel for a long time. And that long time turned into 20 years, like maybe 22 years. And then in 2003, the fall of 2003, a call went out to all of Heartland for people who might be interested to go to China. It's like, me being me, said, yes, I'm interested in going to China. So I went to the call, and it was there were probably 10 or 15 people at that call, and a pad of paper was sent around saying, if you're interested, write your name and yes or no. So I wrote my name down, and I said, yes. And the next day, President Astroff sent me an email and said, Jennifer, we would love to send you to China. It's like, really? I was just kidding. I really don't want to go. So I'm reading this email and I'm trying to figure out, how do I get out of this? How do I graciously say, I'm so sorry, I really wasn't serious. You know, it seemed like a good idea, but no, I don't want to go to China. And then I thought, I'll say, only if my 3 kids can go with me. So I write this email and I say, yeah, you know, I really would like to go, but I can't unless you send my 3 children with me. So the next email comes back, sure, we will send you and your 3 children. It's like, dang it, that didn't work. So I go home and I think about it. It's like, I can do this. I can go to China. I'll have my children with me. It'll be good. So we prepped. We prepped for the semester, and we prepared to go. We did some language studies. We did some culture studies. We met with some representatives here who were from China. And in February of 2004, we left, and we went to China for that semester, and then we survived. I did it. I actually stayed the entire semester, and I taught English, and I taught British history, which I don't know why they had me teach that. I know nothing about British history, really, but they asked me to, and they gave me a book, and okay, how hard can it be? I'm going to follow the book. But we spent that semester, and I think the reason I was able to do it is because my 3 children distracted me from everything that was going on. I needed to make sure that they were okay. So as long as my mind was on them, my mind wasn't on me. So with them, it was a fabulous, fabulous experience. Both of my boys were very tow-headed when they were young, especially my youngest. My daughter was 12 when we went. My middle child was 7, and my youngest was 5. He had just turned 5. All three went to Chinese school while they were there, at least for 2 months. And then after 2 months, they begged me to homeschool. And I was like, yeah, why not? You know, we're only going to be here a couple more months. So I homeschooled them, and we spent so much time just walking around the city and getting to know the layout. But my youngest was so blonde that when I would just let him run ahead of us, and people were constantly patting him on the head when they would see him, they just loved him. And at one point, we were walking down the street, my daughter and I, and then my middle son and my youngest was up ahead of us quite a ways. And we could see this older lady walking towards him and just eyeing him. And I looked at Chelsea and I said, this isn't going to be good. And she said, yeah. And the woman reached out to pat his head, and he burst his arms open and said, no! Because he had had it done to him so many times, he was just done with it. I thought the woman was going to have a heart attack. It's like, okay, maybe this isn't such a good idea. He needs to stay with us from now on. But we have all of those memories now to share when we get together, which we did this past weekend. And China always comes up. Even though it was almost 20 years ago now, it always comes up. So we have those great memories. So I came back from China feeling really good about myself, thinking, yeah, I can travel now. I'm an international traveler. And as a family, we did travel around the United States a lot. We've gone to so many states together. We've been out to Yellowstone, we've been to the Grand Canyon, we've been to Washington, D.C., we've been south, we've been into Canada. And it's something that I think is so important for kids. I really wanted to give that to my kids so they didn't turn out like me and want to stay home constantly. Although I'm realizing that my middle child is very much like me. Home is where he wants to be. So we traveled, and then in 2008, I thought, okay, one more trip abroad. Why not? Let's see if I can do it alone. So I tried. I wanted to do something that actually combined some kind of service or volunteer work, and I decided to go to Costa Rica to volunteer to save the turtles. It seemed like a good idea. Why not? Being on the coast. What could be bad about going to Costa Rica and on the coast with turtles? So I went, and again, as soon as I hit that soil, it's like, what am I doing? Why am I here? I want to go home. But I didn't. I walked out of that airport into a throng of people who were just grabbing at you as you walked out. Thankfully, there was a representative from the volunteer organization with a placard with my name on it. It's like, thank God. So I went over and I grabbed his arm, and I'm pretty sure he thought, what is wrong with this crazy woman? So, but I wasn't about to let go of him either. So I grabbed his arm, he took me to the hotel, gave me directions for what I needed to do the next day to get on the bus to go to the coast, which was like 4 hours or 5 hours away. And I made it there. I got to the coast, and it was a wonderful week. But it was a week where I was constantly feeling like, I really do want to go home. I don't want to be here. But the best thing about that week was it's called the, and I'm going to butcher this, I can't speak Spanish like I used to, the arribada, which is when it's called the arrival, when all the turtles come out of the ocean to lay their eggs, and it happened while I was there. So that was a real treat for me. It doesn't happen often, but it happened. I was able to watch them come out of the ocean, dig the hole, lay their eggs, go back into the ocean. And then it was my job to guard the eggs, because the eggs are pilfered. There are people who will come and take them to sell them. They're big money in Costa Rica. So they want to preserve the eggs as much as they can so that the babies can hatch and then get into the ocean themselves. So it was a good week, although it was a week that, again, I was filled with fear most of the time. But Costa Rica was also the place where the one and only time in my life I have ever hitchhiked. So it was in a foreign country with a language I could barely speak, but I did it because I wanted to go to the town that was just, down the road, but I didn't want to walk, and neither did the other volunteers. So we hitchhiked, and I only did it because I was with them. If I was alone, there was no way, because I am too safety-minded to do something like that in a foreign country. So I made my way back home, and it's like, I did it. I actually have overcome my introvert ways enough to be able to go abroad. And after that, I've been traveling somewhat throughout the United States, because in 2012, my mom was at the end of her life battling MS. And when she was close to the end, I really wanted to do something that was connected to MS, but I wanted it to involve traveling, but I also wanted it to involve cycling because I love to cycle long distance. So I did a lot of research, and I found Bike the US for MS, and I did the first ride in 2012, and it was right after she passed away. So in 2012, we went from Yorktown, Virginia to San Francisco, and I rode out of Yorktown in probably maybe 10 yards and said, I want to go home. And that is the anthem of my life, is I want to go home. But I didn't, and I was very thankful for the sunglasses that I had on because I was crying. I really wanted to turn around and go home. But I had really worked hard to get to that point of being able to cycle across the United States, so I wasn't about to turn home even though I wanted to. During the ride, that first day, we came to our first rest stop, and I went into the convenience store and got something to eat. I don't even know what it was. But I went out to the picnic table, and one of the other riders, another woman who's just a couple of years older than I am, came out and sat down across from me. And she could tell that I was struggling. So she got me talking, and she was asking all kinds of questions about me, my family, anything she could think of to get me to talk. And I talked. She rode the rest of the day with me that day. She rode the next day with me. She rode the third day. We rode the entire ride together. She stayed with me. And it was because of her, those first 4 or 5 days, that I really think that's the reason I was able to keep going and enjoy my time with Bike the US for MS that first ride. We ended up actually together riding in 2016. We did the Northern Tier. In 2017, we did the Pacific Coast together. And this year, Sharon is riding the Southern Tier. And I'm so jealous. I wish I was right there with her to ride the Southern Tier as well. So I have all of those trips, and those were longer trips. Those were 2 months each or a month each away from my family, and they survived. So my biggest worry about leaving for the 2 months the first time was, how will my family get along without me? But then the other part of me said, they will be just fine, and maybe they'll come to appreciate just how much Mom does. So after that ride, I knew I could leave in 2016 and 17, and they'd be just fine. My last travel abroad was in 2019, and that was, I wanted to do something again. I get these urges every now and then to go somewhere, do something, and I wanted to do backpacking this time because I like to be physical. I like to be outside. I'm a huge nature lover, so I thought backpacking, and I thought, but don't go alone because you don't do well alone. And that's what I learned when I thought all the way back to kindergarten. I don't do well alone. I need to have somebody that I know with me at least the first time. So my mom was going to leave me. And then in second grade with the sleepovers, again, I was alone. If I had had a family member with me, I'm sure I would have been all right. But there was no family member with me. So the lesson I have learned about myself and being an introvert to the extent that I am is I need somebody with me who knows me and my quirks and my nonsense that I like to get into. So I asked my youngest son, would you go with me? And he had just done a section of the Pacific Crest Trail, so he said, sure, I'd love to go to Iceland with you and backpack in the Highlands. So we went, and it was awesome. It was one of the best trips I think I've ever had in my life, actually. I mean, it's right up there with Bike the US for MS. So in the end, I used to carry Brazil over my head constantly. I was so ashamed for having not spent the year abroad, and it was something that in my adult life was just constantly in that background and sort of determining for me what I was going to do or not do. And for a long time, those 20-some years, I didn't go, I didn't experience. But there has to come a time when we look at our failures, and unfortunately, I think in our country, failure is looked at as a very negative thing, and it shouldn't be. Failure is a good thing because it teaches you who you are and what you're made of. So failing, for me, for a long time was, I did attach that bad connotation to it, that I'm a bad person because I failed with Brazil. And really, nobody else cared. After 5 or 6, probably even after 6 months, my family could have cared less that I came home. I was the only one who cared. I was the only one who attached that label of failure to it. And it took me a long time to remove that label. So in 2019, when Gabriel and I returned from Iceland, we made plans to go to Spain and walk the Camino, but we all know what happened then, stupid COVID. And hopefully in a couple of years we can get over there and walk the Camino. But for now, I'm good staying home. And the dangerous thing about COVID was it gave me permission to stay home. So, you know, it's that push-pull kind of thing happening that, yeah, COVID's horrible, and I hope we never have to go through another pandemic again, but on the other hand, I like staying home, and it's been great. Thank you.
You, but if it doesn't work, it's okay.
Should do that microphone.
Scott is currently serving as Lieutenant Colonel in the Illinois Air National Guard in Peoria, Illinois. He is a veteran with over 26 years of service as an Air Force Special Warfare Operator and the founder and executive director of Moraine View R&R. Scott brings his knowledge and experience of veteran resiliency into creating the foundational mission of Moraine View R&R. His desire is to continue serving veterans through education and licensed counseling and other programs aimed at veteran resiliency. Scott's upbringing in the Midwest countryside is at the heart of his inspiration to provide the ideal retreat location to veterans. With Scott today is Noel Reidy. As part of a team of volunteers, Ms. Reidy oversees daily operations as the Moraine View R&R Development Director. She currently works as a pre-kindergarten English language teacher in District 87. Her experience as a teacher includes 7 years at District 87, as well as 10 years in various countries throughout Eastern Asia. Please help me welcome Scott and Noel to the stage.
All right, thank you for that introduction. Loud. So, as you saw in the title of our presentation, we are all about resiliency, okay, the resilient mind. And our focus is specifically going to be on veterans. That's what you're going to see through this presentation. So those men and women in service, in the service right now, or since retired or separated, and what we're doing as Moraine View R&R as a veterans retreat in order to provide that resiliency. A quick agenda. So we're going to talk about what trauma is. We've learned a lot along the years, throughout the years, about trauma. I'm going to give you a little bit of my testimonial. We're going to do what we call in the military a 5 whiskeys. So we're going to answer those questions of who, what, when, where, why, ultimately answering the how we're getting all this done. We're going to show you where we're at today and then where we want to be. We did have a video here. It's probably not going to play, but I'm going to talk to this because there's so much out there now in the industry of psychology that studies trauma. And something that I've come to learn very much about trauma, and specifically from combat trauma and PTSD, is that we're starting to understand about how the body responds to significant events, how we respond to trauma. And so much that it's a physiological response that we're coming to understand. Because in certain situations, we place ourselves, our response might be in a fight, flight, or freeze mode, much like service members experience downrange in conflict. But it's no different than what anybody here can experience in any event that to them is so significant enough that it causes trauma. And what we're realizing is when the body fails to come out of that fight, flight, or freeze mode, when it's capturing that memory, it is still there. It doesn't get stored the right way, like most other memories would. Like any other memory that you capture today, that would be in the part of the brain that just remembers that as a memory. But when trauma is captured as that memory, it sticks and it constantly cycles around. And so this is something that even I had to come to understand, is that 18 years ago, more than that, I experienced events that stuck with me. And I didn't realize how often that was actually affecting me from that psychological trauma standpoint. So 17 years old, my ego is leading me in the direction that it wanted to go. It said I wanted to join the Air Force, I wanted to get involved in special operations, I wanted to fulfill exactly what that movie portrayed. Well, in doing so, I got to have my cake and eat it too. All right, Afghanistan. So at the age of 24, which, oh, by the way, is still a very young age, yet we have 18-year-olds going downrange. So anybody that studies psychology understands that the brain is still developing even at that age, that we're still, experiencing those things, those events that are going to end up shaping us a little bit more than a mature brain later on. So fast forward from enlisting at 17 and 7 years later I'm downrange in Afghanistan, and it seemed like the months that I was there was always, every morning you woke up knowing you were going to be in that fight, flight, or freeze mode for most of the day. And immediately coming home, and when I say immediately, no kidding, you could be downrange and then right downtown Bloomington here in less than a week. All right, so that transition from that reality, which was very surreal, to the reality that I grew up in here in the Bloomington-Normal area was something that really stood with me for a while and continued to, again, bother me over time and understanding that reality. And it wasn't, actually I'm going to go back one slide. And it wasn't until 20 years later after this, and actually I'm sorry, 18 years, 2020, that I finally had my incident that put me over the edge, okay? And that helped me realize I had suppressed something for a long time, and I really had to get after it. Next slide. So a core value that we have is service before self. All right, it's a core value that you're going to see through all the services, very much in every industry, every type of career as you provide. That's, you pretty much honor the service of whatever you're committed to over what you would do for yourself. So it's not selfish. All right, there's a misunderstanding about that core value. All right, because when you really think about it, you need to be the best version of yourself in order to perform that service. All right, the reason I have the oxygen mask from the airline is because one of the first counselors I went to, again, after 18 years of suppressed trauma, he looked at me and said, "When were you eventually going to put your mask on and stop putting everybody else's mask on?" Well, no, we're not taught that. You keep going. When you can't show the scars of mental health concerns, again, it's not a broken leg that's easy to identify, then it's something that you're just going to keep going with because you don't want to seem that you're selfish. You don't want to not be humbled. So again, at some point, self-care becomes the idea and what you need to get after. Now we're going to go into a little bit of the who. So again, both in and out of uniform, okay? The men and women of our services, some are even downrange right now, and somebody's going to experience something today that'll forever change their lives. All right, and they're going to come back home, and now they have to figure out what was it that I saw, what was it that happened, and how is it going to affect me, and how do I get after it, how do I decompress from that. And oh, by the way, some of the organizations that I belong to now, I even have World War II veterans still in those organizations. And again, the youngest 18-year-old still coming back from conflict. And it's amazing, yes, the times are different. The situations were very different. But one thing was all the same through all of these folks that I've talked to, and it was the mental health, the mental capacity of kind of dealing with what they exposed themselves to. The stories were the same. It's just the scenery changed. Let's answer the what. So, just like it says, post-traumatic stress injury isn't a disease. All right? It's a wound to the soul that never heals. And there's a lot of symptoms to that post-traumatic stress. All right? Everybody always thinks some of these symptoms are the diagnosis. I have depression, I have anxiety, things like that. And I believe the next slide covers a lot of those. All right, so the hopelessness, the despair, those things that, quite frankly, you just don't want to get up the next day. You'd rather just, hey, I'll sit in the corner and let me know when life is done. All right? And unfortunately, that's not the diagnosis. Those are the symptoms. There's something more at the root of that. Why are we doing this? So 1 in 5. All right, and a lot of these statistics are taken from our own Veterans Administration as well as the suicide prevention annual reports that are put out there. Next slide. Everybody hears that 22. All right, 3 years ago it was 17 when we first started putting together a presentation, and we're at 22 on average every day. In fact, when I was giving some of the first guided tours of our retreat, I would have everybody set their timer and we'd go. and 1 hour later, we knew there was a veteran that took their own life. Next slide. Where? I'm going to hand this over to Noel, and she's going to talk about our retreat.
Do you want to tell them the background, though, about the retreat first? The reason that we have a retreat in the middle of rural central Illinois is because when Scott experienced the breaking point for himself, he went and stayed with his brother, which was in Leroy, Illinois, on a small working farm. And he enjoyed that so much that he decided that more veterans, and he started figuring out how to put his mask on, how to take care of his self-care. So he thought that more people would enjoy being able to have that time away from their everyday lives and spend doing different activities. And in the beginning, it started out very small, and it started out in a old farmhouse, and there was going to be activities that would coincide with a state park in the area. We have grown into a larger space, and all of the activities have expanded. So we have a space now in Saybrook. We hope to be able to, we're a national nonprofit, we hope to be able to work with retreats starting very soon. We're doing some beta testing. We were put behind about a year from just several different reasons, COVID being one of them, and we want to be able to bring people out for different types of activities, so between 4 days during the week and maybe long weekends. Right now, we are focused on veterans, not necessarily just combat veterans, any veteran that has things that they want to work on. We are going to be having, right now, about 4 veterans at a time that will be able to come out. There's lots of activities that we want them to be able to do. This is not a clinical-based retreat. This is a retreat that is giving them different ways to help when they leave. Things give them a foundation to set up for different places that they can go and different things that they can do. Our mission statement and our vision statement. So we want to achieve veteran resiliency through Midwest Rural Retreat. And resiliency is a word that is really becoming a catchphrase. And so if you aren't working in this field or you don't have background, it's hard to understand what resiliency is. It is helping people be able to deal with their thought process throughout different experiences, not just triggers, but everything that they're doing throughout their day. They are able to persevere through those activities without having them leaving lasting scars. So this is all these programs and all the things that we are helping the veterans do, and hopefully others in the future, just helps with that foundation, helps with ways for them to be able to find that process, what works for them, because it's not going to work for everybody. We both do self-care all the time, and some of the things that we do work really well for both of us, and we can do them together, and some of them work better depending on what they are for him and for me. So then we have the fellowship retreat devoted to the physical, mental, emotional, spiritual strengthening through education and therapy. We have several different things that we'll be doing. So this is the space that we'll be in. We have a few pictures of, we had an open house in the fall, so we have some veterans that have come out. And then this is a few of the things on the inside that we have. These are some of the activities that we will be, and we'll be talking a little bit about this. So we have respite, education, therapies, and then professional counseling. Work therapy helped Scott a lot. He really enjoyed working on his brother's farm. He really enjoyed being able to be outside. It was during quarantine, so it helped. He was able to do remote working and then be outside at the same time. So we have all sorts of things that we have expanded into. We have baking, we have conservation, woodworking, gardening. We hope to do equine therapy. We have a couple people that we've been talking to, and we haven't been able to quite narrow that down, but all of these things are pieces that we would like to put together. And then recreation therapy. So still right up from us is Moraine View State Park. So kayaking, there's a golf course around the way from where we are. Again, the equine therapy, hiking. Scott loves doing puzzles, so there's puzzles. We want to have art therapy, have the veterans be able to take different kits that we have together, and if that's what they want to do. Again, we really want this to be set up so that everyone who is going to be able to do this gets what they want out of the retreat. And then recovery therapy. I used to be a massage therapist, and I will soon be a yoga instructor, and I find these things to be really helpful. The video that we had at the beginning was the author of a book called The Body Keeps the Score, and one of the things that he really encouraged, two of them, it was yoga and meditation. And we talked recently with one of our board members about how meditation looks different for everyone as well. Some people can't sit and do meditation in the lotus position, which is fine because there's walking meditation. There's just doing something in a repetitive motion that allows your brain to shut down the loop and kind of move into different thought processes. So we have music therapy, aqua therapy, massage, yoga, walking therapy, walking meditation. And we are very lucky to have so many volunteers that have been helping us. The greatest thing I think about this whole the whole program is that we've been working with veterans in Leroy, in Bloomington, in Normal, in some of the surrounding areas that have come out or have helped in different ways. And so they are getting just as much therapy from being volunteers as they would probably if they were coming to our retreat. And that has been a huge help for us, but also really amazing to see how excited they are about the project. A lot of them have taken ownership, and that's something that Scott is really big on, encouraging people to find the piece that works best for them in this or in whatever else they're gonna do. And then we have two of our board of directors that are here, luckily supporting us, and we'll have some licensed professionals, mentors, and the community that has wrapped all around us. We are the staff right now, but we're just technically volunteer staff, so. And then this is back to you.
All right, so today, we're still in a little bit of our startup phase. So within the next 3 months, we are hoping to cut the ribbon and announce our grand opening. And when that happens, we formally will start our operations, okay? And that's gonna be pretty much consistent on an annual schedule with retreats that we intend to do. And again, that is trying to help all veterans, okay, both in and out of uniform. We're still doing some of our program development. We've got a lot of different expertise out there, and it's great because as soon as you show passion for something and it excites the next person, you find out where that talent is and what they want to help out with, and those volunteers come out. So, and all the programs that we want to cover, we are never short on volunteers that offer their talent and their time to help put those together. So the beta testing over this, in May and June, we're gonna do some beta testing groups. And with the beta testing, we just wanna find out as we start to run different demographics of veterans, whether it's all female, all males, Korean War veterans, everything down to our current conflict veterans coming home. Community outreach, so community outreach is always going, and whether it's veteran-related organizations that we reach out to, or just even venues like this, it's always part of the the plan, our goal, our mission and vision that we become part of the community, because really that's what Moraine View R&R ideally wants to take care of, is our local veterans first and foremost, so part of the community. Messaging, this is very much one of those venues to be able to message what we're trying to do here, and the message continues with everybody that talks about this. Of course, fundraising, being a nonprofit, we rely very much on the fundraising aspect as charitable funds come in, and then partnering. So we know there's several organizations out there that are very similar to what we're doing. Everybody's unique, but there's a way we can all collaborate and come together and help others. All right, just had a plane ride 2 days ago. The lady next to me runs a retreat in Montana, horseback riding for females, for women. I told her I run a veterans retreat in Illinois. She said, let's figure out how to do this together. So it happened on a 2-hour plane ride. We were collaborating, and it happens like that. And of course, our grand opening, hoping there for July 2nd this coming summer. All right, with that, actually stay on this slide. So the biggest thing we're trying to do is between the facilitated and hosted retreats, what we're trying to do is be able to not only help veterans, but also if there's organizations out there that are doing something similar that want to use our retreat location, we're going to do hosted retreats. And then beyond that, we want to become that gold standard for veterans. You know, we want that experience and that feedback to kind of to tell us this is one of the best, you know, retreats I've ever been to. I found out a little bit more about myself. I found out some therapies that I really appreciate, and then try to help them wherever they're going back to continue those type of therapies. And you know, I'm going down to promote our model, and we'll just go to this next slide. So I'd love to know that we are going to become this sustainment model, okay? Because what happens is on the right-hand side, you know, everybody's in the rat race, everybody's going to burn out, and you're going to go straight to a clinic, all right? And because guess what? You get mental health days, but are you using them for mental health? Probably not. You're probably catching up on your Netflix series, okay? So what happens is, suddenly you find yourself at, whether it's rock bottom or just that point where you truly need that one-on-one, those programs that are demonstrated here on the lower left that really handle right now with veterans at those, I don't want to call it extreme, but very critical points in their lives where, hey, we need to figure this out, right? We need to figure this out together. I wish I had known something before that could have sustained me or provided resiliency so it didn't end up here. So that's where we're at. We're in the middle. We are that resiliency center, that sustainment piece, that when you know you're getting to that point of a little bit of burnout, of something, as whether it's a significant event that occurred and you just need a timeout, a resiliency tactical pause, as we call them in the military now, that you can find that at Moraine View R&R. Spend a week at a retreat and then get back in the rat race. And again, highlighting our grand opening July 2nd. So again, it's an open invitation for everybody here, everybody hearing this message, that we welcome anybody out to Moraine View R&R on July 2nd so we can celebrate what's going to be an amazing mission in order to help our veterans. And that's how you get a hold of us. Thank you very much.
One thing that we didn't highlight, which we really want to make sure, is that no veteran will pay for anything that when they come. So we want to be able to make sure that all of these activities are provided for all of the veterans. So that was just one piece that we. And we're happy to answer any questions, and we have some brochures and some pamphlets and some postcards.
some animation. Slide in. Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Kaitlin Bergfield. Like he mentioned, I am a professor in the Family and Consumer Sciences Department at Illinois State. I'm actually here today to talk to you about my side project, which is navigating the world of fiction writing and self-publishing, using myself as a case study here. So I usually get asked, how did I get into writing? What was my sort of path to it? So I thought I'd give you a little bit about the author here before we get going. My first introduction to writing fiction was, of course, reading fiction. So I was obsessed from a very young age with a lot of sort of paranormal fiction and fantasy kind of writing. Bunnicula was a particular favorite, and this one Goosebumps book was easily my favorite book of all time as a child. It led to a lot of different avenues for expression, my love for this kind of reading, so Halloween costumes, etc. But age 12, I started thinking about how I wasn't getting what I wanted out of the books that I was reading, and so it occurred to me finally that I could just write them and have them be the way that I wanted. And so I started writing on everything, pads of paper and envelopes and my chemistry homework, etc. And eventually onto the computer, and I was just obsessed constantly with writing hundreds of thousands of pages, millions, literal millions of words about this fiction that I was interested in. But I couldn't quite get it to a cohesive single story. You'll see me, even today, sitting totally inappropriately in my chair. I am going to give myself back problems with the way that I sit and write. Finding time anywhere I can at the playground with my children, etc., trying to get out stories. And finally, in 2008, I said, I have an idea. I had had a dream that night about my dog who had recently departed, and I woke up thinking, what if she could have spoken to me? What if there was some thing she could have told me about her experience with me? And so I started writing what that might have looked like. And I wrote, and I wrote, and I wrote, and I could not stop writing this book. Eventually, it became a cohesive story that was complete. For the first time in my life, I had managed a complete story, and I was very excited about it. But I didn't know what to do next. I had my book, and I had no idea what to do with it. So I sat on it for a while, I let it stew, and in 2011, I realized that I could try to publish it, right? And so I sent a lot of query letters around to a lot of people, to agents, to publishing houses, trying to get a way in the door. Back in 2008, it was still a pretty standard route to imagine that the only way to publish was via a traditional publishing house. The internet and self-publishing was still relatively new at that point in terms of the structure that was available for self-publishing. And so I sent out lots and lots of letters. I read a lot about what you should and can do to try to make a presence for yourself. I wrote a really awkward blog for a while, talking about my personal experiences, etc. I met a lot of interesting people. I started to build a small following, but I was not getting traction doing this. And so in 2014, I gave up on the traditional publishing route and said, okay, what I'm going to do instead is try and do this myself. So I started editing in earnest. I sent around to a number of friends. I started developing all of the design work, etc., for my book. And finally, in 2015, I published my first novel ever about a werewolf who is masquerading as someone's dog and what happens when he gets found out doing that, right? So very much in line with my childhood wheelhouse here. And then I followed that in 2017 with the sequel, Awakenings. In 2021, I finally rounded it out with the last book in the trilogy, Reckoning. And so it is now out there and available on Amazon for anyone to read, and it's an amazing experience, and I'm very happy with, with what's happened with it. But I thought, as I did this, that I made a number of missteps along the way, and that it might be interesting to reflect on those and give you my experience, for anyone in the audience who might be interested in self-publishing or going this route, what kinds of considerations you should make, and what factors go into making a solid and successful writing career, right? So, what considerations do you need to make for the journey? The first is, of course, what do you want out of this? Would you love to be the next Stephen King? Do you want to just have a beautiful book in your hands that's yours and you created it? What is your level here, right? What do you want to write? Are you a fiction writer? Are you a nonfiction writer? Do you have this idea in your head that's a story that you've been thinking about for a long time? Or do you say, no, I don't have any ideas, I just know I want to be a writer and I'm just going to write whatever it takes to make it work, right? And lastly, should you try traditional publishing or self-publishing? These are two very viable routes now, but they have very different expectations and platforms via which to try and get yourself out there. So, let's do a flow chart. What do you want out of this? Is it to be the next Stephen King? You say, absolutely, yes, everybody would love to be the next Stephen King, of course. The guy's insanely rich, doing what he loves. Yes, I want to be that. And I say, no, that's unrealistic, start over. So, okay, I know I'm not going to be the next Stephen King. I get that that was down to luck largely. You know, it's a very special person who can be Stephen King or J.K. Rowling or anyone like that. I'm willing to accept that that's not my path yet. Okay. Do you want your book to be on store shelves or in libraries? Do you want to see it out there? This is a very common desire for writers, right? I would love to walk into a store and see my book on the shelves. I'd love to buy it from Barnes & Noble or Target, right? There's only one way to do that, though, and it requires a lot of years of work to get it into a store, right? So are you willing to go and push for years to make this book happen? You say, this is so important to me. Absolutely, yes, I will do that. Okay, it's worth waiting for. I'm going to push for years to make this happen. This was the route that I said to myself, absolutely, I'm willing to push for years to make this happen. And then, as you're pushing, you have to ask yourself, are you comfortable with what this pushing means and trying to get this into a bookstore means? What it's going to mean for you is that you're going to hand off your work to someone else. They are going to edit it heavily. It will stop being your work in large part, and you are going to reap very small profits from each book that you sell at the end of the day. The traditional publishing route means that editors and designers and marketers take over your work, and that's amazing because they help you so much, but it does mean losing that control, right? This was the part I had the hardest time with. I loved my book. I should not have loved it as much as I did. I ended up editing it heavily from the time when I made this decision, but I said, oh, this is really tough. I don't know how I feel about this, but I'm gonna pull the trigger and keep trying anyway. Yes, it's going to mean being seen by more readers to get a traditional publishing route. It comes with a lot of prestige, etc. And in 2008, the self-publishing route really wasn't viable yet, right? And so I said, yes, I'm willing to do this. You're ready for traditional publishing. Yay! So you try that. You work on it for a while. For some of us, it works out very well, and for others of us, it is a long slog with a lot of work. You still do need to build your following. You still do need to submit letter after letter after letter and get rejection after rejection. I submitted over a dozen for sure that I can think of off the top of my head letters. I got back 3 form rejections and 1 rejection that said something actually about my work, as opposed to I'm simply not taking work right now. So it can be a very demoralizing kind of process. And I knew at the end of the day my heart wasn't really in it. This last bit, am I comfortable letting people change my work? It was bothering me enough that I went back to the drawing board and I said, okay, how much do I care about this store shelf idea? How much do I care about libraries? Is it really the path for me? I said, well, it would be nice, but it's not important. By 2011, 2014, when I'm starting to think about this realistically, a lot has started changing, and it's worth revisiting my assumptions. So, okay, do I still care about making money at this? Yeah, I did. I did still want to make money at this. I don't just sort of want to throw a book out for myself only. I would love people to see this, right? I was not willing to push anymore, so no, I am no longer willing to push and wait for years and years for someone to come along and accept my work for editing and publication. And actually, no, I had never been okay with the idea of letting someone completely take all my work and make it something completely different and give me at most 10% of the profits from each book that I sold. So all of that leads to the final question before you decide to hit the trigger on self-publishing, and that is, are you willing to put in a whole lot of work and types of work that have nothing to do with writing? At the time, I said, yeah, bring it. I am absolutely willing to do this. I was ready to try independent publishing. Let's say, though, that at the time, I had said, oh gosh, this sounds like a lot. How do I feel about this? I don't know, maybe not. At that point, it's time to rethink your assumptions, for real, right? Because you're saying, I'm not willing to alter my work, I'm not willing to put in the years, I'm not willing to put in the time and the work to make it happen myself. In what way are you imagining that you're going to be the next Stephen King if you cannot do at least one of these things, right? But that said, and I think this is an important nuance for self-publishing, that world has every possible kind of mechanism for every level of interest in self-publishing. And so if you went back to this question about, am I interested in making money at this? And I had said, no, I really don't care. All I want is to have a published book in my hands and have it be mine, and it's out there in print in the world. That is a totally viable option for self-publishing. Whether you care about making money or not, whether you want to put in the work or not, you can today go on Amazon, go on Kindle Direct Publishing, and within 2 days, have a printed work that is out there being sold on Amazon and that you can order copies of and have in your hand for yourself. So whether you intend to make intense amounts of money at this and be the next Stephen King, or you want to just own it and have it and give it to your mom and your grandma and whatever, you can do either of those things, and both of those are good reasons to try independent publishing. So, just to sort of summarize the traditional versus self-publishing route, the traditional publishing route is great. It comes with a lot of prestige. I made it. Someone said, yes, your work is worth my time and effort and energy. You do get a marketing team, a design team, an editing team. You have lots of people helping you with this. And at the end of the day, you do get to be in the store. You get to walk into a Target and do your little video that says, look, I found myself on a shelf. And that's amazing. It really is. You do lose control, and you do lose your share of the profits, though, when you do that. And it can take years, or it can never happen for you. That's just the reality of traditional publishing. Self-publishing solves that problem because you just get to do it right away. There's no one stopping you from self-publishing whatever you want, however you want, right? You have total creative control. You can make a children's book with lots of illustrations. You could make a long, thousands of pages tome. I don't actually know how many pages Amazon would allow before they can't physically make the book anymore, but there's a lot of leeway there, right? And you do get a higher share of the profits. You get up to 70% of the profits as a self-published writer, right? If I publish an ebook today, for instance, for $2.99, I get $2 of those $2.99. It's a huge percentage of the profit, and it's mine, which is great. On the other hand, it is so much work, and types of work that you've never thought of doing before. You have to design your own covers. You have to market yourself, right? You have to build a following. You have to do all of these things that you have no idea how to do, right? Or you have to pay someone to do them for you, and that can be very costly and cut into your ability to make a profit at your writing, right? So at the end of the day, though, I want to just emphasize that the self-publishing world has changed a lot since I started this in 2008. You can see it here at the beginning here. In 2008, there were very few books being sold as self-published works, and it has skyrocketed since. Today, there's over 1.7 million books self-published just last year alone, or in 2020 alone, right? Fully 43% of new books are self-published. It is now a sizable share of the total publishing market, right? Multiple platforms, including Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and a number I'll show you in a moment, support really easy, really straightforward uploading of material and publishing. They make it incredibly easy to do so. They also are starting to provide alternatives like marketing help, etc., editing help, cover design help, etc., so that those are sort of more formulaically allowed within the context of self-publishing also. And this last point this is a viable money-making alternative in terms of like probabilistically, trying the traditional route versus trying the self-publishing route. Amazon reports that with Kindle Direct Publishing, thousands of their self-publishers made over $50,000 in 2019, and with more than 1,000 passing 100 grand in royalties. So you could make a six-figure income at this. And the types of people who do that are the types of people who put in the legwork with Kindle Direct Publishing and others in order to build a viable self-publishing platform, right? The more work you put into it, the more likely you are to get out a profit doing this. So you say, okay, you've convinced me, I'm self-publishing, now what? You have to decide what platform to go on, you have to decide how to market yourself, you have to decide all of these things. I ended up going with Kindle and Barnes & Noble at first, because those are the two big guns, right? That made sense to me. Everybody's heard of Barnes & Noble and Amazon. I've since switched only to Kindle, and I just want to show you how easy this is. This is my managing page, and you can see this gigantic yellow button that says Create, right? All I have to do is upload a Word document and a picture of my cover, and then I decide some things about how much I'm going to sell it for, etc. Amazon processes the files, and then within 72 hours, my book is online, live, as an ebook version and as a paperback version, and my full work is submitted and ready to go. I can also upload new edits anytime I find a typo, for instance, etc. So it's incredibly, incredibly easy. And I just want to, again, I just want to say that I think all of us have a book inside us somewhere. All of us are creative people. All of us can imagine a situation in which we might want to create a book for our family or a diary that we would like to have in print and show to our family members or any kind of thing like that. All of these are possible to do on this kind of platform, and they make it very easy to do so. So even if you don't want to make like a lifelong goal of becoming a famous self-published author, this platform makes it very easy to create content for yourself, for others, and for the world. It's really amazing. All right, so what are my tips, having gone through this process, for becoming a successful author? Keeping in mind the caveat that I have not currently approached the amazing success of a independent Stephen King level self-published author, right? What are my tips and what I wish I had known? The first is, and I had this one down, write. Just write and write and write and write until you cannot write anything else. The most successful self-published authors are the ones who can put out like 10 books a year. I will never put out 10 books a year, but some people do. They can throw out a story every couple of months and chug on them. The more content you have, the more likely you are to succeed, right? Scaffolding is incredibly important. And what I mean by this is that every structure is not just built on the one little edifice that you forward face and present to the world. My book is not my actual product. I am the product, and how I market myself to my readership is the product, right? I have to build that following. And whether you traditional publish or self-publish anymore, you have to show that you have the ability to pull in a following. So a lot of successful writers will spend a long time creating that structure beforehand, writing blogs, writing all sorts of adjacent material, sending out newsletters, going around to communities and sort of marketing themselves, right? So that's a very important component as well. You have to consider your audience. In my case, I work in fantasy and sci-fi a little bit. I'm getting into sci-fi slowly. So my market share is only about 25% of fiction readers, right? I have to keep that in mind when I think about how I'm going to try and sell my book, and where I'm going to do it, and who I'm going to market to, and what my book should look like for that kind of reader, right, and all of these kinds of things. Lastly, and most importantly, have a lot of patience and a very thick skin. You will get rejected if you go the traditional publishing route. You will get bad reviews. It's just a fact of reality when it comes to publishing, right? And so it's very worth bracing yourself for all of that. But also, enjoy yourself. I love this. This is one of my favorite things to do in the whole wide world. I love writing. I love all of this. And so I just want to show you that even though I haven't reached the financial success of like a Stephen King, for instance, I have found a lot of personal success in the metrics that I cared a lot about. So, I made my cousin very sad. That was amazing. I was able to have her read my book and be very, very mad at me on Facebook about how I left the ending. I'd never made it up to her either. So having my family interact with this book was amazing. I've been able to go and market it at author fairs, both nationally and here locally in town during Thanksgiving with my children, so they get to see their mom going out and selling books and materials. This Bloomington Public Author Fair, I hope, comes back around, by the way. It sort of died due to COVID, and I assume that it will be making a comeback. So if you get a chance, go and support your local authors at the Bloomington Public Library. This fair was happening in November, and I think they'll be planning on Novembers in the future as well. So that's a really interesting way to go and support local authors. I got to meet my very favorite band. I wrote them into my book, and I got to show them that I wrote them into my book, and I got them to sign my book, and I got them to ask for copies of my book, which was amazing, and I had an absolute blast getting to meet them. I get to go and see them again this weekend in Chicago, and I'm very excited to go and chat with them about this again. And lastly, I've gotten to see people who I have never met and will probably never meet giving me reviews on Amazon and talking about my work. It's the most profound and amazing feeling to get someone who you've never met before telling you about something that came out of your brain and into their brain. I really think that's one of the most special parts of publishing, and it's something that even if you don't achieve financial success at it, you are likely to find as an author. So again, if anyone has any interest in doing anything like this, I highly encourage you to do so. So I will leave you with some memes about how to support yourself as a writer, and just ask if anyone has any questions about the self-publishing world. And thank you very much for your time.
Hi there. My name is Chelsea, and I just wanted to start off by letting you all know that I have been very nervous about getting up here to speak today. And as I was at home last night practicing my talk with my partner, he looked at me kind of funny and he was like, "You speak in front of a group of people every single day. Why are you nervous?" And I said, "Well, the average age of my usual audience is 7.5 to 8 years old. And they also can earn good behavior points for sitting still and listening to me speak. So I think this is a little bit different." So he said, "Well, maybe you should imagine that you're speaking to your classroom while you're on the stage. So right now, I'm in the process of imagining all of you about 2 feet shorter and maybe missing a couple of your front teeth." But in all honesty, I was really excited to be up here because It's actually been about 10 years since the very first time that I was on this stage. And as I was writing my story, it was really hard for me to reconcile with that because that means it has been over 10 years since I was a brand new student here at Heartland. And at that time, I was totally unaware of how my actions here at community college would continue to shape the course of my life, even still today. So, as a new student at Heartland, I actually completely underestimated how significant my time here would be because during that time of my life, I thought of Heartland as just a small stepping stone to going on to a large 4-year university and finishing up a degree and then hopefully going into a career. But Heartland had always been a huge part of my life. The problem was I was just being a very big brat about coming here after high school. Because Heartland honestly was a stable fixture in my life for a long time. My mom, Professor Pauken, hey, shout out, has been a professor here since I was a young child, and she is quite awesome, but unfortunately my attitude about coming here was not quite as awesome. I really wanted to have a traditional 4-year college experience. So as I watched my friends pack up their cars and get ready to drive off to their freshman dorms that August, I was weighed down by a serious envy of that traditional experience that they were about to get, while I was about to commute about 5 minutes further down the road from where we all had just graduated from. I had desperately wanted to start a new adventure through college, and so Heartland kind of felt at that time like a boring detour, just another necessary step in order to get to where everybody else was already headed. But I'm here to tell you, I was really wrong. My first experience on this very stage actually should have been a signal to 18-year-old me that I was not giving Heartland the credit it deserved. So it was winter 2010, and I had convinced my professor for Chinese Language 101, that was at the time Chen Lao Shi, to participate in the Chinese New Year celebration that year. And at that time, it was co-hosted by ISU and Heartland, and us language students were coerced into participating in various cultural experiences outside of class with the promise of extra credit. And as I was headed into Chinese 102 in the spring, I knew I needed that extra credit to start the new school year because Chinese language was hard. In fact, it was probably the hardest class I ever took as throughout my entire college experience. But anyway, I joined a group of girls from my class and some of the Chinese international students at Heartland at that time up here a couple times a week from December to January to practice 2 dances. And the first dance I could probably do in my sleep. It is a traditional hip drum dance to the song Gongxi Gongxi, which is a traditional Chinese New Year celebration song. The other was a much more delicate dance to a traditional folk song called Moli Hua. And participating in these dances and practicing with this group of girls was the first time since I started at Heartland that I actually made myself do more than just go to class, do my work, and then go home. In August, I had come to Heartland with no intention of making new friends. I already knew several people because they had gone to high school with me. I had no intention of joining any clubs, and I really just didn't feel like doing anything extra because to me at the time it didn't seem like it would be worth it. I was only going to be at Heartland for 2 years, maybe even only a year and a half if I took extra classes or worked on my classes during the summertime. So then after that I could go to get the college experience that 18-year-old me really wanted. But what I hadn't known at that time was that my decision to do extra credit for Chinese class was what would help me understand and then later on benefit from the many opportunities that Heartland held for students who are willing to approach the non-traditional college track with an open mind. But opening my mind up at that time to those possibilities embedded in the experience here did not come easily. And it wasn't until second semester that I realized something very important. During the Chinese New Year, that event was just really so significant for me. I got to know a lot of the international students and became friends with them. And I learned that to many of them, coming to Heartland, it wasn't about where they were going to college. It was about what they were doing while they're here and what that would mean for them after they leave. And I remember asking one of my friends, Richard, he's originally from Shanghai, which is a city of about 23 million people in 2010. It's much bigger now. And it's also the commercial center of China. Why in the world he decided to come to a comparatively microscopic community college in the middle of Illinois when he was from that city? He just shrugged his shoulders at me and was like, well, why not? I'm here to be a member of the international community and to start building those relationships. And so it's not about where my college is, it's about what I'm doing while I'm there. And that really resonated with me. So this actually changed my perspective a little bit, and it was like Heartland was listening, and they knew that I was becoming open to the things that I could do while I was here. Because very soon after the New Year celebration, I caught wind of some Chinese 202 students who were trying to plan a short cultural trip to China in the summer with our professor. And very soon, this trip was becoming a reality. We were talking about how to get visas, we were planning our travel itinerary and talking about payment plans. And at the very same time that this trip was coming together, Chen Laosher came to me and told me about a new initiative that the Chinese government was initiating for their goal to bring over more international students to complete degrees at their universities. And Heartland had been approached to nominate 2 student representatives to apply for their scholarship for the following school year. And so myself and another language student did apply for those scholarships and found out while we were in China on our short cultural exchange that we would have to repack our bags when we got home to turn around and go right back. So after returning from our month-long exchange, where we went places like Chufu, which is the hometown of Confucius, we also went to Nanjing, which is the former capital city of China up until 1949, and Hangzhou, the home of the legend of Lady Whitesnake. I did repack my bags, but this time I needed to pack more because I would be in China for an entire year studying Mandarin full-time at a university in Shanghai. Now, I just want to remind you that it was only 1 year prior to that having happened that I had been totally closed off to the potential for opportunities like that to have happened to me while at community college. And that was because I was convinced that attending the 2-year college in my hometown would somehow lead to me missing out on something. But I learned that once I gave Heartland a chance to be more, it would keep those opportunities coming at me. It was those small classes, that tight-knit community that I became close with, and also that lower tuition that saved me some money, that let me go abroad that year in Shanghai and just have an absolute blast. So in the end, that is why I consider Heartland to be the catalyst to my continued participation in the international community even still today. Because I did stay in Shanghai for 1 year, and that was where I made countless connections, not only to the classmates that I had at my school there, most of whom I'm still connected with through social media still today, but also through the families that I tutored elementary students for, which inspired me to become the elementary teacher that I am today. I also gained the ability to travel by myself comfortably to and from a foreign country, a skill that can take some time to get. And when I returned home that summer, I could read, write, and speak fluently in high to intermediate level Mandarin. And before I got off my plane, I actually knew that I would be using those language skills here at Heartland to help with the International Institute of Teaching and Learning. So that summer, I, with a couple of other students here, worked as a tour guide and study hour aide for a cohort of Chinese professors who spent their time here at Heartland going to seminars and going on field trips throughout Illinois. And by the end of that summer, I had also landed my next job through some connections here. And that would take me just down the road to a little restaurant called China Star. Raise your hand if you've ever had their crab ragoon. It's awesome. So I would stay at that restaurant spot behind the counter until I left in 2014, but I would return to that family that I earned in 2017. And although I took a break during that gap time from active participation in the international community, it didn't take very long for me to find my way back to it once I came back to Central Illinois and started up at school again at ISU. When I went back to ISU, I originally had no intention of studying abroad again because I had already gone on a study abroad back when I was more of a traditional student. But as soon as I saw a flyer to go abroad to Taiwan, I was like, yeah, I gotta go again. And so I was jumping right back into that community that I had kind of stepped away from. And in the summer of 2019, me and another group of elementary education students took a month-long exchange to Taipei, Taiwan, where we were able to see how their educational system works, visit numerous elementary schools, and again, build those international connections, not just with students this time, but with other professionals in the same field, just halfway across the world. And instead of coming straight home from that trip, I called up one of my friends in mainland China and said, hey, you gonna be home this summer? And he said, yes, are you coming over? And I said, absolutely. So I jumped over to China for 2 more weeks and explored a whole new part of the country I'd never been in, and then returned to Shanghai for the first time since that 2011 trip. And since that trip, I have not traveled internationally, mostly due to COVID, also due to money, because last spring I finally graduated with my bachelor's in elementary education from ISU and decided from there to continue my path as a member of the international community. And what I do now to keep up with that is I teach at an international baccalaureate elementary school in Springfield, Illinois. At my school, students start studying Mandarin in 1st grade, and they keep studying Mandarin until they are in 8th grade. So right now, I can say all kinds of cool things to my students, and they're like, wow, I still can't really understand you, but that's awesome. And then in 8th grade, I have no idea what they are saying. It's really cool. Our school also participates in the IB curriculum, which promotes global mindedness and is the same curriculum that's used in all IB schools across the globe. I have also become a member of the Sister Cities Board in Springfield, where we have connections to Ashikaga, Japan, and San Pedro, Mexico. So all in all, I'm still a very active member of the international community. And as I stand here today on this stage that I first danced to just 10 years ago, banging my hip drum, I feel so thankful that I decided to do that extra credit for Chinese class. Because if I hadn't, it's very possible that I would have continued to be just a student who showed up to class, did her work, and drove home. And I hope that after hearing my story today, any of you who have ever doubted the reach, opportunity, or power of your hometown community college may try to view it from a different perspective. Because the catalyst is here, but you have to choose to use it. Thank you. I will also take any questions if you have them. Absolutely. I think that first couple of weeks of school, there is this huge effort from the college to get you involved and to let you know exactly what they have going on. So if I could give myself any advice from that first time, was to just take the blinders off, stop going straight home, and hang out around campus, try to meet new people, and stop assuming that I already know everybody. Because that was honestly a big part of it, was just thinking, well, I already know the people here, I'm from here. But in all reality, I maybe knew a tiny little portion of the people here. And I think I could have met so many different people at that time had I been more open to it. So that would be the big thing. Yeah. Absolutely. For any of you who know my actual longer backstory, my mom did drag me and my brothers to China when I was 12 years old. And although they still to this day have absolutely no inkling to go back, I did. I think that helped me just feel more comfortable to go, because I was going alone. And it also helped that I had gone in the summertime with a small group of people, and so I had just recently, experienced things like customs. That was absolutely really helpful. But I don't think it's necessary, because if you really want to go somewhere but you're feeling nervous about it or unsure, there are so many people just here on this campus who have gone to numerous places, and we love to talk about our experiences. So absolutely, but also if you're not sure, you can find somebody around who will be more than willing to give you details. All right, well, thank you very much.
facilitated Heartland's honors program since 2018. She was the recipient of the 2019 Outstanding Part-Time Faculty Award at Heartland Community College and the 2020 Impact Award at Illinois State University. She designs and instructs advanced honors seminars for Illinois State University, focusing on mass incarceration and systemic injustice. She also teaches in multiple high schools, providing dual credit college course. She is a certified family life educator through the National Council on Family Relations and Services as the advisor to the Heartland Council on Family Relations student organization. Please put your hands together and welcome Cristina to the stage.
Am I good? Hello? Hello? Okay, got it. All right, so I'm going to wander the stage a little, and we're going to take a journey through time. I could have picked any topic under the sun, but I felt like this was a really good platform to kind of talk about our own struggles and how we can connect through those things. So the title of my talk, I picked Finding Mercy in Madness intentionally. I did not find Jesus, and I did not go literally insane. However, I would say I got pretty much as close as humanly possible, at least for myself. So before I start going down my own story, I want to kind of lay the groundwork for some of these terms. Click, there we go. So when I picked mercy, again, I didn't want anyone to think that I had found God and this was going to be some full-on religious thing, because it's not. This is about compassion and forgiveness. And I'm saying that we're pretty good as humans in forgiving people who wrong us. Our kid who misses the last shot of the game and ruins it for the whole team. It's okay, buddy. You know, our girlfriend who dates the total loser for a year. It's okay, you know. But we're not very good at self-compassion, right? When we screw up or we make poor choices, we're not very good at being kind to ourselves and forgiving ourselves for the things that we do to ourselves. So that's what I'm speaking of when I speak of mercy. So compassion and forgiveness. When I speak of madness, again, it's not full-on insanity, but it's more about chaotic behavior and foolish choices. So we have, all of us, depending on your age, maybe more than others, put yourself into chaotic or extreme situations by choice, or maybe it's kind of just ended up that way because of a turn of events. I would also argue that the past couple of years, at least, our society has kind of been this chaotic state that we're just trying to like maneuver our way through. So that's what I'm speaking of for my title. I tell my students, and I'm looking around and I see some faces, that we are the creatures of two things as humans. One is time, literally, the historical component when you grow up, the decade you're raised in, when you're an adult, the things that you go through. Like my grandfather being raised during the Great Depression, us surviving the pandemic. We had veterans on stage earlier, so going through wars. Not only do the things that we live through impact us, but the stuff that our parents and our grandparents take on trickles down to us. This could be through storytelling, you know, grandma's gravy boat. This could be through trauma, and this could be through poverty. And then with space, I don't mean like outer space, I mean like literally your place on our planet Earth. We know that if you live across the world, life's very different, but what we sometimes fail to recognize is that life can be very different on the other side of Bloomington Normal, the other side of your street, or even a different bedroom in the same house. So space and time. So what I'm going to share with you today are a few of my big ticket items. We are pretty prone to think about the things that make us and break us, but what I really want you to think about, and I bet you're going to start kind of going down your own journey as I keep talking, not just the big ticket items, but it's everything in between that you did and didn't do. It's the yellow light that you didn't run, avoiding the accident that you had no idea would never happen. It's the second date that you didn't bother to go on. All of these things have helped form you into the person that you are today and will grow into being. So again, today I'm going to share some of my big ticket items, not to disregard all of the small stuff in between. And as a social scientist, I'm all about the data. I love statistics, I love proof. So when I speak about statistics, I mean things like 1 in 4 women will have an abortion. Women are 2 times more likely to be diagnosed with depression. 50% of marriages will result in divorce. That's statistics. You started getting nailed with statistics from the minute you were born. You are a certain number of kids born on a certain day in a certain country, right? Those can stack up against you, depending on what the statistics are. And first and foremost, my least favorite thing in the world, labels. Again, since the time you were born, you have started being labeled multiple things. Maybe they're good, quote unquote, maybe they're bad. We have a tendency to live up to or down to whatever label is put upon us. So as you're sitting there right now, you're probably thinking about things that your family, your friends, your classmates, society, or even yourself have put upon you. Maybe you were the hyper kid. Maybe you were the middle child. Maybe you were the short one or the tall one. All of these labels. All right, so in order to know my story, we have to go way back in time. As tired as I am standing on this stage right now, it feels like I'm about this old. However, it's really not quite that bad. Here's my first label. It was 1980. My mother was pregnant with me. It was the time period where you didn't have an ultrasound unless you had a problem in your pregnancy. Thank goodness my mother didn't. Being the genius that my parents are, they knew I was going to be a boy. I was named Carl III. My room was painted blue, and my dad built me a badass train set in the basement. Much to their surprise, out I came. Boy, look at that. So my name was immediately changed to Cristina. Thank God girls can play with trains. And my real first label is that I was a girl. I was immediately labeled with my second one that would bite me in the butt for the rest of my life because my mother and father didn't want any more kids after I was born. I mean, why would they? Look at that. My mom had her tubes tied when she was in the hospital having me. They were both 35 years old, and in 1980, that was pretty old for first-time parents, and they didn't want any more kids. So I would immediately, because of their decisions, become an only child. Any only children in the room besides me? Okay. Well, that is a label that I have not enjoyed because most of the time it's pretty negative. I'm spoiled, I'm antisocial, I don't know how to communicate, you name it. Not nice things with being an only child. I would disagree with all of them personally, but that's what I grew up with. If I was going to put another label here, I would say cute. Like, that was pretty cute. I was the apple of my mom's eye. I grew up with a stay-at-home mom and a father who worked in the union. Like, life was good. I had no reason to end up going down the path that I picked, statistically at least. I was always an overachiever, the good girl, and the smart girl. Growing up teacher's pet, look at the cat sweatshirt, guys. This was 1990. If you remember 1990, we had a historic ice storm. Do you guys remember this? I made posters while we were all snowed in and got to brag about my work on a bulletin board at school. So it was okay being the overachiever and the good girl until I hit junior high. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Oh my God, that's 8th grade. All of a sudden, I don't want to be smart. I don't want to be good. I want to be cool. And to be cool in the mid-1990s in Urbana, at least my perception of cool, meant that I needed to cut class, fail out of school, do drugs, and be a complete loser. So in true overachiever style that I never lost throughout the years, I overachieved so well that my next label would be juvenile delinquent. When I was 16 years old, I was arrested. So now I'm labeled as bad at school, which is exactly what I wanted, but now I'm also a criminal in the eyes of the law. The good thing about statistics, though, you're never actually alone. Look at all the kids that were arrested in 1996. I wasn't the only bad one. It's fine. So my parents were incredibly proud of that little girl they waited so long for that should have been a boy, that they decided they didn't want any more kids because I was so great, that not only did I end up in the pokey for a night and on probation, yay, I dropped out of high school. That's right, I am a high school dropout. So this morning, as President Cornille was bragging about the fact that he graduated high school and had his diploma on the big screen for everybody, I'm like, oh great, you're opening the day this way, and I'm gonna end the day telling everybody I dropped out of high school. But a lot of people are surprised to hear this. Like, how did you go from a dropout and a pothead to a professor? Well, let me tell you, it was a hell of a journey. But again, statistically, I wasn't the only kid to drop out of school that year. I did get my GED. I actually got my GED before my class graduated high school. That's a long story. I can write a really good letter to the Regional Office of Education. Again, overachiever. Anyway, so I'm a dropout. Look at that. Deer in the headlight look. I'm like right on the cusp of 19 years old. I entered community college. I have no idea what the frick I want to do with my life, like a lot of community college students. I would go back and forth to Parkland College for so long. Again, you do not have to get your degree in 2 years. There's no rule. Your journey is your journey. My journey in community college took multiple years, I think a pregnancy, and I ended up with 122 credits. For those of you doing the math, that's a bachelor's degree plus 2 credits. Talk about an overachiever. Guess who was paying my tuition? My dad. Thank God I was the only child. So I bounced around there having no idea what I wanted to do. Moved out of my parents' house and was just continually clueless. I did find out during this time that I didn't like myself very much. I was very uncomfortable being by myself. I was living alone. I don't think I had depression, but looking back, I do question a lot of the decisions that I made. It was very, very hard, and you can probably attest to this. It's hard to find good friends, and it's really hard to keep good friends. And that's at any point in your life. But when you're 21 and 22 years old, it is not far hard to find people who want to go out and get drunk. So I did that. I did that a lot. And in true overachiever style, I was really good at getting drunk. This would lead me to a lot of very poor choices, dangerous decisions, and I'm honestly very thankful that I'm even standing here alive today. I was completely out of control. On the night of November 10th, 2002, something would happen to me that would forever change my path with regards to my drinking and starting to think about maybe I needed to clean up my act. That was step 1. Step 2 happened a couple weeks later. She is now 18 years old. She likes to refer to herself as an accident. As a person who likes words, I call her a surprise. And I will tell you that Carly is the best surprise that I ever got, because this girl needed saved from herself. This made it happen with a quickness. So my next label is I'm an unwed pregnant mother. Not in a serious relationship, because I told you I was always doing this, right? Unfortunately. But the person that I did end up pregnant by, he was actually a really good guy. He wanted to marry me. He wanted me to be able to stay home and raise our daughter. I came from a stay-at-home household. I had a lot of pressure put upon me that that's what I needed to do by my family, because again, those values from your parents kind of trickle on. So when I was 6 months pregnant, I got married. So there's my new label, right? I'm now a wife. I have single-handedly put myself into a whole new life that I was not mentally prepared for at 23 years old, from choices I had made when I was not in a good state of consciousness, and I'm now married. During my marriage, I would have a second daughter. So the older one is Carly. Most of you already know that. And the little one is Cameron. Cameron, ironically, was born on November 10th, 2005, 3 years to the day that my drinking would put me in a very, very bad place. I 100% believe that my daughters have come into my life to give me some purpose and to change everything that I knew about myself. I was very fortunate during my marriage to be able to stay home with my girls, but the fact of the matter is, I cannot believe I'm about to say this and it's gonna go on YouTube, I hated it. I hated being a stay-at-home mom, but I didn't tell anybody that. I was never comfortable in my own shoes. I was never good at talking about my feelings. I was the overachiever, and that is like a synonym for people pleaser, and all I wanted to do was make my people happy, which would have been my kids, my husband at the time, and my parents. I couldn't hack it. I was meant to do more. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I was meant to do more than just wipe butts and play Barbies. When Carly was 4 and Cameron was not quite 2, I filed for divorce from their father, thus starting to put labels and statistics onto my kids because of my choices and the things that I had done. They were going to be raised in what a lot of literature would refer to as a broken home. There's a lot of statistics and data against single-parent households and against divorced homes in general. That's a whole separate Hawk Talk. Stay tuned next year. However, labels. You live up to them, down to them. Remember, I didn't work while I was married, and I knew I had to do something. I wanted to prove to myself that I had worth other than taking care of them, and I wanted to prove to my girls that women can be anything they want, and moms don't just have to stay at home. I went back to school and got my bachelor's and my master's degree with warp speed down at Eastern, and my kids were there cheering me on all along. During that time, I wrote a thesis, and it was about juvenile delinquency, comparing married homes and divorced homes. I really wanted to figure out how I came from, honestly, like the perfect mom and dad. I couldn't have asked for better parents. And how did I become such a train wreck loser? But my kids were gonna be so doomed, supposedly, because they didn't have 2 parents in their home. While I was down at Eastern, I had a couple of professors. One of them was here today, Jackie, who did not realize the impact they were having on me at the time, that I wanted to become a teacher. I wanted to educate and help others find their purpose. So that's exactly what I did. So that broken home that my girls were being raised in by just me. Oh, did I mention first-generation college student? That's one of the labels too, first-generation college student, which is a good label. So that broken home, as a lot of literature would say, was not broken at all. Every night was Hannah Montana and dance parties in the kitchen and ridiculous shenanigans. And they were some of the best times ever. New Kids on the Block concerts, you can't beat that. So not only was I raising up these 2 little girls, but I went back to school again at ISU to get postgraduate studies, met some more phenomenal teachers there, ended up starting working there, was up and coming here, actually won Faculty of the Year in 2019, which would have been for the work done in leading up before that. Very busy, very happy, very good times, for the most part. I've always been very good at when things are running pretty smoothly, I'm pretty good at sabotaging them. So, what I thought was kind of a secret, I realized wasn't a secret after all. When we think of domestic violence, you think of images like this. You think of blackened eyes and bruises. We don't talk as much about the psychological and emotional component that comes behind domestic violence. A few years ago, in the prime of my teaching, when I was starting to teach and raising my girls, I allowed an individual that I had known since middle school to relentlessly pursue me into going out with him. I was very happy being single, but something in the back of my head made me feel like I had to have a person, because I do think we kind of put that on people in society. I'd known him since middle school, so I sold myself on this fairy tale of happily ever after. I knew very soon in that this was a bad situation, but I'm the people pleaser, and I just kept on trucking and trucking and trucking until this became an extremely volatile, very emotionally abusive, psychologically abusive, controlling, manipulative, I think you get the gist, relationship. It started to escalate to physical violence, not at me, but punching walls, punching the cars, throwing things, and I was really scared. I knew that I needed to get out, but I didn't know what to do, as a lot of people don't. I want to make sure that you realize, though, at this point in my life, I was highly educated. I did not use him for money. He was not the father of my children. He did not live in my home. I had no reason on paper to keep myself in something that I knew was so horrible. other than once you start to get sucked into these traps, it's very hard to get out. I would explain this time in my life as drowning with your eyes wide open, and every time you start to come up for air, the hand of your abuser just shoves you right back down. And I remember telling my therapist that. I can see the hand. So I knew I needed to get out. I didn't know what to do, and I was scared. Scared for me, scared for my girls. So for the first time in my life, and I've already told you a lot of baggage in the 10 minutes I've been standing here. The first time in my life, I went to therapy, and I started talking about everything under the sun. So as in therapy, that I found mercy, as in forgiveness and self-compassion, but literally my therapist's name was Mercy. So I found her specifically on my journey to finding myself. The irony of that is just like so surreal. So we would work together, and she would give me the tools to get me safely out of this relationship when time would allow. However, there was 2 other things that kind of spiraled me into making this decision. The first, I read my daughter's journal. I'm a horrible mom. I apologize. I never had before, and I never have since. That's God's honest truth. But something compelled me to open that book that day. I won't tell you exactly what she wrote, but to read the words of your young child afraid that their mother is going to take their own life or that someone's going to kill her is the most alarming thing that you can ever read. The second thing, the last thing, was a photo. I'm going to share it with you in just a second, but I want to set the stage for it first. We live in a society where we take 100 pictures on our phone and we post the best one after we put filters on it and we Photoshop it and we crop it and we make it perfect. If you want to know what you really look like, look at the pictures people take of you when you don't know they're being taken. Okay? The picture you're about to see is not gory, it's not gruesome, but it was the biggest eye-opening thing to ever happen to me. This was taken at a Lincoln's Challenge graduation. I was unaware there was photos being taken, and they were posted online on the Facebook page for everyone who attended. At this point, I had lost about 20 pounds. I was covered in a rash from stress. I trembled when this individual would come close to me or show up in my house unannounced. I would have panic attacks and literally have to pull over driving from Fisher to Hayward to vomit in the ditch on my way to class. I don't know what I'm getting chewed out about in that picture, but I can guarantee you I am telling him that I'm sorry and it will never happen again, and I never actually did anything wrong. I lived like this for a year. My facial expressions and my body gestures look like a beaten down dog. This is the only picture that I saved from this entire year of my life. I kept it because I wanted to remember exactly what I would never do to myself again, and I would do my best to never let my girls have to go through again. So now you can add domestic violence survivor to my list of labels. I'm lucky, not everyone gets out as easily as I did, or gets out alive. And you should always have a happily ever after, right? So I would indeed eventually meet a perfect stranger that I didn't go to middle school with. I was convinced meeting a stranger was dangerous, and stranger danger, don't do that. However, he was a stranger for about a minute until we realized that we'd been in the same places with the same people for 25 years. Our parents had partied together before both of us were born. I don't believe in soulmates. I can show you all the science that says that's not real, but I can tell you that sometimes you're just meant to be in the same place at the same time with someone, eventually. So I would get married, and I got married this time because I wanted to. Not because I thought I had to, not because I thought it was the right thing to do, and that makes a huge difference in the foundation of how much effort you have to put in. I also would get a new label here as stepmom, hopefully not the dreaded Disney stepmom. I think I do okay. The boys would come into my life when they were nearly grown men, so it's been not so bad. I will say Darren got the worst side of this because he's had to move in with 2 teenage girls, and that is a whole nother planet. I could stand here and tell you that we treat each other perfectly all the time, but that would be an absolute lie. It's hard. You bring your baggage from your past into your new relationships, even if you say you're not going to, you do. And it kind of goes back to that idea of mercy and compassion and self-compassion. And we are both in our 40s, and we are both hot-headed, and we're both always right. I'm always right. So, you know, there's days that we challenge each other more than we should. All right, so as much as I'd love to leave you on that happy note, I do have one more label that I would like to share with you. For the most part, my entire journey that I have shared has been choices I've made that have put me in not necessarily the best situations. My final label I got stuck with by no choice of my own. So about 2 years ago, when COVID started wreaking havoc and the world was shutting down, I was already incredibly sick. My last label that I'm going to give you today is COVID long hauler. After I had COVID, I was sick for about a year. Things have definitely improved now. I would have arms that go numb, a hand that would tremor. I have permanent lung damage, digestive trouble, and the worst of the worst was the cognitive issues that I had for a while. If you've read anything about long haulers on the news, half the people believe that we're real. Other half think that we have Munchausen and we make it up for attention. And while there are people out there who do seek attention and maybe are making it up, I can tell you that I wasn't. I lived in what was like a state of dementia for many months. I was unable to drive my car. I was unable to be left home alone. I could not formulate my sentences very well. I couldn't remember people's names. I repeatedly asked the same questions over and over and over again. I've been through a lot of crap in my life. I didn't even share half of it with you. But this was awful. I felt like everything I had worked so hard when I finally grew up to obtain, I was gonna lose. How could I go teach a class if I can barely formulate a sentence? And my family that I had finally gotten after all this time. I wasn't able to be the mom I was used to being. I definitely wasn't able to be the wife, and we were still kind of newlyweds. So my mental health definitely plummeted along with the neurological concerns, and I hid this from just about everybody for nearly a year. It was easy to hide it because we were all in lockdown. We weren't on campus for classes. We weren't going anywhere very much. We were literally hiding in our own homes. My mental health was plummeting, so I reached out to COVID Long Haulers' Facebook page to try to find some people who I could talk to about what was going on with me, because no one got it. Like, none of my friends that I did disclose it to, none of my family. And we feel safer in numbers, right? Like, you like to know that people are in the same boat as you. So when I reached out on that Facebook page, I was approached by a mental health reporter out of Seattle who does a podcast. So about a year after I was plummeting through this, I gave in and I did a talk with her. So if you want to listen to it, you can look it up. It's online. Get your tissues ready when you listen. Because my brain was not operating as much as it should, I was having a lot of false memories and cognitive problems. It caused me to make a lot of choices that were not good choices, and it resulted in a lot of traumatic experiences within my home. Again, you can watch if you want. That's my final label. So, where are we today? Well, that accident that I call a surprise is graduating high school next month. Something that I never did, despite the fact her mom is a dropout and she comes from a broken home. Cameron is 16, equally as proud of her. She's just not quite as far on her journey. And that thesis that I wrote when I went back to graduate school, I dedicated it to those girls. It says, "For my daughters, Carly and Cameron, don't let statistics ever stand in your way." My parting words to you are, statistics are only numbers, labels are only words, and do not let any of them define you. Thank you. If my time is up, we can go.